Je kijkt naar de aftermovie van de Against Cancer circuitdag.
2021.
Zo leuk.
Zullen we gaan?
Could somebody wake me up? I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. Yeah. I just see her face wherever I look. She's standing in the crowd. It's all let go. I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, got a little bit inside. You know that maybe, yeah, I'm gonna be alright inside. You know, 'cause I just, yeah, I'm gonna be alright inside. You know, 'cause I just, yeah, I'm gonna be alright inside. 'Cause I just, yeah, I'm gonna be alright inside. 'Cause I just, yeah, I'm gonna be alright inside.
So good morning YouTube. So there we are. We're back and we're gonna hop on over straight to VR because I have to drive in about 15 minutes. Yep. Okie dokie. VR should be starting up. There we go. Now to find my mouse. Ah, crap. So, mouse has started. VR, where's VR? Steam VR has to reboot as well. And then we're live. Daan is driving at the moment. He and Yannick did the night shift. And Daan is preparing to come in. Hey Daan.
Hey.
Ik zit nou op mijn headset. Ben jij, is het droog? Is het zonnig? Wat is het?
Het is heel mooi zonnig.
Oh, tappie.
Lekker weertje.
Mooi zo. Ik ga in-game nu.
Yes.
There it is. It's booting up. Yes. Come on, game. You can do it. Come on, come on.
Green light, show them where you go.
And we're on board with someone. And we're 11th. And I still have to look him up. Oh, there we are. Ik zit bij je aan boord.
Yes.
So, looks like we're 11th. That's great. That's great. That's really great. When I left, I think we were 16th. After my stop and go 30, Brian had to take over. Then, oh, we had the wrong image. Wait a second. There we are. So Brian had to take over, and after that, I believe it was Tim, and then the night shift commenced with Daan and Yannick. Oh, I even have coffee. Let's try this in VR. Oh, hilarious. I hope I don't spill this because it's hot. Daan, of Brian.
Weet jij wat voor pressures jij wil? Of wil je dat ik wat ik heb aanpast dat het goed is? Want vooral mijn achterbanden zijn echt veel te 0,4 PSI te hoog.
Normaal zou ik zeggen, jij weet wel wat je doet. Weet jij het uit je hoofd? Of,
Nee, kan jij even checken in de Excel sheet, hoe heet het, drive sheet? Daar staat in wat ik er nu in heb. En qua voorkant is dat goed, alleen de achterkant is 28, 0, 28, 1. Dat is net iets te hoog. Ga je net iets te veel glijden in die S's.
Oh ja, ik heb hier iets. Maar... Wat moet ik doen? De vooringestelde dry?
Nee, als je in het tweede tabblad gaat,
Ja, zit ik.
bij het, hoe heet het, banden dinges, en dan is mijn onderste bij dry 10 denk ik, geloof ik.
Ja, klopt.
Daar staan pressures achter, dat is wat ik nu heb.
Ja.
Dus als je die zo opleest, de eerste twee die zijn goed, dus die moet ik gewoon overnemen. En de tweede voor achter, dus de twee voor achter, die moeten 0,4 lager of zo.
Oké.
Dus dat zal 25,9, 26,0 worden, geloof ik.
Ja, zoiets. Als je eraan toe bent.
Ja, wacht even. Oh, ik moet hem even de window omhoog toveren.
Heb je nog steeds drie track limits of heb je een drive-through gehad?
Yannick heeft een drive-thru gepakt.
Oké. Nou, het zat eraan te komen. Hoeveel sta je nu?
Hoe bedoel je?
Hoeveel track cuts?
0. Daarna niks meer gepakt.
Oh, heel vet. Nou, zouden we dat thuis moeten brengen eigenlijk.
Hey, 7 seconden naar P10, maar ik weet niet of die al een opslag hebben gemaakt.
Ja. Oké. Weird. Maar drukken?
Ja, ik moest even op een recht stuk zijn dat ik de...
Jij hebt staan 26,6.
Even kijken, 26,6 voor.
Denk op mijn bocht.
Ja, ja.
Ja, links voor 26,6. Woe! Oké. Hey.
26,6, ja.
26,7 links of rechts voor.
En dan?
Nou ja, dat is dus die we moeten aanpassen. Er staat nu 26.
Hallo? Oh. Oh, is dat dus wat links achter is er 3? Oké. En achter me is net onhandig. Ja, ja. Kijk, 603, ja, die mag wel 0,5 omlaag. Dat wordt 25,8. Oké, dat wordt 26,0. En dan rechtsachter moet 4 eraf. Dus dat wordt 26,0. Dan toch? Ja, dus dat wordt 26,0. Ja, 6.0 plus dan die 2 van jou er weer bij. En dat is nog 1, oké, ja. Top. Yes, ja, en jou voor requesten. Top, ik heb nog 2 ronden. Of nou, dat is net krap misschien. Laat ik 1 ronde doen, deze ronde dan. Ja. Als je er klaar voor bent. Ik kan nog een tweede doen, maar dat wordt wel krap. Nee, dat maakt niet heel veel uit. Ja, moet ik alleen de fuel even goed zetten. Is deze voor mij voor positie trouwens? Is dit P10? Nope.
Testing. Testing. Okay, my mic was off. That's strange, but we're there. Woo! Oké. Ik ben er. Je mag binnenkomen.
Okay.
Dit is niet voor positie. Dit is een back marker.
Okay.
Okidoki. So I've dressed for the occasion. Denk op mijn limiter. Niet nog een stop and go. Yes, you're safe.
Oké, die zat goed. Top.
Woe!
Oh, ik had een half seconde schade. Waar is ons mannetje? Daar. Ja. Oh, ik weet het al. Ja, klopt inderdaad. Zo. Go. Oké, 27 seconden.
Wat rij op is.
16, 15. Ignition staat aan. 10, 9, 8, 7,
Audio is gone.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Oh, wat een topstop. Zo, de knetter is niet ging goed. Dus even kijken waar wij nu ten opzichte van de 12 auto uitkomen. Die rijdt daar nu voorbij. Oké, daar hebben we ietsjes verloren. Ja, ik moet in mijn inlap wat verkeer. Oh. Maar je hebt voor de Discord en de stream een andere microfoon. Maar ik hoor jou nu toch?
Faster car approaching. Watch out.
Achter je is een lap auto, die kan je bij de hairpin wel makkelijk voorbij laten. Of hier op het rechte stuk naar de hairpin toe is misschien nog makkelijker, ja precies.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Oh, een lapper. Hoe noem je dat dan? Je hebt blauw, een snelle jongen, oké. Oh, ik trouwens helemaal niet meer naar de temperatuur. Dit is 19 graden. Oké. De auto voor ons voor positie. Dat is de auto van Aaron en zo. Daar rijden wij precies overheen over de brug. Als zij onder de brug naar dek naar 2 gaan, gaan wij over de brug naar 130R. Dus dat is best een behoorlijk gat. Oeh, dat gaat fout en die gaat de pitmuur in. Ponk. Die René die deed er net wel een paar rare moves. Hij werd gelapt en het leek alsof hij aan het blokken was voor degene die... Dat was heel apart.
Faster car approaching. Watch out.
Ja, ja, ja. Ook een een snelle jongen. Hele snelle jongen.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Ja. Tim of Brian. Maar ik blijf wel even erbij totdat er iemand anders is. Dan ga ik daarna even een stukje doen. Voor zover dat gaat. Het werd echt in de server, qua in-game, werd het echt bizar vroeg licht. Echt om 4 uur begon het al licht te worden. Ja. Ja, ja, ja. Ja, precies. Maar hij ging ook redelijk vroeg onder natuurlijk. Dat is iets te laat, ja. Maar dat is wel op zich in VR heb je toch wel echt de illusie dat je er echt zit. Dus ik ben op zich redelijk wakker, omdat ik voor mijn stints nog even heb ontbeten. En toen werd het tijdens mijn stints werd het steeds lichter, zeg maar. Dus dan word je gewoon een soort van natuurlijk wakker. Maar het is wel heel mentaal heel raar als je dan nu naar de klok kijkt. Vooral net toen ik net begonnen was. Het was gewoon, zeg maar zoals nu, iets donkerder, maar niet heel veel donkerder. En dan kijk je op de klok en dan is het 5 uur. En dan klopt het toch in je hoofd, gaat er iets mis. Ja, ja, ja. Ja, nee, is goed. Misschien even een plan maken voor als ik je niet meer hoor. Jij kan, mocht een van de andere jongens komen die de stint gaat doen, jij kan in de dinges, in de hut linksboven, zit die volgens mij standaard, zien wie er connected is. Dus die kan je requesten voor een pitstop. Ja. En dan verder qua fuel zou ik gewoon 107 liter doen. Of 110. En dan pressures. Wat ik jou gaf. Misschien dat was wat ik jou heb gegeven, dan weet je dat. Kan je kijken hoe dat zit, dan kan je dat zelf instellen. Wat ik jou heb gegeven is 26,6 voor. Dus allebei 26,6. En achter... Wacht, dan moet ik het zelf even checken. Oh, tuurlijk. Jij kan niet spreken, maar je kan wel horen natuurlijk. Maar in ieder geval, dan zal ik wel even zeggen dat ze jou moeten roepen welke pressures ze willen. Maar dan gaan ze het wel een paar keer herhalen, omdat ze niet weten of jij dat hebt ingesteld. Oh ja. Ja. Yes. Ga ik even doen, dan zet ik ook even jouw pressures instellen. Hoe zijn je pressures trouwens? Zijn die een beetje goed nu? Uh, 28 voor is net iets te hoog, maar misschien dat tijdens de stinten. Ja, die komt inderdaad wel wat omlaag. Ook als je wat curbs raakt natuurlijk. Dan zou ik nog even... Yes. Ben jij zo op start-finish even kijken hoe lang jij nog qua drive time hebt? Dan kan ik even invullen hoe laat je bent begonnen. Wat is je drive time? Oh, 1:01. Oké, dus je bent 9 minuten bezig. Dus dat is 56. Zoals het er nu naar uitziet, houden we een splash and dash van een kwartier over op het eind.
Faster cars approaching. Watch out.
Oh, ik moest even een verkeerde knop. Ik moest even op enter in plaats van shift.
Faster car coming up behind you. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Ja, best wel nog. Kijk, dan moet ik even naar de YouTube kijken. Ik zat ook een beetje ver van mijn microfoon.
Yellow flag is ahead. Watch out in front.
Zou je nu beter moeten horen, toch?
Slow car ahead.
Even kijken, zeg eens wat. Nee, ik hoor het niet, maar misschien dat mijn audio van de game ook iets te hard staat. Oh ja, wacht, zo is het beter. Zeg nog eens wat? Nu hoor ik. Ja. Nee. Ja, ik hoor me in de Discord is nu ook een stuk zachter. Ik hoor mezelf als ik naar jouw stream luister, zeg maar het is echt veel zachter dan wat het gistermiddag was. En de auto hoor ik ook niet meer. Dus daar is denk ik weer iets verkeerd gegaan. Yes. Even kijken. Zo. Hey, Brian is ook wakker. Hoe staat het ermee? Ik zal mij even muten.
Losing to the car ahead in sector 1.
Niet wat eeuwen, ik spuit. Ja. Hoe lang hebben we nog? Klaas. Sorry, excuses. Oké.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Kijk, ik weet niet of je al had gezien, maar auto 8 is voor positie. Ja, oké, top. Ja, top. Niet hout, je hoeft hem niet eraf te rammen. We hebben nog 6 uur te gaan. Dus er kan nog van alles gebeuren. Ik zou hem hier eens een 5 houden richting 130R. Want hier verlies je nu heel veel tijd. Lekker verdedigd. Yes.
Ik ga even verder wakker worden, ik ben zo terug.
Car on the right. Faster car approaching. Watch out. Clear on the right. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Nou, hij had hem nog bijna terug kunnen pakken. Hij maakte bijna een grote fout in bocht 1. Ja, als je daar aan de buitenkant zit, moet je wel echt goed ervoor zitten. Ik had in mijn stint toevallig ook precies hetzelfde. Alleen ik zat nog iets verder. Bij mij maakte die andere een iets grotere fout. Dus ik zat iets verder ervoor. En toen kon ik hem er nog naast houden. In die knik naar links, bocht 3. Maar ja, jij zat net niet ver genoeg. We hebben nog 6 uur. Ja. Ja, 70.6 is wel goed hoor. 27.5, 70.6 is optimum.
ready, sector 1.
Yes, alles werkt. Er was incident in de exit laatste bocht van de SS. Ik weet niet, even kijken waar jij nu rijdt. Daar ben je nog lang niet. Oké. Groot incident. Ik denk dat we P11 nu pakken. Ja, deze auto is klaar. Ja, klopt. Eentje daarvan is voor positie. Die teleporteert nu terug. Dus dat is P... ja, die is, wij hebben nu P11 als je start-finish passeert. Oeh, dat was heel pijnlijk voor hen. Nee, die met al die Grieken. Die Mercedes met al die Grieken. Was in gevecht met 69, met Anthony en zo. Ja, precies. Maar even kijken, wie zit er nu in? De Zwart. Die probeerde een move aan de binnenkant bij die links omhoog naar de S's. En ze gaven elkaar geen ruimte. Het zat ook al een tijdje aan te komen. Ze zaten al 5, 6 ronden binnen een halve seconde van elkaar. Zij probeerden het. Redelijk. Ze tekten elkaar hier aan. Je ziet volgens mij de remsporen hier nog. Maar die... ander die rijdt nog gewoon door. Ja, die heeft niet heel veel. Misschien dat daar nog een penalty voor komt, maar ik denk het niet. Want de grootste schade voor die Griekse auto was door de rejoin. Ja, bij de rejoin dat heb ik niet kunnen zien. Bij het eerste incident voor positie zou ik zeggen race incident. Maar ik ben de steward niet. Ik weet niet wat de stewards gaan doen. Ja, we zijn nu dus 11. Als het goed is. Ik weet niet of dit al hier heeft gedaan. Oh, je moest je eerst nog unlappen. Oh, dan is hij hij is naar voren geteleporteerd, denk ik. Natuurlijk. Hij teleporteert dan... Ja, precies. Nee, maar hij teleporteert dus naar de pits. Maar dat betekent wel dat je die ronde afmaakt. Dus dat betekent inderdaad dat hij naar voren werd gezet. Maar hij zit dus wel 3 minuten stil. Dus als we hem nu voorbij rijden, is dat voor positie. Als dat goed is... Ja, nu is hij, nu is hij wel voor positie. We staan nu 11. Hoe lang hebben we hier nog trouwens in de stint? Oh, oké. Ik wou net zeggen, als er niemand... Ja, dat weet ik dus niet, want ik heb hem niet meer gehoord. Hij ging zich klaarmaken. Maar als ik niks meer van hem hoor, dan moet ik er maar gaan. Maar het is nog een half uur. Ja, het is nog een half uur, dus nog genoeg tijd. Anders moet ik straks even, als hij er over een kwartiertje nog niet is. Dan is het nog 20 minuten. Ja, dan ga ik even klaarmaken dat ik eventueel kan invallen. Oh, Brian zegt dat hij er wel is. Oké, top. Hij is aan het chillen. Over, ik weet niet of je dat gehoord, maar over 34, ja, zeg maar over een half uurtje is Klaas zijn stint klaar, dus dan kan jij rijden. Als je er klaar voor bent. Oké, top. Dan ga ik uit de server en dan ga ik even tukken zo meteen als Brian er klaar voor is. Ik weet niet of ik echt ga slapen, maar in ieder geval even op bed liggen. Ja, dat kwam precies mooi uit. Wil je het hele verhaal hebben? Was droog. Ja, het was droog en het zou nat worden. Het zou gaan regenen. Maar we kwamen qua laps net 1 tekort. Dus, maar we waren net over de helft van de race. Dus wat we hebben gedaan is die pitstop gemaakt op het laatste moment. Zeg maar, zo laat als kon. En dan meteen de remmen vervangen, zodat je extra lang in de pit staat. En ik rijd de pits uit op wets. Op een droge baan. En ik was hier door bocht 2 en het begon te regenen. Dus het was echt bijna perfect getimed. Dan was de eerste ronde was wel sketchy. Want toen was de baan eigenlijk nog wel te droog. Maar het had bijna niet beter gekund qua timing. Maar die remmen vervangen kwam daar wel mooi van pas. Anders had ik deze hele S's op een droge baan moeten rijden. Dat vraagt wel veel van de banden. Brian gaat naast zijn stint ook slapen. Super moe. Ja, Brian. Als hij klaar is met zijn stint gaat hij ook slapen. Ja, ik dacht van wel, maar blijkbaar heeft hij niet geslapen. Oh, hij wel. Maar gewoon niet goed. Niet lang. Of zo. Oh, hele week ochtenddienst gehad. Holy shit, jij kan er echt laat remmen, man. Ik weet niet hoe jij dat doet, maar ik rem echt autolengte eerder. Maar we gaan vooral zo door. Brian was al begonnen deze week met maar 2 uur slaap. Heb je nog een endurance race of zo? Wacht, ik ben mezelf even benieuwd als ik dat...
the right. Clear on the right.
Hoeveel drive time heb je nog? Top.
You're gaining on the car heading sector 2. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Hij zit een seconde voor die Gale in, dus dat valt wel mee. Als die van de kraan sneller is, moet je misschien maar langs laten. Ik weet niet. Oké. Dan zou ik gewoon lekker blijven rijden. Ik zag hem net ook al een keer bijna aan de achterkant torpederen. Ja.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. Car on the right. Clear on the right. Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Nou, hij is niet heel lekker bezig. Yes, Brian is er zo.
Losing time to the car in front in sector 3.
Ja, dat is nou de VR. Hey, het is nu helemaal bewolkt. Maar nog geen regen. Dus nee, hij zei net in de chat dat hij heel graag droog wilde. Dus nou, zoals het nu eruit ziet is sowieso de eerste 20 minuten is wel droog. Moet hij wel nu opschieten, anders dan is hij te laat. Hoeveel? 12. Oké. Kom op Ryan. Duurt lang. Duurt lang. Duurt lang. Nee, hij zit in de chat hoor. Hij hoort het wel. Brian. Hoor je daar een te doen?
Ja, dat ben ik. Doe je.
Ben je er klaar voor?
Een soort van. Een soort van.
Oh, nice.
Nee, ik zit op ja.
Je klinkt echt heel moe.
Nee, ik moet een beetje zachtjes praten, want ik heb dunne buren.
Ah, oké. Hallo! Nee, grapje.
Mag ik even de baantemperatuur? Of de
21, 21. Allebei 21.
is 8 uur 's ochtends, toch?
Het is, ja, 8 uur 's ochtends.
Mooi.
Het is in glazenstint van 1919 naar 2121 gegaan nu.
Ik ga nu even heel snel een paar rondjes rijden.
Even in. En je moet ook nog de server in.
Oké, dan ga ik eyeballen. Kom goed. Ik heb hier nog een pressure staan van 1717, dus als ik er dan 500 afhaal. Daan.
Ja?
Pressure staan van 1717. Gewoon 5 eraf halen.
Car in front in sector 3.
Als dat is, ja, dat zou ik, ja, dat is wel hoe dat meestal gaat volgens mij.
Ik heb weer
Inderdaad,
de
5, ja, 5 lijkt me wel goed, want in jouw stint wordt het ook weer warmer.
Just a few more laps.
Kom jij nu de server in?
Ja, ik ben erin.
Oh, je bent er al in, oké. Oh ja, dan druk ik nu op quit. Oké, nice.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Het zal weer regenen. Het is opgehoord. Ja. Zeg maar wanneer je de eerste wil hebben. 25-7. 25-8 bedoel ik. 25-8. Uh, 26-0. 25-6. Ja. Dat was ook rechtsachter, linksachter hè? 25-8.
Oké, dan ga ik nu even op bed liggen. En mocht er een disconnect zijn, dan ben ik op de telefoon te bereiken. Dan moet je even bellen. En ik laat alles hier aanstaan, dus dan ben ik... Ja, maar ik ben driver 1 hè. Dus ik ben driver 1, dus ik moet dan rejoinen. Maar waarschijnlijk ben ik binnen een ronde hopelijk weer geconnect. Yes. Nou, succes. Tot later.
Hoe was je stint, Klaas? Hoe was je stint? Meestal wel. Dat is wel echt een ding. Even plassen en water pakken.
There's a car exiting pit lane. Faster car is approaching. Watch out. Your stint is up. Box, box.
Zo, ben er weer. I know.
The car is exiting the pits. Watch out.
Yo.
Faster car behind you.
Hey, je moet hem nog een keer requesten. Ik zie je nou niet gerequest. Mij. Baas, wil je zo op het rechte stuk maar nog een keer requesten? Oké. Ik hoorde geen antwoord dus. Maar dat wist ik niet. Sorry, mijn excuus.
Yellow flag in sector 3.
Nou, zeker voor de onzekere, toch? Yes, kijk, nou zie ik het. Ja, thank you. Ik zal mijn trui uittrekken, even snel. Ben ik weer. Box, box. Box, box. Lekker bezig, Klaas. Nog niet. Kan je alsjeblieft wel even de ignition aanzetten? Mooi, dank je. Goed. Komt goed, komt goed. F1, ik heb mijn spiegel. Ja. Maar dus, Klaas. De volgende keer moet je dus, als je mij dus de auto doorgeeft, die wel de ignition aanzetten. Ja, ja, juist wel, want dan kan ik namelijk in één keer starten. Oké. Oké, dan ging het nu gewoon in één keer gewoon goed. Fijn. Nee, niet eens. Ja, ik heb hem nu wel helemaal uitgezet even voor deze race, ja. Gewoon voor het geval dat. Nou ja, de auto ignition. Dat komt wel goed. Nee joh. Ik ben er ook nog, hè. Ik moet ook nog op pace komen. Ik ben net 3 kwartier wakker. Ik rij zelf ook wel eens met 160 over de snelweg na 5 minuten uit mijn bed te zijn, dus. Maar niet als het voor 6 is. En je rijdt op de A2. Ik heb binnen de lijntjes gekleurd. Jo.
We're into 24. I think there was one team that was a pit lane start or couldn't start or something.
Yeah, that was.
Okay.
So it's like not fair on them either, and not being able to join and all that.
Yeah, no, the SSRI team, obviously they think they made up 7 or 8 places, didn't they, in the first hour, so which really didn't help them. But
It is what it is, but also have been a few dropouts in this race. I think we have 36 cars when we started, and now we're down to what, like 30? I would assume after we left.
yeah, so it's hard running at the moment, so that's still
Banden
not too
zijn
bad,
redelijk op
because obviously,
temperatuur
you
nu.
get disconnects and people can't get hold of driver one to rejoin. And just to put people in the picture who don't know, that are still watching, that don't race ACC.
Wat zei je, Brian?
There's been a glitch in the game, in the sim for a long time, where if you don't really join in driver one, or driver one in the team joins first, you can actually cause a problem where you can't all connect. So it's very important that the driver one enters, and if obviously they're asleep, like Oliver and should have found, then they basically.
Hoor je mij, Brian?
You can't really join.
Ja.
And you race
Vroeg je
is
wat?
over, but it's
Zacht.
you get obviously mechanical failures in real life, and that is pretty.
Je hoort mij zacht?
Pretty much like one of them.
Ja.
They might get their pedals break or their steering wheel break. Again, mechanical failures, these things happen.
Het lijkt hier goed. Ik denk dat
Beter. Beter.
Oh, ik heb
And certainly when you have an incident, you can
Vroeg jij wat?
you can't pretty
Nee.
quickly, so
Oké.
it's a lot better and cheaper if you have a crash, and it doesn't hurt as much, Yvonne, as I'm sure you'll probably find out at some point with your real racing career.
Yes, I had a great weekend in Anglesey, but also crashed, and yeah, the car.
So we have
was
audio
ready for the
again.
next race.
I had some trouble. My
I
wireless.
was just
Net de
about
tijd om
ready
van achter
because,
blijven. Hey Patrick,
my
jongen.
body didn't handle it very well either.
Laat Wouter alleen,
yeah,
Klaas. Geen kusjes.
it's very difficult in real life. If you have an accident there or there's some
Net de
damage
tijd
on the
wel voor de
car or the
achterblijven.
gearbox, you're done.
Ja, we hebben het overleefd. We zijn er nog.
Zo, Tim is een bericht gaan sturen. Mogelijke kans op regen, dat hij iets eerder aanwezig is.
Okido.
A bit loose, very loose, greasy conditions, too wet on the dry setup. We didn't have wet tires with us, the team didn't have it, so yeah, it was very tricky.
I believe it's Lulu on the stream.
Did you borrow and steal some wet tyres from somebody, or did you just try run on slicks?
I drove on slicks, and I should have come in during
Green light, give it all you can.
I was maybe 7 or 8 minutes away from the pit window.
And we're on board with Brian.
Do some changes, but stay on the tire.
He had little sleep, very little sleep, so he's pretty tired, but I reckon he will fire up now he's in the car. I had also not too much sleep. Dat is de nummer 6. Elson Bruhoza. Elson, how you doing, mate? Come on. Laat je niet opjutten door Brian. Cannot translate that in English. So yeah, we had some audio problems at the beginning. Apologies, the Against Cancer stream was also with echo. I forgot to give it a stream. The replay during streaming, so we had double audio. And my mic battery was dead, so we had no audio. Although Daan could hear me, so probably this card is linked to my headset mic. Luckily, that never runs out. So yeah, he could hear me. Unfortunately, you couldn't. So this is our third stream. We've way past the crossover point, way half past race time. It's now 4 hours, 52 minutes to go. So about 5 stints after this 4. So maybe a short splash and dash on the end. So goed bezig, Brian.
Wel langzaam nu door die eerste.
Ja, je mag flesje proberen dat hij je voorbij laat. So we're now 11th, not all too bad. We hope we get a top 10 position. There was some bad luck for the guy in front of us, so we unlapped ourselves. Well, he delapped himself. How do you say that? He had so much damage. He went into the wall. Had very much damage. No headlights whatsoever. It was still pretty dark. It was dark, and I think his steering wheel was very unaligned. So yeah, that took him a lot of time to get to the pits, and then he had, I think, like 3 minutes to repair. So he dropped back behind us. We unlapped ourselves, and he's now behind us. I'm not sure if there's anything to be gained. Let's look it up. So the number 10 is in front of us, the 415 Audi. Would appear to be half a lap. Plus or minus 1 lap. Not quite sure. Er ligt een kwart rondje achter de 415 auto. Dat is nou de voorwaarde.
Dat is nummer 10.
Dat is nummer 10, ja, dat lijkt een kwart rondje te zijn.
Waar rijdt hij?
Even kijken. Nu even kwijt. Oh, daar. Is dat spoel die 2 rechts achterin? 2 linkers?
Ja, als je richting 130R gaat.
Ja, precies.
Dat is een halve lap, bijna.
Nee joh, jij bent al... minder. Dat is minder.
41 seconden.
Hij zit nu in de 130.
41 seconden zie ik op mijn delta zie ik staan.
Oké, ja, nou dat. Zie maar, dat is minder dan half ronde.
Oké, een derde dan.
Oké. Even kijken of je wakker was. Je hebt de nummer 9 auto achter je inmiddels. Die wil er straks wel aan.
Hij flasht maar als hij er langs wil.
Of je moet bij hem wegrijden. Het is in principe het volgende doelwit. Ik vrees dat dat wat te hoog gegrepen is. Hij doet een 2-1-3, dus no chance. Man, he's quick. 2:01.390 in the plain race lap. My God. Not sure how much fuel he's packing. But that's the number 9 car. That's our potential next victim, in theory. Because that's not going to happen. That's really not going to happen. Maybe if he has some slow teammates, he's at least a lot quicker. I'm sure Brian can do a little bit better, but I'm not sure if he can do a 2:01.370. That would appear to be the time. I'm not sure if Daan drove that. But that's our team best lap. So our team best lap is only slightly faster than his lap just previous lap. So it is in the car, in theory. Nice. Zit mooi in het groen. Top.
2019.
Ja. Nice. Man, that's quick. Second a lap quicker. Well, I had a few pretty decent laps, but I also had a couple of less decent laps. Maybe he's...
2017.
Zo. Ja, wow, vet. Ja, hij is 2 tienden langs, sneller. Heel netjes. Jammer, maar heel netjes.
Ja, hij is net iets sneller, maar alleen ik kom gewoon nog niet heel goed op pace.
Oh, jongen, ik wou dat ik deze pace reed.
Klaas, kan jij gaan rekenen Alsjeblieft voor mij.
Oeh, dat is niet mijn beste vak. Dat moet ik voor jou uitrekenen.
330. Ik wil weten hoeveel liter ik verbruik. 55 minuten. En dan 330 per lap. Ik wil naar map 8 gaan.
Ah, oké.
Ik heb te veel onderstuur. Ja, anders verkort ik mijn stint gewoon iets gewoon. Ik ga hem nu gewoon op map 8 zetten.
Als ik uitga van 335.
35 mag ook.
Wat? 35?
335 lap, ja.
Nee, verbruik. 3,5 liter?
Ja, mag je voor 335 per lap mag je die zetten.
Ja, dat...
En dan voor 55 minuten.
Oké. Als jij een 215 rijdt, dan ben je 91 liter fuel nodig.
Dan kom ik 3 laps short ongeveer. Voor een volledige stint.
Dat is zonde. Dat scheelt 6 minuten. Ja, we moeten waarschijnlijk op het eind trouwens toch een splash in deze doen. Dus op zich...
Ja, oh ja, want het gaat over een half uur regenen trouwens.
Oh, nou dan is dat belangrijker.
Dan is het alleen maar goed dat ik me op map 8 heb gezet. Dan verbrand ik meer fuel.
Maar moeten we dan wisselen naar iemand anders, die 30 minuten?
Ik ben op 52 minuten op stinttimer.
Want anders moet Tim aan de bak. Of ik.
Ja.
Ik heb Tim geappt. Tim lijkt niet in de lucht. So, I'm back. I'm not longer in bed, so that message can go. So guys, we drive for againstcancer.nl. It's a small charity in Holland. They raise money for charity for against cancer, for children with cancer and their families, to give them a very nice holiday. So that's a very noble gesture. Organizing holidays, track days, other events.
Niet alleen op een light rain, dat is wel nice.
Ja, als Tim er niet is, dan kan ik eventueel erin stappen. Of jij moet daarna nog 70 minuten willen. Dan kun je naar een regenband en dan nog 70 minuten. Maar jij wil ook wel slapen zeker.
Ja, dan ga ik even chillen gewoon, weet je wel.
Ja, dan blijf ik stand bij tot als Tim niet komt.
Ja, kijk, ik ben wel op mijn kamer, weet je. Ik lig op bed. 2 meter naast mijn PC.
Nee, maar... Oh, pas op.
Ja, komt goed. Ik had al gelift.
Pas op die rejoin. Wow, dude. Maar nee, ik denk misschien wil je nog 70 minuten, maar dan ga je liever pitten, begrijp ik. Dan ben ik stand-by om het over te nemen. So it would appear Tim is not online, also not on WhatsApp or SMS. So I will be standby in case he doesn't show up. Ik zie het niet gebeuren met Tim, eerlijk gezegd.
Dus dan rijd ik nog een uur door.
Nou, hoeft niet. Als jij je slecht voelt, dan ga het wel.
Nee, ik voel me niet slecht of zo. Ik ben gewoon een beetje moe, maar... boeien.
Nou, zie even hoe het gaat.
Last van mijn banden.
Je rijdt op PC2. Fuck. Fuck.
Ja, die kuthonden die moet opflikkeren.
Ik zit nu aan je
Don't
binnenkant.
fucking do it.
Nee, hij is weg.
Toen weer even gas geven, Klaas.
Jij hebt gas gegeven?
Ik ga gas geven nu, ja.
Prima. Keep it on the black stuff. Ik heb jou hier een keer in de grindbak gezien.
Was in de regen, hè?
Ja. Het was op stream.
I know.
Ja, Tim, dat wat niks. Ik geloof dan, niet dat hij nog gaat zijn. Wacht even de volgende weerupdate af. So let me check how much money we have raised until now. Let's see our own page. I haven't updated it yet. This is our charity against cancer. These are the teams, and we were at 201 euros. So let's refresh and look at the highest was 1200. So let's look at the current settings. 1300 euros for the first team. Okay, we are still at 201. these are all donations until now, and there are auctions. We are also auctioning off stuff for the competitors, for the participants, I should say. So that will also raise money. That's apart from this, I believe. I think. Yeah, that's apart from this. So I'm not sure if there's a grand total, but I will try to look it up for you. Now and then they update it. Last update was 5 o'clock. 6,100 euros from the teams. We have got those auctions. So the grand total is now 6,784 euros and 19 cents. So that's not what we had aimed for. We had aimed for 12,000. Last time we raised 12,500, so that's almost twice as much. So if you could donate, please do so. Please do so. It's a very good cause. They help children with cancer to have a unforgettable event, weekend, holiday, whatever, track day. AgainstCancer.nl. Please donate if you can spare a dime. Very, 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 very much appreciated. So please help those kids. They're only kids with cancer. They have their whole lives ahead of them, and then they have to fight cancer. So a lot of them won't even grow old. So please help them at least experience some highlights in their maybe very short life. It's very cruel. That's so cool. I know from a guy, a kid, who lived very close to me. He was friends with a little nephew I have, and I don't know, he didn't even got to be 18. He didn't even got to be 18. Let's see who you got there. Come on, back marker. Be gone. Back marker, be gone. He's gone. Nice. Hij maakt het wel heel spannend.
Ik wil gewoon backmarker zo snel mogelijk inhalen. Klaar.
Nee, ik ook. Eens. Let's see how much. Whoa, mate! Oh. Dat is wel heel scary, Ryan.
Oh. Ik hou een beetje van Tokyo Drift. We zijn in Japan, hè?
Living on the edge. Woo. I've won a lottery, an auction. Now to look up what that is. I think I know what it is. would like to confirm that, where can I find those laps? They go on our website.
Amazing. Especially if you see those kids smiling. It's great. I was tweeting last night. The 24-hour is also
medium
racing
rain.
for a good charity due to cancer and to help other people, but then in England.
Over there,
And well, I spoke about both of the races on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. And one response, he is now taking care of his mother, who is in the end phase of cancer. And also his wife lost her parents due to cancer, so it has a huge impact on their family. And that he is grateful to see all of us racing and raising money for this good charity. And if you read that, then you see, okay, here we're doing this for.
And obviously they're a Dutch charity. Had you heard of them before, Yvonne?
Yeah, I'm very Dutch. So I did indeed. And I'm glad that I can be in this way a part of it, because I thought 24-hour races in my state with my health, it's not going well. So I didn't want to do that, and then I saw commentators were needed, so I said, okay, well then I need to do this, to be part and to help, basically.
And it's greatly appreciated, as some of the people that have been watching have heard. We're a small team of administrators and that run the community, and we put a lot of time for free, into running these races, and for everybody involved. And obviously, we do need extra people all the time to help out with doing commentary, and just come and have a go.
It's a lot
of fun actually when you get involved.
I want a Ferrari logo.
When you start to get involved, you see all the things that get put into creating a great broadcast for everybody, from the videos, from the broadcast directors to the commentators to the race drivers that join us in the interview room to actually have a chat and tell us about what's going on. And just to do it for the charities, as I said earlier, it gives a warm feeling to our hearts that we've done some good work for the kids. Obviously we did a little bit of a charity race earlier on in the year for some of the Ukrainian refugees. One of our community members asked us if we could make one of the endurance races that we were running a bit of a charity race, so we had a little bit of money there. But the 24-hour races first is the key one. That's the one where we really go to town trying to get some money. And we've got some great sponsors this year. The likes of EPLs, Simracing have giving us some vouchers and some money off, and to help generate some money towards the council in terms of the auctions. And the website's been developed by Baz and his uncle, I think, in terms of allows us to do the auctions. So all the members that paid their £25, €30 to become a member to allow them to run their liveries and to get some benefits out of that helps us keep going and helps us run these races. So big thanks to everybody to been doing that. And obviously, you've put in a lot of time in terms of doing the comms as well as racing in another charity race. So thank you for that. And as you say,
I just need to learn it a bit more, because I'm really not used to this.
Yeah.
And it's a bit out of my comfort zone. I like to talk, but normally I speak myself, and then something goes wrong, it's all fine.
36 minuten.
And I always want to do things perfect. So yeah.
Wil jij rijden?
Ik wil wel rijden.
Don't swear on these streams. You can do it on your own trip.
I don't want to, because also
Dan ga ik dus straks de auto nog even
all the sponsors are involved, and I don't want
Wedstrijdje 2. Ik heb wel een medium wet crashes nodig. Die laatste stint van mij voor de nacht van mij, dat waren goede crashes voor de medium wet.
With the team names, the names, etc.
Wil je die zo voor mij opnoemen?
Ja,
we staan in ons document.
Dat was
doing comms and
11.
controlling the cameras can be
Brian komt in de auto
can be
voor
a
zijn allereerste
challenge.
dry-stint.
I try not to do
Misschien kan
both,
weer
but
regenen.
obviously
Het was
we,
fucking wet.
do what we need to.
Die zelf
Ja, fucking wet, ja. Die ja.
Fucking
On the
wet.
track battle at the moment, but it's, I don't think it's actually
Als jij er naartoe bent.
a real battle.
Ja, ik rij nu in bocht 1 dus.
To the car behind.
Ik ben in game. Oh trouwens, ik moet nog wel swappen. Ik ga uit game, want ik moet naar VR overschakelen. Ik zou je eerst pressure geven.
It's a little bit squirrely there on the out of turn 1 there. It's quite a difficult corner actually. If you get the line wrong into it, you're a little bit on the back
So
foot.
it seemed we were going to do a wet stint after this. Woo! It wasn't my time yet.
I would expect him to see a bit of flash in there, to be honest. Although in the driver's briefing, I suspect they may have advised them that they should be flashing. But sometimes you get the drivers from the other, that aren't in the car, just messaging those around and just say, would you mind sort of letting us pass? We're obviously faster than you.
Okay.
In real life, it's normally accompanied with a bag of Star mix or something like that, just to sort of bribe them to get out of the way.
Next.
27.5.
Obviously, we can't do that virtually.
Next.
Other than sending a virtual high five, maybe.
3.
It's also not for positioning class. I always think, especially if I was the McLaren driver, in a long race, it has no point to fight people from another class. That's why I normally.
Oké, rechts was in mijn stint een beetje laag. Die heb ik dus allebei 1 klik omhoog gedaan. Dus die zijn, de rechts is nu 27.6 voor en 27.5 achter.
Yeah, it's important. You could, especially if you've got somebody really close behind you trying to get through, and it's not for.
Heb je dat plaats?
What are you actually gaining?
Ja, ik zat even te kijken.
Most of the time you only lose time.
Yeah.
More risk.
Nee, de frontrijd ga ik nog eentje omhoog doen. Die wordt 27.7.
So 19 seconds. McLaren there is behind P21 with the Audi, but he's battling this car here. If he could just let that car past, and then just stick to the back of it, I think that 19 seconds would be surprising how quickly that probably comes down.
Yeah.
Kun je nog even zeggen wat je gedaan
Especially on a
hebt?
track like this, with the
7.6.
the first part a little bit wrong at all.
7.7.
Then it's very difficult to get back on the
7.3 en 7.5.
There goes the Austin.
Looks like he's got the move done. Oh no. That's what happens now, and now he's up into the gravel. Obviously the Aston's got past little Degness, but that could have ended up very badly for them, and just maybe just thinking, we can have a bit of fun now. It's been a bit boring for the last couple of hours, but that could have been quite painful if we'd gone off into the barriers, which can happen at the Degness. It's a
Maar wisselen, Klaas.
very fast section of the track.
Ik moet uitgame, VR en dan weer in-game, dus ik ben nu weg.
Ja, dat zei ik al. Ga maar wisselen.
Onto the green stuff, to get a good exit out of
Come on,
too,
Mouse.
but he's obviously taking too much speed in there with the Aston getting up the inside through Dunlop.
Yeah, and Imre from Revolution Simracing Blue was also still a lap behind. So it wasn't in the same lap. Same lap or same class.
There we go, Bjorn. So he's probably now going to try and stay behind, although it looks like he's running out of the grass there. That's very close there, I think. I don't think I'd be running over there. There's a lot of track on the inside, and actually quickest line is to run to the outside of the track there, but
hoor je mij?
that was a bit too far left, I think, as we see.
Oké, ik sta nu Steam VR op.
On the car in front of Schroeder, so which
Drupt het al?
I think that is that Delhi's pop-up in
Nee.
front, which could be. Actually, no, it's P19. I think is the car in front. But you can see now already, the Aston there is just
Testing. Yes, everything seems to be in order. I'm going to go in the car.
So the poor car, poor Aston was really. We've got a yellow flag. Let's see if we can find what's happened. Casper Hugard looks like they've gone off.
And place 5 has a drive-through penalty.
Martin Duma. Oh, Milan Duma. Sorry, not Martin. Drive-through penalty with their moose. Their green. Well, obviously the green car with the moose. So to take.
Ik join nu de server.
Pits to serve the drive-through, and that must be due to track limits, which this track is, it's old school, isn't it? There's not a lot of runoffs. It's not like forward cars where you can really.
Ik zit nu bij je onboard.
You're off certain areas.
Ik ga zo even je requesten nog. Doe ik zo op het rechtstuk.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna do a wet stint. Oh my word. I do like wet.
Bruno's in P6, which is P2 in class, but it looks like they've managed to maintain their position. Yep, still only 45 seconds, I think, behind, so 36 seconds now, 32 even, so let's see if, so that's Abranosa on the screen, 60 seconds behind, so clearly they don't want another drive-through because that's going to affect them. Obviously the rain's due to start in 10 minutes now, so they're going to be willing to think about pit stops probably within next 15 minutes because the rain isn't looking like it's going to get harder as well, on which this part of the race you really don't want to have to stop multiple times for tyre changes.
No, it will be difficult to have it right away. I think they're gonna try to stretch it out on the dry tires to see what's gonna do. But maybe some already need to pit earlier before the rain comes, and then it's gonna be very tricky what you're gonna decide. Probably they are then sitting.
Ik zit er klaar voor. Anytime when you're ready.
Ja. Ik ga nu eerst de baan gaat nu gewoon nat gereden worden, dus even rustig aan. Green. Ja, ik rijd nog een ronde door hoor, Klaas.
Ik denk het ook. Tenzij het gaat hozen. Het gaat wel echt serieus nat worden trouwens.
Dat weet ik.
Fun.
Ik heb je ook medium wet pressures heb ik je ook gegeven. Daarom vroeg ik ook om de fucking wet pressures.
Ja. Fucking wet pressures, those must always be right.
Dat is al een goede benaming. Ja, Klaas, zoek gewoon naar fucking wet.
Ja. Als je het ziet zitten, of je dan de spreadsheet dadelijk even wilt bekijken of jij hem kunt bijwerken. Want ik weet niet welke stint we nu zijn, welk nummer. Dus ik wist het even niet in te vullen. Ik heb het er wel bij gezet, maar het staat eronder.
Goed.
De laatste rijder was Yannick. Nou ja, dat is al even geleden.
Into the pit lane, P8. Simracing Holland, Peter.
En ik heb in de chat gezet dat ik echt 50 in de auto kom. Dat zal misschien ook niet helemaal klappen.
Nee, dat komt zo direct wel. We gaan zo direct rekenen. Het enige wat jij zo even moet onthouden is mijn einde van mijn stinttime. Want dan kan ik namelijk gaan terugrekenen namelijk wanneer ik in de auto ben gekomen.
Ja, precies. Nou, als jij dat dan straks nog even roept.
Oké, wat je ook kan doen is 26:20 en dan de tijd van nu erbij schrijven. Ik heb nog 26 minuten nu op de stinttimer. Dat ik 3 kwartier geleden in de auto ben gekomen. Als je even snel rekent.
Ik kan de sheet niet vinden.
7:05 ben ik de auto ingekomen, Klaas.
Ja, ik kan de sheet niet vinden. Dan moet ik het in de chat zetten.
Ja, doe maar even in de chat.
Dus, vertel even jouw stinttime, nu.
Stinttimer is nu 25:40. Ik ben 7:08 in de auto gekomen. Ik heb het al bekeken. Ik denk dat ik deze ronde wel naar binnen kom, denk ik. Ik weet nog niet zeker, het is greasy nu.
Klopt. Hangt een beetje van je predicted time af. Wat zegt hij? Predicted.
Wet tires optimum nu. Predicted 287.
Wat jij wil.
Nu wel. Gaan mensen...
Er staan best wel wat auto's in de pits nu.
Ja, ik ga ook de pits in.
Ja, ik zie wel 6 auto's in de pits. Denk om je rem op tijd, want het is nat.
Yes, that's true.
Yes, zakken. Yes.
Finish first. You first have to finish.
Oh.
Oké. Ik ga hier proberen de auto voor je aan te zetten.
Als je even wil aftellen.
Aan. Ignition staat aan. Ik ga proberen de auto te starten voor je. Dus als het goed is kan je zo direct meteen wegrijden. Waar wil je je ABS's op hebben en je TC?
Hoeft voor mij niet hoor. TC, ik regel wel wat. Laat TC2 staan. TC2 staan.
10. 8. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh, super jong. Top. Fantastisch. Dit is leuk. Dus jij kunt hem voor mij starten. Dat is wel heel sick. Dus ik heb wet tires? Yes, ik heb wet tires.
Dat is een tip. Net zoals met Mario Kart. Als hij van 3 naar de 2 gaat.
Oh, dat is heel vroeg.
Dan moet je beginnen met starten. Rustig aan, Klaas. En succes.
Yo, thanks. Blijf je nog in de buurt?
Ja, ik blijf even in de buurt voor je.
Ja, nou, voor tot de volgende rijder online komt.
Ja, ik ga wel zo direct even een beukje roken als je dat niet erg vindt.
Nee, dat mag. Voorlopig ben ik toch wel bezig. Okay, lap times will be rubbish. So normally it wouldn't be my time. I think. No, I'm pretty sure it wasn't my stint now, but it seemed to be. So we have a back marker behind us. Let's see who's quicker. Oh yeah, brake balance. Let's see what our brake balance is at. Nelson Ambriosa in front of us. Mr. Nelsinho. Not sure where he's from, but it's probably far away from where I live. Might be Brazil, I don't know.
Als Tim zo er is, dan kunnen... want eigenlijk had jij naar Tim gemoeten. Kunnen jullie omwisselen eventueel.
Ja, precies.
En dan rijd ik de laatste stint.
Bijvoorbeeld, yes. Prima.
Nice, ik ga even roken man en dan ben ik zo terug.
Ja, okidoki. So rain will increase. It will get wetter. Let's try and keep up with Nelson. Nelson made a slight error. So at the moment we would appear to be quicker. If so, we will try and overtake the guy. The guy. And 1.2. The gap behind is still coming down, it would appear. Let's see, a 2, 13, 12, 4. That's not bad. Let's go back to mapping 4. Come on. You want to stick to TC8. It will be gonna be wetter in a bit anyway. And I think tiny mistakes will cost me more time than compared to what I'm losing on TC7. 8. Sorry. Now he's pulling away. We'll see. It's not important. Come on. Don't stall on me now. Get behind this train. Yo, gaat goed.
Mooi. Ik doe mijn headset af. Alleen als je hem nodig hebt, kan ik je wel horen.
Okido. Laat even weten als er iemand bij komt. Tim of zo.
Doe ik.
So in 10 minutes, increasing rain. Somehow I love rain racing. The car is more alive. You can play a bit with the throttle a bit more. I don't know. It's just... At least it's a lot more entertaining. Frans van der Linden in front of us. Fransie, jongen! Gaan we Frans inhalen? It would appear so. I'm always surprised at how well they do in races, in endurance races. That team is really awesome. Hè Bart? Goed bezig jongen, Bart Swering. Hey Frans jongen. It's Novanta behind. Maybe you could be so kind and let me through. I think Frans is the slowest of the lot. No offense, Frans. I'm also the slowest of the lot. At least in this car, in this... Come on, Fransie! Kom op jongen. Maak het nou niet moeilijker. Hey Tap. Hey. Kudos mate. Frans is also streaming, so... Hey Frans, even zwaaien naar het vogeltje. Who's next up? Nee, Nelson. We're closing in on Nelson? No way. It would appear so. Let it rain. Let it rain. Let it rain. I'm more competitive in the rain than on the dry, so please let it rain. It's still increasing. It's gonna be a really wet session. Franz already 4.3 seconds behind. Just coast into the corner. Going from third to second gear.
Lukt het een beetje, jongen?
Ja, prima, prima. Ik heb al een rode ingehaald en ik haal dadelijk misschien nog een rode in.
Goed bezig, jongen.
Ja, dat is niet verkeerd natuurlijk.
Lekker focussen en het komt allemaal goed.
Come on, Elsinho! Woehoe! 1.3. Ah, overshooting. That's too bad. At least we're not slower. One 1.0. Franz already 6 seconds behind. Come on. Let it rain. Come on, Mr. Nelsinho. Oh, not sure why that happened. Maybe it's getting wetter. Seems reasonable. Don't get too cocky, of course.
Laatst zou je zo op het rechte stukje stinttime willen vertellen van mij?
Yo. Ben er zo.
Ja, daarom zei ik ook op het rechte stuk.
Jij zit in game?
Ik zit in game, ja.
Ah, kijk. Ik zit op het rechte stuk en de stinttimer is 45:30. Oh, thank you, mate.
Oh, hij laat je gaan. Nice.
Oh.
Lekker bezig, Klaas.
Woo! Thank you, mate. Echt wel. Hij had me eerst ingehaald, hij reed weg en het werd natter en ik kwam weer bij hem. Woe!
Kijk toch, die Porsche is fucking goed in de regen.
Oh, ik dacht dat je ging zeggen dat ik fucking goed was in de regen. Nou, lekker hoor.
Hey, jij kan er ook aardig wat van, Klaas.
Nou, dankjewel. Heel spontaan.
Love you. No homo. Hij zegt dat een beetje gay is oké, hè?
Geen idee, nog nooit gehoord. There we go. 0.7 clear of Nelson. Nelsinho. So who's next? Looks like we're outside blue flag territory. And we're getting inside another blue flag territory. Yes, Ambrose is 1.3 behind. Woo! So next up is J van Driel. J van Driel, number 30 car, being laps down. At least one. Maybe even more, probably more. He's doing a 216. Fucking hell, dude, please. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Kudos. And now disappear. Yes, thanks. I want the Apex. Apex for me. Oh, thank you, mate. Awesome stuff to pull over in the SS. Whoa. Not a lot who would do that. But I was a lot quicker. A lot. So another two cars in front of me, both back markers. 23 and 22, I believe. They may be in a fight. Let's check that out. No, they're a lap apart. But the number 21 is also not far away. So actually the 22 car in front of me is creeping up onto 21. But 23 is in between those. So he's a lap down. But regardless, they're all behind me. Ambrose already 2.5 seconds down. So yeah, let it rain, mate. It will still increase. Come on. Let's wheel them in. 3.3 is the gap. 2:15 and I did a 2:13.7. My word. Yeah, I really love these conditions. I always say everybody can drive on the dry, but not everybody can drive on the wet. So you have already gained some places if you can. Sounds silly, doesn't it? But it seems to be the case. There's that. Ooh, a little too much. Still, the gap is 2.2, so the gap has gone down quite significantly. One point eight. We can almost flash. I think we're almost in the blue flag range. Yes, we already are. Or was that a different thing? That was a different flag. But we're close nonetheless. Untersteuert. Almost within blue flag range. He makes a mistake. No, we're definitely within blue flag range. That's stupid. He was already on the outside. If he had waited for 1 second, I would have gone by. Oh. Blue flag. Thank you, mate.
Clear on the right.
Ah. Thank you. Kudos. So next. You gotta love the sound of the Porsche, the atmospheric engine, V6, don't know how many liters, but it has a lovely sound, especially when the sound's reflecting off the boarding or something under a tunnel. So next up, E. Horvath, number 23 car. The guy behind is already 1.5 seconds down. So that went quite fast. Woo! There we go. So guys, give it a thumbs up, like, subscribe, hit the bell icon, so you won't miss out.
Hoe zijn je bandenpressjes, Klaas?
Rondom 30-3. 30-6.
Nou, dat is prima, toch?
Ik vind het prima. Het gaat lekker. Ik haal alles in. Ik krijg nog steeds 13'ers.
Ja, Trek die stuurt bij net een berichtje, Patrick van der Laan. Je bent tussen de 1,5 seconde en 0,9 seconden sneller dan de rest, dan degene voor je.
Nice. Altijd goed om te horen. Oh, dat is degene waar we mee in gevecht zijn. Oh, dat is vet. Dat is heel vet. Woe!
P10.
Ja, precies. Oh, jongens. Tof. Thanks, Patrick. Ja, jongen, geef mij maar nat. Wow. I love it wet. Slippery when wet. Woo! In multiple cases. Horvath, 2.8. And to be honest, it feels like I'm cruising. Really, I'm not lying. I'm not kidding you. Braking in time, shifting in time, short shifting. But that's probably what you need in the wet. You don't want to upset the car. You want to be gradual. I will tell you a story in a bit. So when I was around 17, 18 years old, I had a moped, a brommer. Oh, sorry, Brian. I had a brommer.
Maakt niet uit.
And I was always driving it because I hated public transportation. So I was always driving the moped, even when it was snowing. Or even when there was ice on the road, I was always on a moped. Mostly then with my feet besides the thing on the ground. But I was always on a moped, being on two wheels, rear wheel driven. Front. If the front locks up, you're dead. You're gone. But as long as you keep the steering wheel straight, you can just floor it. You can just floor it. But don't upset the car. Or moped, whatever device you're... Just don't upset it. Everything should be gentle. 1.9. Ah, overshooting. Strange because I did not see that one coming. We'll get him. No worries. Man, I really love those environment. Those conditions. That was what I was looking for. Also in the car, I of course drove, after that I bought Alfa Novanta, the Alfa 90, which is rear wheel driven. We had no winter tires whatsoever, it was just plain rubber. Oh man. What you would call now summer tires. And I was driving to my girlfriend, who lived away quite a distance. I now have a different girlfriend. But she lived quite a long distance away, and it was on the high road. It was snowy, it was all white, and everybody was on the right lane, being very, very, very careful, and I was just like, fuck you, there's a left lane as well. I paid for that as well, so I'm gonna use the left lane, and I was just on the left lane. There were some traces of previous cars. It wasn't fresh snow, to be honest, but that would have been just as fine as well, to be honest. And I was just, I don't know, like cruising 70 or something, and the others were doing 50, really, really slow. It would take ages, and I was just on the left side with a rear wheel driven car in the snow, summer tires, just cruising, doing my thing. Woo! And every time when it snows, I'm gonna go out with my car and play around a bit. To be honest, with front wheel driven cars it's not as much fun. So I'm not as often out as I was with the Alfa Novanta, the 90. I was always outside when it snowed. I was always making donuts and stuff. Not that I'm the biggest drifter, no way. I'm not a real good drifter. But that's mainly because I never try. But donuts and just shoving around the rear a bit, that's fine by me. But it's not like I'm doing corners drifting. I'm always scared of crashing into anything. So who do we have in front? It's still the number 23. About to re-overtake, unlap himself to the number 21 car. And then it's Tim Krol in front of us. Oh, that would be nice if we could reach Tim Krol. Timmetje, jongen. Dan is Dennis vast ook niet ver weg. Hè Dennis? Zit je in de stream, mate? Man, you're really holding me up. Whoa, where you go, mate? Okay, thank you.
Car on the left.
Thank you. Kudos. Very much appreciated. So number 23, Mr. Horvat. Now you're up. You're next. Already he has blue flags. Whoa. Timmetje, jongen.
Hallo. Het liep niet helemaal volgens schema, of wel dan?
Jouw schema of ons schema?
Nee, want toen ik naar bed ging stond er voor mij 8:55.
En hoe laat leven we nu?
10 uur.
Oh, oké.
Dus ik ben precies op tijd. Ja.
Je bent mooi op tijd.
Maar even kijken, had jij er nou... Oh, je hebt er 2 gedaan nu vanochtend.
Ja, dit is mijn volgende stand. Wij hebben onze som geruild, dus jij bent nu dadelijk aan beurt.
Ja,
ik heb nog 23 minuten.
Oké, helemaal goed.
En het blijft nat.
Oké. Dan ga ik hem opstarten en nog heel even offline practice in de regen doen.
Al ga ik nu de server uit, ga ik mijn stream uitzetten.
Yes.
Oh, je hebt hier een drive stint gehad, Brian.
Ja, het was geen hele lekkere stint, want ik had echt vies veel training.
Ah. Oké, nou ja.
Maar ik heb in ieder geval een drijfstint gehad, dus daar ben ik wel happy mee.
Ja,
Let's see, what's our lap time difference?
Nou, zeer afsluiten.
0.9 seconds, come on mate, let me go.
Goed bed, man. Maar alleen ik kan mijn headset naast me liggen. Ik denk, als Klaas me nodig heeft, dan kan hij me gaan roepen.
Ja, goeie.
Ja, dan kan ik nu...
Oh, awesome stuff mate. Oh, thank you. Woo!
Helemaal goed.
Awesome stuff mate, excellent. Excellent position.
Pressures zijn goed, Klaas.
Oh, sorry, ik ben even aan het nagenieten. Woe!
Ik heb even niet gezien wat er gebeurde.
Een snelle jongen die mij... Oh nee, ja, het is wel een backmarker, maar hij liep me voorbij. Op een fantastisch moment. Fantastisch moment. Echt, ik wou dat ze allemaal zo waren.
Ah. Klinkt goed.
Ja, wat nog beter klinkt, ik ben sneller dan die gast voor ons. Iets van een seconde.
Oké. Nice. Dat is een mooi verschil. Oké. Oh, dan moet ik dat even zien voor te zetten.
Je wou iets weten over pressures of zo?
Ja, zijn die goed?
30-5 voor, 30-5 achter, yes.
Oké. En hoe zit het met regen? Wordt het meer of minder, weet je dat?
Moment.
Oké. Ja, nog eens gaan.
Ja, er staan plusjes bij.
Oké.
Dubbele stipjes met plusjes.
Oké, dan is dat wel goed, denk ik.
Voor de komende 10 minuten en de komende 30 minuten.
Oké. Ja. Okido. Goed. Ga ik nu naar VR wisselen.
I don't want to jinx it, but it's almost too easy. Okay, next gap is Tim Kroll. Man, 12.6, that's a huge gap. Let's see if we can catch that, shrink that gap, something. I cannot think. 11.8. We are quicker, guys. We are quicker. We are catching him up. And then it's Anthony.
Paas. Hoor je me?
Yes.
Oké, ik krijg alleen even geen beeld nog, dus ik snap niet waarom.
Doe rustig aan. Ik heb alle tijd.
Oké, ik ga even klooien.
En met deze omstandigheden wil ik nog wel een stint.
Ja, oké.
Now the gap is 17.8. I don't get that. 14. Now it's 10.7. It's very up enough. Come on. Come on, Parker. Well, you don't, you shouldn't be too cocky. It's wet. One lapse of judgment, of lapse concentration, and it's all over. Because when you go off hard.
Even snel de PC opnieuw opstarten, want ik krijg geen beeld.
Ja, prima. 16 minuten. Thank you, mate. En van der Laan. Get with him around 10 seconds. Timmetje, jongen, ik ga jou pakken. Nou, there's not enough time.
Bijna.
Yo, mooi. Jij wil wel in de regen?
Ja, ik ben wel benieuwd. Ik ga nog even snel dan een flight practice opstarten om even een gevoel te krijgen. En dan neem ik hem over.
Moet dan even de drukken zo instellen zoals Brian zei, want dat is op zich goed. Dat zijn de drukken fucking goed. Ze staan ook in de spreadsheet.
Ja, zoals jij ze had. Of,
Daar rijd ik nu mee.
ja, die heb ik genoteerd inderdaad.
Oh, no.
Is dit heavy rain, denk je? Ja, denk ik wel.
The faster car is approaching.
Fucking... What the hell? Een gigantische trein auto's haalt me ineens in. Jezus, ik denk ik ben alleen op het track en in één keer spin ik en komen er 20 auto's voorbij. Fucking hell. Why the fuck why? I was distracted, that's why. Fucking. Like I said. Don't get cocky. Man, this is going to take ages. Doing pit stops in the wet. Nice. Kun je mij de drukken dadelijk oplezen? Linksvoor?
27, 7. Oh ja, dat is
Wacht even.
6, is dat. 26, 6.
Car on the right.
Thank you, mate. A little too early. Hoeveel? Hoeveel links?
27, 6.
Yes.
Dan 27, 7 is de andere. Voor.
Moment. So we have to re-overtake these guys. Linksachter.
27, 3.
Rechts.
27, 5.
Now they're gonna do that in the corner.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
Hoeveel tijd is er nog?
Wacht even, nou ben ik het kwijt. Wat was het? 27,5?
27, 5.
Ja, jij bent geselect volgens mij te drukken. Wet.
Ik zit nog niet in de server, maar dan... Dus selecteren moet je nog even opnieuw doen.
Oké, ja. Zeg even wanneer je erin zit.
Ja, hoeveel tijd is er nog?
9 minuten.
Oké. En dat red je qua fuel ook? Denk wel, hè?
Moment. Ja, ik kan nog 8 laps.
Oh, zelf. Oké. Prima. Ja, kom met een paar minuten kom ik erin.
Oh, stupid dipstick. Stupid dipstick. Ah, fucking pit stops. They distract me too much. I was totally in the zone. Kunas, please never ever ever do this again. That the fucking driver has to set up his own fucking pit stops whilst you're doing a multiplayer team event. That's really, really annoying. And that's being very polite. Come on, mate. Pick up pace. Mr. Horvath again. Fucking hell. Man, that was totally unnecessary. It was so bloody fast. Faultless. No, bye-bye, Tim. Oh, not Cox in front.
Losing to the car heading sector 1.
So they pitted, probably.
Ik zit nu in de server, dus shipping requesten. Ik ga nog even snel een vestje pakken, kom ik terug.
Yo. Whoa, 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 whoa. Fucking. Don't do that. Come on! What the hell? That's ridiculous. That was totally unnecessary. That was not called for.
Yes, ben er.
Yo. Je bent geselect.
Yes, ik zie het. Helemaal goed. Top.
Nog 5 minuten.
Yep.
Waarschijnlijk 2 rondjes. Nee, zeer zeker 2 rondjes.
Helemaal goed.
Crap! Oh man, I overtook all those guys. Shut up, mate. I don't want to box. I don't want to. Nog 1 rondje. Nog 1 rondje. Up to. Maybe if I can re-overtake Horvath, then I'm fine with it. Not sure why, but I want to overtake one more car. One more. Nog 3 minuten 30.
Helemaal goed. Is nog 1 rondje?
Ja, dat moet kunnen. Moet ik niet fuck-uppen.
Nee, dan heb je, heb je een minuut speling. Maar...
If I spin now, it's over. You have to now bring it home in time.
Nou, het is wel lekker nat zo te zien inderdaad. Dat wel een beetje glibberen.
Oké, ik kom deze ronde binnen.
Ja, inderdaad.
Komt heel krapjes met mijn stint time, dus ik mag het niet verneuken.
Nee, komt goed. Bij de pit entry staat hij al op pauze, hè? Dus. Tijd zelf.
1 minuut 12. 1 minuut 12.
Ja, nee, het is wel goed. Dat komt wel goed. Maar denk om de langere remweg in de pit.
So, heading into the pits.
Box. Ja, oké. Ja, prima. Nice.
Yes! Woe!
Mooi stint, man.
Oh, ja, jammer van die spin, verdorie man. Er kwamen een hele zooi auto's voorbij. Ik was er allemaal voor. Ik had alles ingehaald. Niemand heeft mij ingehaald. En in één keer spin ik en komen 7 auto's voorbij. Man.
Nou ja, kan gebeuren.
Come on. Yes. It's yours.
Dank u, dank u.
Oh, ik heb niet meer naar de peut gekeken. Je hebt waarschijnlijk iets te veel.
Ja, is niet erg.
Waarschijnlijk. Nou, spot on. 107 liter. Nee, spot on.
Perfect.
Oh, dat is goed. Wauw. Hey, succes. Hou het op het zwarte spul.
Jo.
10. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, 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 go. Yes, baby.
Nice.
Nou jong, have fun.
Dank u.
And I guess that's that.
Denk ik.
This is probably my last end. Er komen snelle jongens achter je in de pits. Even zien op de baan. Ze zitten achterblijven achter je.
Oké.
Dus dan mag je proberen voor te blijven. Achter hem zit een rode.
Oh ja, P7. Ja.
It's the 23 car. We've seen that one before. That's the Mr. Horvath car. We have overtaken him. Zal ik je wat vertellen? Dat is die auto die voor mij de pits in ging. Die zit nou achter jou. We hebben tegelijk gepit en we hebben hem ingehaald.
Maar gaan zij misschien schade of zo?
Geen idee, wij waren snel.
De track limits zijn in ieder geval gereset, zie ik.
0 track limits. Yannick heeft een drive-through gehad.
Oh, oké.
En we zijn 11e, dus we kunnen nog op voor de top 10. Ik was hem aan het inhalen, werd mij gezegd. Dus ja, wie weet. Ik zal even zien wat het gat is.
Ja, is goed.
Nummer 10 staat nu in de pits.
Oh, oké. Oh.
TC2 op 5 en TC op 7.
Ja, daar heb ik nog niet even opgezet. De TC2 stond lager bij jou.
Ik reed met 8 en 3.
Ja. Ik weet niet zo goed dat het beste werkt qua mix, maar...
Ja, voorzichtig in dit bochtje. vond ik een fantastische combinatie. Ja, hier een beetje short shiften. Maar wat jij wil.
Ja, hij rijdt wel goed inderdaad.
Brake balance 44,6.
Oké.
.415 should be right in front of us. I think he's like 3 cars up or something. Oh, no. He's much farther away. He's now in the double left-hander, the cups. He's now in cups. Nummer 10 is nu in cups. Oeh, mate. Oeh. Dat is de nummer 3, die zou je voorbij moeten laten.
Ja, ik denk zo meteen op rechtstuk.
Oeh, mate. Oeh, ja. Oeh, careful. Yes, baby. Oh, ik mist de apex. Hij heeft een betere exit.
Ja, dat is prima.
Blijf maar mooi rechts, laat hem maar gaan. Daarachter zit de backmarker, dus je mag invoegen. Een beetje liften. Yes. Ik doe deze in het nat in de 4.
Oké. Ja, ik denk dat dat inderdaad wel beter is.
It would suggest our gap is 11 seconds. Why do I not believe that? But we are in the same lap. So we can definitely overtake him. The guy behind is a lap down and the guys in front are 2 laps up. 1 lap up. So we might, if we unlap ourselves, we could have some fun. And then there's 2 laps gap. To be clear, we're 10 laps down to the number 1 car. The number 1 car is 2 laps in front. Oh my word. De nummer 1 auto ligt 2 ronden voor de nummer 2.
Ja, inderdaad, dat zag ik ook. Dat is echt wel gigantisch veel verschil, zeg.
Wij liggen 10 ronden achter.
Ja, maar ja, op 23 uur vind ik dat niet zo gek. Of even kijken, 21 uur vind ik dat niet zo gek.
Wij zitten in dezelfde ronde met de nummer 10. Nummers 9 en 8 liggen nog een ronde voor.
Oké.
Man, his braking is very good. De gast achter ons ligt een ronde achter.
Ja. Oké.
So he says the gap is 11.7 seconds. Why don't I believe that? That cannot be correct. Because we are in the S's and he's already in the hairpin. That's not 11 seconds. Let's count to be sure. Oh yeah, when he's on the line. Hij ligt ongeveer 40 seconden voor.
Oké. Dan rijdt hij voor qua tijden.
Ik ga kijken. Oh, Dennis Kroll has a drive-through. Oh my word. Dennis, jongen. Dat is Bali. Let me see. I have to switch.
Oh, een drive-through voor P15. Dat is pijnlijk.
De nummer 10 reed een 2:14.5.
Oké, dat is wel sneller dan ik net. Maar ik had ook net verkeer. Maar oké.
Ik zal even kijken hoe die rijdt. Het is wel een serieus snel team. Hun snelste ronde was een 2:00.03.
Oké, oh ja. Welk team is dat?
Hij gaat nu wijd in kaps. Maar hij houdt hem op de baan. Geen idee hoe dat team heet. Tielander, Castanhera, Van der Vaart, Makkenberg.
Ja, dat team. Oké.
Pas even op met opkomen rechter stuk. Die bocht een beetje short shiften. 2:14.9.
Ja. Oké. Daar zit ik zo gewoon nog niet op. Nee! Ik heb een game crash volgens mij. Nee.
Holy crap.
Ik heb een game crash.
Ik bel Brian, of Daan.
Hoor je het, Klaas?
Ja, ik hoor het,
Oké. Ik moet altijd vieren, denk ik, want ik kan niks meer. Ik zie niks meer. Hij zegt...
Daan. Earth calling Daan.
Kun je hem bellen?
Daan. Ah, hij zit in de chat.
Ja. Wacht, ik bel hem.
Fucking hell, we have a disconnect. Oh man, I have closed that sheet. Yes, I've closed that sheet.
Ik ben hem aan het bellen.
Top. Fuck! We have to wait for him to rejoin. We have to leave the server. Because he's the #1 driver. Crap! There goes our top 10. Fuck! Scheisse!
Top.
That's not.
Hij komt eraan.
That's not really what they want to do. We got another yellow flag.
Hij komt eraan.
Running off track, to be honest.
Oh, dit is zuur. Man, dit is zuur.
Nou, dat verlies weg. Ik zal niet veel plekken mee.
Log eens maar in en dan zien we wel weer.
Ja. Ik ga weer even wisselen in de headset en zorg ik dat alles vast klaar staat voor mij.
Ben jij klaar om wel te rejoinen? Dan moet ik erin.
Ik zit in game nu. Alleen is niet in de server nog, want dan moet ik wachten.
Take some time to settle in, a couple of laps, get the tires on temperature.
Zie je het zitten?
If you're gonna get them on temperature, that's also
Hoe
a
bedoel je?
question.
Nou, qua crashen.
Ja, nou ja, dit is gewoon zo'n Unreal error. Dat heeft niet per se met je computer te maken.
Je bent niet overgeklakt?
The BMW in
Nee, nog helemaal niks zelfs.
stable, so hopefully he will get the groove back.
Yo. Oh, wacht. Ik heb mijn koptelefoon niet op.
Hey Daan, jongen.
Yes. Iedereen is uit de server?
Ja. Ik ben uit de server.
Oké, connect.
Yeah, I do enjoy. I enjoy racing in the rain. It's a lot of fun. It's
Zet de bladen. Kan je de pressies vertellen voor de wet tires?
Yes. Oh nee, kut, dat is replay. Dat is de verkeerde knop.
Juiste setup.
The garage. Setup.
Wet tires.
Kijk hoor, load setup.
Oh
Van
man.
de race.
Ja.
Load. Current setup. Kijk, dry, wet setup.
This is so unfortunate, guys.
Dit zijn we 706.
Hey, Victor Berlin.
27.
Hello from P4. Hello from dropping way back.
27.
Fucking BMW in the wet. Yeah. Man, you're on fire. Your whole team is. Man.
Dat is een beetje de standaard wet.
Hey Harry, klaar
Ja.
vrijwillig naar de Porsche. Ja, daar heeft een vraagdelivery en dan komt het wel. Kijk, ik ben in
Is goed.
incognito.
Kijk, dan moet ik even deze opslaan.
Ik denk dat het een N-Sport 3 is.
Kijk, de TC. Zo, dat komt zo.
Je kan nog wisselen naar de Porsche voor het IDC-kampioenschap dat vanavond staat. Dankjewel, Ruald. Ik ben er vanavond niet bij, dat snap je.
Ja, en dan daaraan vast volgens mij Scorp en dan spatie en dan 3, denk ik. Ik hoop maar dat het goed gaat.
Oh jongens, dit is zo zuur.
Drop zo only possible in PvP en Q.
We're now 13.
Ja, dan moet, ja, of je moet hem daarna snel weer in de pit insturen. Maar.
Ja, nou ik moet sowieso...
That's not even that bad. We might end up fighting Dennis Crawl
jij
after
hebt
all.
control, denk ik. Ik heb niks.
Ik ook niet.
Ik kan niet schakelen. Oh, controls locked.
Maar dat ook nog. Ja,
Ja, echt hè, echt. Dat staat zo helemaal nergens op.
kun je in tussentijd wel TC en ABS zo verstellen? Of blijft dat ook niet?
Ik was mijn handschoen aan het pakken.
Oh nee, oké. Prima.
Wie gaat rijden dan?
Die zit aan.
Ja, Daan rijdt nu even dan. Dus let op TC lekker hoog, want het is erg nat.
Yes.
Het blijft nat.
Oké, nice. Nou, thanks voor de snelle reactie, Daan.
Ja,
Stop
we're
maar
behind
P15,
Dennis
span heel
now.
erg mee.
Crap.
Auto links, gaat goed.
Simon Ville has a very large gap behind, so we
Achter je
probably
zit
end up
TC,
before
maar die is er nog niet.
before Simon.
Is dat nog niet goed?
So 15, all in all, that's not too bad, but we dropped
Dat is
several laps.
Ja.
Man,
Op positie?
Nee.
Achter mij?
this is not our race.
Oh, wacht, blauwe vlag.
Oh, I was doing so good in
Die
the
is allemaal
rain.
niet voor positie, ze zijn allemaal een ronde voor ons.
Really fucking kudos. Why the hell do I have to fix up the setup when I'm driving? It's really ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. It's not that hard to change that to the other drivers. Come on. You already have... Nah, it's really ridiculous.
No idea if there's.
There should be a solution for that. I'm sure you bright minds can think something up. It's really annoying that one in the car has to do it. In the wet.
Oh, je kan...
In fighting. It's ridiculous. I know it's the same for everyone, but it's ridiculous.
Mijn chat ding zit voor de pit... Nee, de pit delt, de relative.
MFV, of relative. Oh.
Besides, it's much more fun for the guys watching. They
Kan ik wel
can
vertellen.
decide strategy and fix setup. They can really make a
Dus je kunt je ronde
very
tijd ook
nice
niet zien,
setup.
denk je dan?
And the driver just has to focus on driving.
Oh, dat nog wel.
It would give them something to do.
Oh, de delta in het...
And the driver
dashboard.
could just focus on his race.
De relative, zeg maar.
Ja.
Oh, niet. Kom op.
Really sad.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, you're not even watching anything. Oh, apologies.
7, oké.
Is op de
We're
auto
filming
rechts.
VR.
Yes, ik zie hem.
I just think they're all obviously Bruce McLaren fans.
Light damage, nee.
Oh crap, we're 18th.
Ja, dat is niet alles.
Scheisse. Je rijdt al?
Ja, lang. Of nou lang. Ik ben nu in de chicane. Eerste ronde, outlap.
We zijn 18e.
Dit stond er 15.
7 plekken gedropt.
In Holland.
Oh.
Nou, misschien is dit niet correct, maar ik vrees van wel.
Je kunt je brake bias eventueel ook nog verstellen als je wil.
Van oranje, orange.
Morgen.
Originates
Yo.
from the Middle Ages.
Is er gebeurd?
The area of
Ja, Unreal Error.
Ah.
Okay, well, I'm learning here also.
Ja,
That's good.
11 naar 18.
Hey Dennis.
I know when I've sat with
Gaat het bij jullie?
obviously done
mogen
stewarding,
niet
live
klagen,
stewarding with Anthony Terhorst and
Waar rijden jullie nu?
and Aaron van der
Oh wacht, 14.
you
Nee.
know, we've been talking about.
Jij rijdt met de krolletjes?
Nee.
We was talking
Oh.
about.
Oh.
Met wie dan?
Ik rij altijd met
an area
Bas.
in Holland where they
Nick.
make these
Sander.
floats.
Waar rijden
are,
15,
made
16,
out of flowers.
15?
Wat voor merk?
And I think it was Anthony that actually said, I don't
Aston.
actually know what that is. I've never heard of it.
Johansson, die is 13.
Nee.
Simon Veel, die is 15.
And
Ja.
Aaron's like, yeah,
Oh,
you know, I
oké.
can't remember what it was, but
Ja.
it's,
En daarachter ligt Sam. Wat is er met Sam gebeurd?
Ja, dat vraag ik me ook af, ja. Maar dit Sam die ligt al vanaf het begin af aan ergens achteraan te kijken.
Ja, die heeft echt huge problems gehad.
around
Ja.
France and Holland. So every day is a
Ja, maar
school day.
kut dat jullie die error hebben gehad.
Yes, it is.
Oh man, echt.
Especially this morning already. Post time.
Is mijn systeem
for a little bit that I do
stabiel?
rotating.
Is die van Tim?
I really enjoy
Oh, is
this.
het Tim?
Ja, nou, ik heb dit nog nooit weer gehad sinds ik de Windows heb geïnstalleerd. Dus ik snap het niet zo goed. Want ik heb MSI Afterburner niet eens geïnstalleerd, dus ik kan niet eens overklokken.
Die engine die is zo twijfelachtig.
So back marker getting the blue flags you see there.
What happened?
So
Unreal error.
I'm hoping that they
Oh, check.
move out the way pretty
Brian.
Dus
een race niet meer?
crashed.
which
Ja,
Nou, Daan,
18e.
ik moest Daan bellen en die zit nu in de auto.
Oh, deze gozer.
If there's lots of big puddles everywhere on certain parts of the track, I don't think I'll be wanting to move over.
Ja.
Nu dus terug naar 18.
Very unfortunate.
Hoe ver achter P17 rijden?
Ja, ik kan wel even kijken voor je.
I don't think I have to drive anymore, so I could probably quit VR. I need to find that spreadsheet again.
Zijn jullie vanavond ook allemaal, of niet?
Denk het niet. Ik denk dat ik even wat ga socializen.
Pointy arrow-like train that they've got now.
Ik weet ook niet of ik er ben, nou, misschien wel. Ik hoop het wel eigenlijk.
Welke track?
Laguna.
Just behind the driver's window actually looks
15
Is wel
seconden,
leuk.
17 dan. 15 seconden.
makes it look a bit like a
Oké.
window.
Oh,
Voor
dit is een
ons.
spreadsheet.
Ja, voor ons.
Oké, dus daar lopen we wel hard op in dan, of niet?
Less means
Ja.
more. So the accents that you put on with the
Hey, ik
collar,
ga weer naar die,
you can see
naar
it
onze...
better.
Yo, succes man.
I like that.
Yo.
Very much on a livery.
Hoe ver was je in je stint? Was je al bijna aan de pitstop toe of net
I
begonnen?
also really like
Echt net begonnen.
Oké.
Halverwege of zo?
Nee, nog niet eens. Dat is nog een kwartiertje.
Nou, misschien kun jij het afmaken, Tim. Ik weet niet. Als je dat leuk vindt.
Eens even kijken.
Volgens het schema is Brian de laatste.
Maar Tim mag ook wel rijden hoor.
Zegt prima.
Zegt die wedstrijdbrakker stem.
Ja, als ik hem nu helemaal uitrijd, is er nog 1,5 stint te gaan ongeveer, volgens mij.
Ja.
Maar we moeten ook even kijken naar de timers, wie hoe meer kan.
Ja, en qua regen wat uitkomt.
Zie je het zitten, Daan? Anders mag je ook eerder wisselen.
Ja, precies.
Voor nu gaat het wel. Ik moet alleen even kijken, want ik heb nog 1 uur 52 left. Dus dat is op zich deze stint, komt dat goed. Alleen ik kan geen volgende stint meer rijden.
Nee, ik heb nog genoeg tijd, volgens mij.
Klaas heeft nog 4 minuten.
Ja, dus nu mag niet meer rijden.
Ben ik klaar?
Ja.
Oh, 4 minuten zei je. What the fuck?
Ja.
Oké.
Ik weet niet of jullie dat zo precies hebben getimed, maar dat
Ja,
goed
ja,
gedaan.
ja. Wow. Nee, ik kwam met secondes te gaan de pits in. En blijkbaar dan nog 4 minuten in totaal. Oh, wow. I drove most of all. Oh, I'm a guest driver for this team.
Lokt hij ook nog de controls als je eruit vliegt? Dan verlies je al een ronde.
Ja, echt. Zo sick is dat. Het is bijna net zo sick dat de rijder de setup zelf moet er fixen in de auto.
Ja.
Echt, als ze dat zouden fixen.
En 2 is ingelopen.
Please, Kunas, why the fuck do you have controls locked if you have a fucking disconnect? You're minutes out of the game and you still have a locked controls. Here. Really, cuckoo. Man, oh man, oh man. Really ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. If you have rejoined, why the hell you have locked controls?
Ja.
Ik lag lekker te slapen.
So I'm gonna put off my
maar dit is wel
VR.
precies... volgens mij was ik redelijk snel.
Ja, hij was heel snel.
Disable.
Ging sneller dan verwacht, dus dat is
Bye
heel
bye.
goed hoor. Maar
You're done for the day.
I've done comms. I saw Chris Hill popped in yesterday for a stint yesterday evening. So
je zit nu een 10e in de min qua delta.
all the organisers as well. All the people that have been in the background. Obviously yesterday was
Daar valt nog veel te winnen. Dat is 3 tienden nu nog steeds 2 tienden in de min.
Ja, daar ging net een klein beetje bij.
Sorry, within the server. Something's not going quite as planned. So it's great that we've done now 21 hours after the restart.
I only use this.
Ja, je mag ook zeggen van ja, als we willen gaan rekenen voor nog 2 volle stints hierna, dan zou ik inderdaad eerder kunnen stoppen, maar ik weet niet hoe het met de regen uit gaat komen.
Ja, misschien. Ik denk dat we qua regen gewoon beter door kunnen rijden.
Ja, ik denk het ook.
Het zou zonde zijn als we een extra pitstop moeten maken, omdat we net... Dat ik net te vroeg gestopt ben. Ik zie over 30 minuten minder regen. Dus, maar ja, dan is het natuurlijk nog niet meteen droog.
Nee, dus waarschijnlijk wordt dit wel een hele stint.
So guys, give a thumbs up, like, subscribe, hit the bell icon. And if you can, please
Misschien wordt het wel light rain waar je kan gaan kiezen tussen slicks en regen.
But it's important that you all can see the line, or there is a thing beside it that you can see and that you can recognize it. Because you just don't want to take the risk that the sign is gone and you don't know where the line is and you're not sure if you're on time or not. Well, that all sounds like a disaster. So I think everyone would like to avoid that. And I did a few weeks ago a 10-hour race at Suzuka, and it was then on iRacing, but there was a little pole on the pit entry.
So I'm paying for my one
and I knew if
lot,
I break
lot
there,
8.
and I break
Wat?
there,
Warning for track
another,
limits?
30
push the
euros.
pit
Dat is mijn
limiter
eerste.
on 10 meters afterwards.
For charity.
I knew I was on the right speed. That are just small little
successful.
things. Where you can recognize it on if there are no signs.
Not yet on the side, of course.
You can always see the line or do it like that.
I think I should pay for the other auction as well. Where's the So I just paid for this. Winning bid was 25 euros. I paid 30 euros.
Hallo.
The thing is probably worth, I don't know, 5
Is er
euros.
gebeurd, jongens? Ik werd wakker en alles was nog goed.
Ja, nou, weet je wel, de Unreal Engine error?
Ik werd wakker gebeld. En toen wist ik.
Ik reed gewoon een Unreal Engine error. En het PC was net verder niks mee gekregen. Ze hadden ook maar gewoon een spel. Ik heb niks overklokt, dus ik weet niet waar dat dan kan komen.
Ja, lang leven ACC.
These are the other lots. These are all the lots that were available.
Oh, ik hoor je nu 2 keer. Wacht, de stream van Klaas staat nog aan.
Sorry. Ik zal me stilhouden.
Balen. Heel erg balen. Tijd voor een nieuwe PC, Tim.
Ja, maar dit ligt niet echt aan de PC, denk ik.
Nou, ik denk het wel, maar...
Wat dan?
Ja, dat is gewoon... GPU, ja.
Ja?
Ja.
Ik heb dat nog helemaal niet gehad sinds die installatie, geen enkele error.
Nee, maar ik heb deze crashes ook wel eens gehad, maar... Het is uiteindelijk gewoon een GPU stability probleem. Zeg maar, waarschijnlijk kan... Ja, GPU is ook wat 6, 7 jaar oud ondertussen.
Ja, denk het.
Ja, dan kan hij ondertussen zijn eigen specs denk ik niet meer halen. Zeg maar, ACC is dan heel gevoelig daarvoor, dat is heel irritant.
Moeten we jou ook definen daar?
Nee hoor. Het is wel chill, kan een beetje erbij.
Always do it with the buttons.
Maar ja, oké. Is er nog iets te halen of is het nu gewoon uitrijden?
Nee, we lopen nog wel gewoon niet zo ver achter de P17. En Sam die rijdt daarvoor. Ik weet niet hoe hard hij rijdt precies, maar die rijdt er ongeveer net zo ver weer voor. Dus binnen 30 seconden liggen 2 plekken.
Maar dat is in ieder geval wat
ja.
Dat zou met een goed getimede pitstop, zou dat allemaal nog gepakt kunnen worden. Beetje afhankelijk van hoe we uitkomen met de pit dingen.
Maar jullie zaten helemaal niet zo heel ver achter P10 toch ook?
Nee, 40 seconden.
Ja, het ging echt fantastisch.
Echt, hadden jullie alweer zoveel ingehaald? Want het was, toen ik wegging was het echt 3/4 ronde of zo.
Ik wil niet zeuren, maar ik haalde alles in de regen.
Nice.
Ja, het zat in, toen ik reed inderdaad zei Klaas van 40 seconden naar volgende plek.
Dat waren Aaron en zo toch?
Nee, Tillander dergelijke.
Well, my moment of fame.
Toen ik keek was het Aaron, maar misschien was het allemaal een beetje net met timing. Pitstops en zo.
To the underside, to the hand controls, because otherwise it was a very small golden thing. What was not very
ja, nu ongeveer dezelfde pace als P17 laatste ronde. Maar dat was wel hun personal best hierin. In dit weer.
And I had Heusenfeld sprints, adjusted pedals. But I'm trying now because of my legs are going backwards. I'm trying now Fanatec pedals.
Maar verder tijdens de nacht ging het allemaal wel goed dus.
A little bit adjusted.
Dus je zijn mooi ingevlogen.
And then I can also use an ACC pedals and hand controls on the same time.
Niet meer echt een groot probleem gehad vannacht.
Ah, dat is wel best wel mooi.
I had a little bit of problems the last couple of months when my health was going backwards and I just couldn't drive well with the pedals.
Ja, en er waren ook wel mensen voor ons die wel problemen hadden, dus dan kom je weer wat dichterbij natuurlijk.
Ja, dat zijn 5 auto's weg, dat is nogal wat.
Ja, vooral vanwege die driverstick time hoor, dat is wel echt weer een domme fout.
Wat dan?
Ja, dat is wat jij ook hebt bijna. Klaas staat op 4 minuten remaining.
Dat is helemaal niet de bedoeling, alleen dat is natuurlijk weer altijd het gezeik met ACC dat er ergens een instelling in staat zoals je wil. Ik begrijp dat nog steeds niet, maar...
Als je daar je race op vanuit wat, dat is het beste.
Ja, dat is ook kut, want dan ben je meteen gedisqualificeerd. Dan kan je ook niks meer. Zeg maar met disconnect of zo, dan kan je nog wel reconnecten en weer meedoen. Maar als je helemaal wel die timer hebt volgedaan,
dat gebeurt natuurlijk allemaal tegen het eind. Dus je hebt er 3/4 race op zitten minimaal.
Nou, ik denk dat heel veel mensen het op een gegeven moment door hadden dat ze het niet meer konden halen en gewoon gestopt zijn.
ja, het zou ook wel zo kunnen hoor. Als je bijvoorbeeld met met z'n drieën bent of zo. En een van de rijders had van tevoren bedacht van, ik kan wel een paar stints doen, maar voor de gezelligheid zeg maar. En de rest ben ik er niet. Ja, dan kan het opeens niet meer.
Ja, dat is dus inderdaad precies het punt. Want in principe had je wel genoeg als iedereen gewoon rijdt, zoals bij ons ook, zeg maar. Is het ruim voldoende alleen. Als er mensen zijn die...
voor sommigen. Ik bedoel, Klaas komt tot 4 minuten. Ik, nu met die dinges kom ik ook tot dus 50 minuten of zo.
Ja, maar hij gebruikt die automatische balanceerfunctie. Dat met hoe meer mensen je bent, hoe minder tijd je krijgt. Maar er zijn dus teams met 6. Maar stel dat iemand daar maar 1 stint zou rijden, dan wordt het gewoon echt bijna onmogelijk voor anderen.
Well, the Fanatec is a bit easier.
Ja, dat is ook zo.
CSL Elite.
Furnace is by the way best wel prima. 30 ja, die 1, 29, 9, 30, 2.
Ja, het ging, eigenlijk alles ging goed, maar toen niet.
The throttle travel, the brake travel, I could give a lot more detail from what I wanted and where I knew I have trouble with the braking. I adjusted it in the software and I could gain a little bit of time that way.
Nou, voor 30 minuten nog steeds regen.
Yeah, unfortunately it's not going well now, but hopefully it will come back because I really like to drive with the pedals and use my upper screen to see the pedal input and get it back.
Wie is die Lexus die voor ons rijdt? Die blauwe Lexus?
Dat is Tennis maar die is niet blauw.
Lord Driving.
Ja, die zitten in principe voor ons. Ja, de 14 namelijk.
Nee, maar ik bedoel de Lexus waar die voor ons op de baan rijdt.
Oh ja, die is niet blauw.
Bij mij is hij wel blauw.
Maar die heeft zo'n bijna een beetje een SSRI kleurenschema.
Voor
mij heeft hij een soort space livery-achtig.
Je hebt de livery geïnstalleerd toch, Daan?
Ja.
Het hoort blauw te zijn, maar als je de livery niet geïnstalleerd hebt, dan is het de standaard Lexus livery die altijd...
Oh ja, tuurlijk.
Nee, hij is met oranje en zwart-wit. Dat is een andere weer.
In England, so when I
got
the opportunity to go.
Ja, ik denk dat ik nog een oude versie heb.
Oh, dat zou kunnen. Dat zou natuurlijk kunnen, ja.
Ja, dus ik heb redelijk dezelfde pace als hij heeft.
Ja, volgens mij loop je in een P17. Zal nog even checken.
First go in the Team Brick car. Was it the BMW you first drove?
Yeah, I drove first time on the right side of the car, to be honest, because I always came with my Dutch car to England.
Ja, hij zei er net een 216 gereden omdat hij achter het verkeer zat. Dus daar loop je flink op in.
Sun was shining and well, I was quite
ik zie hem op de relative
inderdaad.
Ja.
And then after 9 years,
dat is 20 nog wat, 21 seconden of zo geloof ik.
Ja, ik kan het niet zien.
Yeah, that was already a dream came true.
Eerder in de 18 of zo, nu 18, 16.
My girlfriend.
Yeah.
And the second time my parents came over as well. They couldn't the first time due to work, but the second time they came. So
de 16 mag eruit gaan.
Ik vind het Porsche wel heerlijk rijden hoor.
Time in Blighty this year with your endurance.
Hier door die S's. Echt.
Yes, I think it's gonna be 8 races in total.
Ja, sowieso.
So and a lot of practice, test days, track days. So we're gonna spend a lot of time in England next year.
Cool. Right. So we have joining us in the commentary box.
Ja, ik vind het zo irritant, maar ik snap, maar ik doe het ook soms, maar het is een beetje vaag, want sommige mensen die lijken dan dat te doen, maar snijden dan opeens toch in voor de bocht.
Klopt. Hij kan ook geen richting aan, dus dan weet je het ook niet.
Good morning, Dave. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Ja, 15 seconden.
I was watching the live stream and listening to your commentary, and it was really nice. So well done.
Bless you. We paid you to say that, didn't we?
Yeah. No, it was really nice, and no, it's pretty tough. And you had a couple of streaks where there were not so many battles going on, so it was really nice to have Yvonne over here with her real life experience of driving a
Jim,
car.
je kan even in het
which is
crash
something,
log kijken.
I guess not everybody
Is een,
has. I know for
vol?
sure that I don't. Except
Ja,
my daily driver,
staat
but
in
I'm not racing that.
appdata.
Well, it was great to
Okay.
be here, and thank you, Dave,
Kijken.
and Dimitri and Tom as well.
C-schijf.
Because I really enjoyed it.
Program
and I
files
hope
neem ik
I
aan.
can do
En
it
dan
more.
appdata.
And I know I
Nee,
need
nee,
to
gewoon
learn some more, but it was
procent,
great.
appdata, procent type in te verkennen.
Oh, wacht, die moet ik
really,
even
really nice,
gaan
so
verborgen
no
bestanden.
problem at all.
Dat is
And,
een verborgen bestand.
being
Oh,
Dutch
program
Dutch
data?
as well,
Nee, appdata.
I really struggle every now
Oh,
and
die
then.
zie
So
ik.
Staat in
it's
je,
always
staat
fun
in je
to
user
have,
folder.
have a co-commentator
dat
with you,
was
and it was a great combination. So well done.
Thank you. I'll
Ja, en
speak
dan
to you
local
all
denk ik
later.
of zo.
Yeah, good luck in your last stint of
yeah.
your 24 hour, and
AC2.
also your other
Save.
race this afternoon.
Crashes.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking forward to have
En
some
dan-
wine and just sit and
Dat
relax
zou de
on the
bovenste
couch
folder moeten zijn. Of tenminste, moet je hem even sorteren op data.
Thank you and good luck to you, but also to the drivers and the teams.
Ja, dat is een heel lang bestand.
Thanks,
Ja.
everyone. Take care. I'm sure we'll see you soon.
Kijken.
See you soon. Bye bye.
So you have to fill me in a little bit, Dave.
Error,
I was looking
TCP
at,
socket set timeout error.
the Pitfall Live.
Maar dat
and
is
for
gewoon
some
een
reason
server
it's
ding.
not really showing the same picture as I have on my stream. Is that the same for you?
Het is altijd even een beetje zoeken waar de error echt begint. Maar
Just using the broadcast app, so
All right.
to be honest, I'm not too sure.
De bestand is
I'm gonna
700
refresh and see
of
what
600
happens, and
lijnen.
It seems to
ik
be
zou nou
fine
helemaal naar
now.
onder gaan.
Maybe do a control.
Want het is ergens onderaan.
Exactly.
But yeah, these obviously we had a 2 hour drive period, roughly, which then has turned
kom op,
into a
doorrijden,
pretty
jongen.
wet period. As I think we've seen, most of the race has been dry and wet quite a bit, and I think we helped to see the rain decreasing. So once that's ticked over
Ik zie er
into
nog
the
geen
10-minute
error
mark,
in eigenlijk.
we'll see if the rain's going to continue to decrease, and we might actually get maybe a dry.
Je bent
dry
in
finish to
crashes
the
en
race.
dan de nieuwste folder. Die is van vandaag wel, dat klopt
When I
wel.
woke up this
Ja, dat
morning, one of the first posts I saw on Discord
Stuur anders
was,
is dat bestandje,
sunshine,
dat
yay!
AC2.
Ja,
And,
is goed.
and I knew I had to do a stint around
Met
6
deze,
o'clock,
met
so,
deze files kunnen,
that brought
kunnen ze
a
op
smile to my
tevoren
face,
buiten,
and,
kunnen de
I
devs
got
in principe
lucky
ook dus zien
indeed. I
wat
had
het
to do a
probleem is.
stint, and
Alleen,
someone took
dat
over,
doen
and,
duizenden mensen per
well, he's,
maand, dus daar hebben ze
he's-
nooit tijd voor
he's
natuurlijk.
chucking along now in the rain.
Annoying. Very annoying. Wij waren gelukkig. Ja, lagen we
Right,
misschien
so
nog
if we
even.
can find where
Ja,
is he?
misschien komt het dan alleen nog maar
He's there. He is in
Ja,
P6,
ligt hij
P15.
nou?
So he's on.
Staat op
he's,
Discord.
well, he's got somebody
Yes.
same lap. So yeah, there we go. Sander Val in the zebra car. So he'll chase him down. Obviously, Tim
Probeer
Kroll,
het ding
which
ook
I
in
think is
VR te
probably
lezen, dat is ook niet
too
heel
far
scherp.
out ahead of you, isn't it?
So let me show
Ja,
you
joh.
once again the after of Against Cancer clip. Just to promote Against Cancer.
Oh, je
Charity.
kijkt naar de aftermovie van de Against Cancer circuitdag.
2021.
Zo leuk.
Zullen we gaan?
Could somebody wake me up? I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. Yeah. I just
Nou,
see
het
a face where
lijkt er inderdaad op dat er gewoon niets... Het enige wat hij heel vaak zegt is error. Possible debug for non-order packets.
Ja. Wat dat dan moet zijn.
Geen idee. Ik zal eens kijken of dat er normaal gesproken ook wel eens in staat. Ik heb er ook nog maar even
P1 achter je gedaan.
Ja.
Maar je zou kunnen, anders gewoon nog een andere streep.
So that's the charity, guys. I'm tearing up. Seeing those kids with cancer. It really breaks my heart.
That are battling cancer at the moment, and or have been in the past year. So do keep the donations coming in. Got 2 hours 20 minutes left to of the stream. I think we'll probably keep the donation pages open for a while, and you can use the Simsport-Racing PayPal, and we will pass those donations on to the charity straight away, directly. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, the teams really made a massive effort, and we'd raised 4,500 euros just even before the race had started. So again, thanks to all those people that got involved and all the people that donated to the teams. How did your fundraising go, Dimitri? Did you manage to? Obviously, Baz has been working tirelessly in terms of getting sponsors and things like that, as we see Sardaveld going very sideways.
Yeah, that was a nice drift onto the main straight. Yeah, now Bas is really great at stuff like that, and he has all the right connections, and I think we have done pretty well, with the fundraiser. But like I said yesterday as well, it's always great that we have sort of into what do you call it, like a good-natured battle between the teams, like who can raise as much funds as possible. But in the end, it doesn't matter if it's a lot or a little less. It's all for a good cause, and everybody gives what they are able to, and that's the main part. So yeah, that's really great, and we are actually trying to see if we can get one of the main people of the charity in the stream later today. So hopefully that will happen, and we'll see if that's possible. I see on the YouTube chat, Dave, that Pistonbrook says 6.8 thousand plus. That's a set of new Aztec pedals. Well, you could buy those new Simicube braking pedals. It's roughly the same. But in this case, it will all go to the families and the children that are fighting their own fight, and it's a lot of money. But it's also so great to see those smiles on the faces. Yeah, good cause. Like we're currently watching car number 79. I'm looking at, still battling my pitfall life a little bit. It seems to be out of sync. So a little bit of trouble to see where the fights are on track, and if there are any close battles going on. It might be actually in P13 we have the Greek Freaks. We seem to be closing in on P12 at the moment. Let's see if I update my Pitfall Live what we get. Yeah, it seems to be bugged a little bit. So currently we're focusing on P20, which is Alexander Gray in the BMW. And the rain, it's still raining. It's still predicting rain for the next 30 minutes. And, it's going to lessen a little bit, but that might give some teams some headaches. If you're doing your stints, you want to switch right now.
Ik kan niet bijblijven, maar ik verlies een paar tienden per ronde of zo. Het is niet echt dat ze hard wegrijden.
It might be difficult to decide what are we gonna do.
Het zou kunnen dat in de regen
Mr. Gray, how many laps has he done?
Dat deze rijder
46 minutes into
een ultra safe, of hebben we er echt 2 ronden nog over.
15 minutes or so, they have to make a decision what are we going to do.
Ik vind veel reden meer om heel hard te pushen. Hoewel, ik zou dat nog steeds wel blijven doen, want ik kan altijd nog een probleem krijgen.
You might have to opt for wet tires again.
En als je nou expres rustig gaat rijden, is dat lastig. Ik vind het dan lastig.
Possibly switch to the dry tires later on in the stint.
En wie weet krijgen ze nog in één keer een Unreal error of zo.
Ja.
So I'm paying for the 3D printed tracks.
I do think it's a great livery, you know, full with the Japanese characters on it. It's really well made for this charity event.
So I'm just gonna submit 30 euros. They were 25.
I'm trying to figure out because the timing sale is not very
Wel bekende zoonman is gewoon aan het kijken dus.
Much the difference is between P19 Tim Curtin and Alexander Gray, but it looks like there is a lot of there.
Toch niks beters doen. Die doet niet mee.
And we see a drive-through for
wel bij ons mee.
which is Van Bever.
Enige eis is dat af en toe je verzekerd is.
Great first name. I think we are actually able to make a Dimitri endurance team if we really wanted to.
Last life is not on this one. Bathurst? No, I've opted for Bathurst, so probably not Spa, probably Bathurst.
But that would be a bit weird, to be honest.
Last life, Suzuka, Zandvoort.
I see Gray
Those are.
passing another car. It looked like it was slow on track in the hairpin.
Maybe I can
sort of missed what happened there.
Put them up here. Not sure if you can see them on. It's just not a whole lot.
Wat had je trouwens voor random bedrag overgemaakt, Tim?
Bring one,
21 euro.
So I think I'm gonna put the knots here. I already
Gaat
have
goede
knots
toe.
here. Tiny knot.
Nou, dat had een reden, want we stonden op... Kijk, op 180 en ik dacht, we moeten wel over de 2.
Car number 13 now, Barak. I have to look
at
dan doe
ik
in Mercedes AMG.
Waar je stelling toen nog wilde doen, maar toen realiseerde ik me dat ik een beetje arm was.
Nee jongen, er moeten nog wisselen 5
euro. Er heeft nog wel iemand
A.k.a. the president.
15 euro gedoneerd vanmorgen. Ene Harry.
I'm feeling lonely, so let's just go and find
Harry's een held.
Harry jongen, je bent een held.
Dank Harry.
He's currently
top
in the car.
I think that's only due to the disconnect that they had. They were actually coming up to a proper fight, and then they got a disconnection, unfortunately.
I don't know, they can be lonely when they're battling with a Porsche.
De leider heeft drive-through voor track limits. Doe iets zo rustig aan.
Oh jongens, ja, hij lag gewoon ervoor, ja.
Wat een
2 hours, 15 minutes left. Again, looking like the weather might play a part in the last part of the race with it.
Misschien dat hij daarom ook al zo rustig deed, dat hij gewoon bang daarvoor was.
Ja, dat zou ook wel kunnen inderdaad.
I predict that we may have a dry end of the race. So there we go, I've said it.
I think
snel misselijk van hoor. Ik heb het een keer gedaan. Alleen als je dan stopt,
dat is echt
je weet in één keer misselijkheid van 0 naar 100.
Right now, those showers seem to be coming along every now and then, and personally, I really like that. You know, it's not just your stint of 1 hour and 10 minutes that you try to optimize. We have seen quite a few stints where cars and drivers had to make a decision mid-stint. Are we going to switch to the wet tires? Are we going to switch to the dry tires? It's not just doing your laps. Try to do hot laps for 1 hour and 10 minutes. There are strategic decisions within your stint as well. Personally, I really
Welke
like
is dan voor positie?
Yannick, Tim.
Op de relative is die alweer
I think you have to think on the fly. Everybody makes plans when they first start an endurance race, and they normally go out the window by the first corner.
4 seconden, 5 seconden voor ons.
In 8th position.
You have to be quite nimble and have somebody that is awake for most of it in terms of their mental function to actually make some decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. When I was about to do my stint last evening, it was drying up, and Dennis Werkman he was running onto his stint time, so I had to pit. But actually, it was a couple of laps early to go for the dry tires, and we made a decision on the fly to go to opt for a drive-through. Not stop, but go through the pit lane to reset the stint timer. And continue on the wet tires for a couple of laps more before we actually switched drivers and went to.
Er zit nu net een extra auto tussen, geloof ik. Dus daarom zie je hem even niet.
At the end of the drive.
I'm gonna leave you for a bit. I'm gonna socialize.
De laatste ronde was een 13.5. Ik rijd nu ongeveer het schema van nog zo'n ronde.
So I'll leave you with the screen for a bit.
Hoe zit het eigenlijk nu met de stints?
That's just a last minute.
Wie is de volgende die gaat rijden?
See you later, guys.
Ryan, denk ik. Of,
Nee, dan neem ik hem denk ik, want mijn stint was dus een kwartiertje.
Oh ja. Hopelijk houdt hij het.
Hopelijk blijft hij het doen.
Ja, hoop ik ook. Hij draait nu nog steeds de hele tijd. Maar...
So changeable when you're coming up to the end of your stint time, and you've either got to do what you've done, reset, do a drive through, because it's obviously quicker than doing a pit stop. But you know, especially when you're trying to maximise the amount of time you're having in your car, because obviously if you can do 70 minutes, you know, every 12 hours approximately, you get a free pit stop. Yeah, actually, it's less than that on this car. I think that was
Over die controls klok trouwens in de pits. Ik zou het met het bedenken, is dat niet gewoon die 3 minuten tijd die je stilstaat als je teleporteert terug naar de pits?
Jawel, dat is hetzelfde.
Ja toch, dus het feit dat ik hem nog had betekent dat we binnen 3 minuten weer op de baan waren. Dus zo heel gek is het niet dat we ook nog die penalty hadden.
Het is bedoeld om te voorkomen dat je er op de een of andere manier voordeel uit haalt.
Ja.
Dat je minder tijd verliest door gewoon opnieuw te connecten dan bijvoorbeeld schade te repareren.
Het heeft minuten geduurd voordat Daan gerejoined heeft.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and with these changeable
het is gewoon een standaard ding in ACC. Dat als je een nieuwe auto laat, zeg maar, dan krijg je altijd gewoon nog, wat is het, 2,5, 3 minuten of zo?
Ik denk dat het 3 minuten is. Want toen ik... het was nog 10 seconden of zo voordat ik weg kon rijden.
Dat is een soort van het maximum aan schade wat je zou kunnen halen. En dat is wat je dan altijd moet aftikken, zeg maar.
Ik ga even naar beneden, dus ga ik sure, you know, going for a pit stop and going for a different tire, it will cost you about 40 seconds. But if you lose 15 seconds in a couple of laps, that might well be worth it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just seeing on track here, sort of an on track battle, but not for position. That's at Renault in, I think in P10 or 11 actually. I think they were. They must have pitted. Oh no, Nelson Abrano's a P6, apologies. So he's obviously way ahead at the moment of Mohamed El Ghouri. Apologies if I pronounce your surname wrong there. In Revolution Simracing Blue. Looking like the lap times actually, 2:13.6 last time round for Mohamed, and Nelson's last lap time was a 2:13.2, so fairly well matched actually, to be honest. So they're probably just maybe holding station, but it looked like he was being quite racy, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that Mohammed, he was doing an interview yesterday. He really likes the wet tracks and the rainy conditions, and also on the Discord this morning. And one of his teammates called out, you know, it's wet weather, so it's time for him to shine. That this is what he likes. So let's see if he can provide some really fast laps.
So on to Sebastian Reno. He's now in P3 on class, P22 overall in the 222 Audi, and yeah, I mean, as we can see, is that the second SRH car, I think, isn't it, the white one? Jumping out of the way quite late. I as I said to Yvonne earlier, sometimes coming up to back markers, you really just like, please just back out before we get to the corner, because otherwise I do not know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. There was no incident there, but yeah, it's not the greatest way to let somebody pass on a mid corner as the Audi there. The Audi sometimes struggles in the wet. I've had it both ways, you know, because obviously I tend to run it quite high downforce all the time, but to get the best out of it, you have to run it really low. And it really struggles when it starts to get wet if you haven't got a sort of a midpoint or wet setup on it. So yeah, I don't think we've not really seen the Audis really perform that well today. We've got one in P10 currently with SCB Racing. So that's the highest placed Audi currently. Clearly the BMW still have the edge within the sim. Obviously, the drivers are great as well, but it's, the top 3 are BMWs, and in the top 5 there's 4 BMWs. So clearly, it's still the car to beat, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it, and I'm not sure if it's rain specific or not. I did notice that Groppolini and his team, they seem to have their car very well set up for wet conditions, and with all the showers going on, that really helps, of course. And the BMW of Robiti seems a bit more unstable, but in the end we see a top 3 BMWs.
Yeah, there's certainly some pushing going on, I think, earlier on, and we're seeing the lap times now improved by over nearly 2 seconds. So from when it was raining a lot. So again, the dry air line is starting to reappear. So we're going to start seeing the lap times tumble down. Obviously, we're still, I guess, 12 seconds a lap slower than when it's dry at optimum track condition. So I'm sure the drivers will be praying for that rain to keep showing minus on the weather forecast, and so they can get some dry running before the end of the race. Especially, I think Ivan Barak is actually supposed to be racing for 4 hours to see the end of the race through. So he's probably going to want it dry, not wet for the rest of the race.
Yeah.
How are you doing, lads, as well?
Good morning, Colm.
Good afternoon, guys. Looks like a very wet track out there.
Well, it's actually drier than what it was. It was raining. It was plus rain for quite a time. It was about for an hour, so it actually got to puddle stage. It wasn't saturated, but it was a challenge for him out there, and it's been now minus rain on the forecast for the last half an hour. So obviously that's going to be switching over. So it's going to the lap times have now started to fall. We're about a second and a half quicker than we were at its worst. So I think for the last 2 hours, I think it's going to be. I predicted before you come back on that I think it's going to be a dry end to the race, but Dimitri's confident that there's going to be another shower before the end.
Oh, but the way the weather has been 100%, I reckon it's probably going to be snowing and showering and ice being hit then.
It's a bit like real life then.
Oh, absolutely. Well, at the end of the day, Japan is a very random country for weather as well, with rain. So we all know what the real GT3s and Formula 1 goes through as well over there. It can be when it rains over there.
Definitely, yeah.
Looking though on the grid, guys, a massive change. I see Reese was saying to me last night, we had an interview with him, that he'd like to get back up the third, and obviously they've done that there, and they're actually a lap ahead now as well. So actually fair play to them, because they were really trying to get back into it, because I think they had a stop go 30 and they had a disconnect or something it was that had put them back into 4th position.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well. I'm having a look at some close battles as well, and maybe Tom, I think it's car 74, Sam Spankling, who was in a slight battle with car 11, but not anymore by the looks of it.
No, I see any overtook. Yeah,
it's a bit of a search for some very close action right now. That's always what you get, when the race goes on. It all spreads out a little bit. I was telling Dave as well, I think a lot of teams are now figuring out, are we going to make it with 2 more stops, or do we have to do a small splash and dash at the end? So that might throw a curveball every now and then for some teams.
Absolutely, and just looking there as well, we're after missing out on 5 teams. What teams have gone?
I know there were a couple of teams who had some disconnect problems. There was one disconnection where the number 1 driver, in case of disconnect, the number 1 driver has to reconnect first, or otherwise things will go horribly wrong. Unfortunately, the number 1 driver was asleep, and they couldn't get him awake, so that was one team that dropped out. I'm not entirely sure which team it was, but there have been some technical issues.
Yeah, look, I think it was an 118 as well, had a massive, wasn't it Cox, I think, was in the car, and he had a few disconnects, but they left for a while last night, but then rejoined. I was happy to see them rejoin the track before we had finished up. I know they were having severe disconnect issues, but can't see if they're still in it now. And look, a good old car 999 is still going as well. Patrick Wants is in it. Great to see some of the names still going at this time. It's definitely been a tough one for everyone, and fair play to them, because they're all doing this for the fun, but also for against cancer as well. And I can see the money has gone up slightly and slightly. So guys, whoever's watching, don't forget, if you can afford to give anything, by all means, there's the barcode up there, or the QR code. Donate what you can. It's all for a great cause, and it's run by volunteers, so 100% of the funds go towards the kids and everyone else who gets the benefit from this.
Yeah. Sure. Well, the stewards are now in the stewards box, so they've stretched and yawned and had 6 cups of coffee just to get themselves ready to review any incidents that have happened over the night that have been protested. So, we may still get some penalties.
Fun times for everybody.
Yeah, we have to remember as well that most of the stewards they are actually participating as well, so they're doing stints, and then when they're off stint, they're doing the meetups with each other to go through all the incident reports. So well done to them as well. Trying to mix driving and stewarding like that. It's pretty nice, and of course they always make sure they are with a couple of stewards. So it's a multi-person decision that will be made.
Yeah, it's a fair thing. It's a fair way of doing things as well. But I have to say, the car 1 tray who's leading this, they've dominated this from the start, guys. In all fairness, to be this dominant for literally 22 hours now, running on to 22 hours now in a minute, absolutely amazing. The fact 583 laps and still going strong. Well done to them.
So, Colin, what was your prediction in the end for the amount of laps that we would have done at the end of the 24 hours?
Funnily enough, we've actually surpassed that by 4 laps. Because I said it was going to be under 600 by whatever laps it was at the time, but obviously slightly off. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be closer to 800 laps now, to be honest. Probably 750, 800. Yeah, that's a phenomenal achievement from everyone involved.
Certainly, yeah, and especially with these changing weather conditions, it makes it extra difficult. But I have to say, especially those top teams, it's basically the top 2 in the same lap, I think. No,
there's a lap off. Yeah.
There's a lap off as well. Yeah, so that's great to see. And it looks like we have some Spank Link. I think he's 10 laps off at the moment. It looks like, how can you be 10 laps off? But over the course of 22 hours, that happens quite quickly. And when you have an incident or you have a disconnect problem or something like that, that's 2 laps right there.
Well, that's why I'm looking back there. Car 73 and 30 places on 548 laps. So, this is what I love. It's the tenaciousness. The pure nutter, we're still going to race this to the end regardless of what's happened. They know they're not going to win. They're probably not going to get up to 29 because they're about 20 laps off them. But they're persevering with it. They're doing it for the experience, for the cause, and that's what I love. It's the tenaciousness out of these and the heart that these drivers are showing. And even the guys who are in 29, 28 as well, they're quite a few laps off, but anything can happen. There's still 2 hours to go. Someone could have a disconnect, someone could get a few drive-throughs, and that really will change the game for them. And one position, while it might only sound like one position, that means a lot to anyone racing, as you know yourself being a racer.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's great that you mentioned the SRHI, which are fought behind the wheel right now. That is one of the teams who has some issues this evening or this night actually, because there were apparently some issues. They had to call up a reserve driver, and he just went to sleep for 1 hour, for an hour, and they couldn't get him awake. So it cost them a couple of extra laps, and I actually had to watch some live streams from drivers yesterday evening, and I joined their Twitch stream, and they were having so much fun out there. They were really enjoying it, and they were actually wondering, because everybody else was getting drive-thrus and stuff like that, and they didn't even have one track cut yet, so they almost suspect that the game was broken for them, and they were actively trying to get a track cut to see if the game was still running properly for them. And it took a couple of tries, but in the end they did get the track cut, so they knew now there's not a bug or something. It's just us being very clean drivers.
That's brilliant, because it was definitely in the later stages last night, from about say 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, the amount of people that were getting track warning drive-throughs. So it was going to show that, the tiredness was starting to kick in a few of these drivers, and fatigue and everything else involved with racing for overnight as well. So obviously, it's definitely made a difference to what's happened, because then some people that have gone in, then they mightn't have clicked the pit limiter and then got a 30-second stop go as well. So there were an awful lot of craziness happening, but it was great for us watching it.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm having a look at our info at the moment. Tom Combe, to see if we can. Yeah, to see if we can get one of the people from a charity in for a small interview.
Brilliant. Can we jump onto car 22 there? Our number 70 it is, because he's just about to go for an overtake. And as we say, he got the move done. That's a nice one. And I love our imaginary friend is back in, because we didn't realise he left at 12. We were going to get him to do something. Great to see you here, Tom, as well. Nobody can hear Tom, but Tom's a legend.
Absolutely.
And even on there now, Timo Zayk is, after getting a move done on Mohamed El Garan, who's gone into the pits. Now there is a bit of a closer battle starting to brew up in 6th and 7th place, guys. Sven Mackenberg's about 1.8 seconds off Nelson Ambernoza. I can't pronounce words, by the way, guys. I'm brutal. Why can't you all have easy words that a simple Irish lad could call out? But this is actually great to see these fighting still 22 and a bit hours in for 6th and 7th spots. So these are for very good points. Wait, did you do any more stints actually?
I did actually this morning, around 6, between 6 and 7 Dutch time, so that will be 5 to 6 UK. And I got up this morning and I saw on Discord that it was blue skies and sun in Japan, so I was very happy, and I did do a dry stint, nice. Pretty much the entire stint. So that was really nice, and kept it safe, kept out of trouble. So I was happy with that. That was my final stint. So after that I could have a cup of coffee and relax.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm having a cup of coffee as we talk at the minute now. I don't know what it's like over in Holland today, but in real life in Ireland it's still like -2 degrees out. Quite cold.
It is still quite cold over here as well, and we had a bit of snow yesterday. It's slowly disappearing right now. But it is still pretty cold, yeah.
So would you rather be racing in icy, snowy conditions or out on that wet track there? Because that looks like it's quite tricky there from the onboards.
We did have my stint yesterday. It started with a greasy track, and that's really tough for me. Slick tires, greasy track. I haven't driven that often on in the GT3 cars and stuff like that, so that was a bit tricky for me in the end. I'd rather have a wet track than greasy, but I guess that there are a lot of drivers who feel the same.
I prefer the greasy track because it shows just you really kind of have to be very gentle with your inputs. Well, with a wet you can kind of get away with it. Once you're on the wet tires, you have that bit more kind of stability. You kind of know what you're set up for. While in the greasy conditions with dry tires, it's down to the smoothness of the driver. You nearly want to be like a Jensen Button going out there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll see that we have Rice Pants Rob in the waiting room, so I'll drag him in for a small interview.
Boy. Yep.
Welcome, Rice.
I was on the wrong push to talk. Hello, guys.
Go on, Rice. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm tired now. I'm tired.
Well, you've done what you told me you were going to do last night. Get back up in the 3rd place.
Yeah, that was absolutely epic 2 stints. That was probably the best 2 stints I've ever done in my life. So,
Very well done.
Really happy.
I'm delighted for you because I remember you were kind of wanting to push for it. I know you're like 2 laps clear of 4th place, so you kind of have to feel now, getting a little bit more confident that there's less than 2 hours left. Would you feel it's in the bag now?
I'm hoping so. I don't want to jinx anything. Anything can still happen. We've still got 2 hours of racing to go. But considering we were, I think, almost 2 laps down to P2 at one point, to get back on the lead lap with them and actually be chasing them down at the moment is it took some hard work during the night, but we did it.
And do you reckon P2 is a possibility? And it's probably might be a bit of a big ask over 2 hours to put in that amount of time, but do you reckon it is possible?
I think it could be if something happens to them, but I think they'll just be bringing it home like we are at the moment and just trying to keep it on the track. So I'm just trying to not make mistakes. So we're there in case anything goes wrong, and that's kind of the position I wanted to put ourselves in, was to be there ready to pounce in case they have a mistake or anything. But you can probably hear from my voice. I've been up 24 hours now, so
you sound as fresh as a daisy.
Oh, that's good. I don't know how my best pace I've ever done comes when I've been up for 24 hours, so explain that one, but
it's called competition. That's literally what it is.
It's all the adrenaline again.
I was going to ask how, like, for yourself then, especially racing through the night, how did you prepare for that, and how did you persevere through it? Because like being up for so long as well, it's very, very tough, and especially with whoever set up this lobby was a bit sadistic because the conditions have been changing so quickly. It's been quite a challenge even for the commentators to understand what way the weather's going to be in half an hour's time.
Yeah, I can't imagine how it's been for you guys, but I feel like someone's been jinxing us every single time we try and get a dry stint in. We spot the weather radar and go, oh yeah, there we go, 30 minutes and it's raining again. So it's been really interesting, but as I said sort of last night, I love this kind of racing. I love changeable conditions. It just makes everything so much more interesting, probably from your guys' perspective as much as it does from ours. So it's always good fun to drive in changeable conditions as well, and that's where I feel like my pace sort of shines is when the track goes wet and sort of either on a wet track or a wet to dry track. I feel my pace is strongest.
Yeah, no, and like even looking at the track conditions, what was the coldest they got to last night? Because obviously I was in the dreamland for a while last night, so I didn't see how low the temps got, but back up to 26 degrees here now. It wouldn't be too bad at all if it did go back dry.
Yeah, I think it was around about 14, 15 degrees at one point, if I remember. I can't remember what happened before the start of my stint, so wiped it all from my mind. But yeah, I think it was about 14, 15 degrees during the night at one point. But the sun comes up about 3 o'clock in the morning here, so while I was still expecting it to be dark, and as I said last night, I've not done a race around here before, so I was expecting it to stay dark, and all of a sudden at 3 o'clock in the morning it was starting to get light again, so that really surprised me.
That's absolutely brilliant.
In the graveyard shift, but yeah.
And any tips then as well for guys that are watching this that might have never done an endurance before, and obviously after seeing this might fancy putting their hand to it? What would be the tips you'd give them? How would you prepare for it, especially for someone who's probably never done one before? Because obviously a lot of teamwork goes into it as well, so I think clear communication as well, but I'm sure you'll break that down for them. Yeah, I think you've got to start off with good teamwork, and you've got to enjoy the guys that you race with, enjoy their company, because especially with endurance, you're going to be in their company for a good portion of the day. And yeah, you've just got to try and stay calm, just keep it on the track and stay out of incidents. We've a lot of the time we've just lifted off and maybe braked, just to stay out of crashes, and when we see something we're always on the brakes, just heads up driving. And just enjoy it. Just that's the best thing to do is take each lap as it comes, and if like we did get a stop go penalty for speeding, then just take it on the chin and say it's happened and try and work your way forward. Just take each lap as it comes, really. I think that's the one biggest thing that a lot of people find hard to do, is let go of something that's happened. It's in the past, even though it might have only been a second ago. You need to just let it go. It's out of your control and move on. And a lot of people can't seem to let go of it. I've noticed anyway. But in here tonight, with every single person out there, everyone seemed to kind of just, get over it. Like, I'm very surprised at how quick people just kind of got their head back into the game and just got back racing and, didn't overdrive the car to try and make up the time they've lost or anything like that. It's been very, very impressive from every single one of you drivers out there. Yeah, I think everyone's been amazing. It's such a difficult thing to do, is keep these cars going for 24 hours. And like you said just then with the... God, I'm so tired, I can't even remember what you said. It's alright, I'm very boring, it's grand.
Just like enjoying it kind of thing, and you've got to have a sort of a good team behind you and people you can work well with. But yeah, just enjoy the moment.
That's brilliant. I see there was just an update. I don't know if the guys done it at 9:42. The total race so far is €6,865.50, which is a phenomenal achievement from everyone there.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. A big shout out to everyone in the community, and I think I was listening to the stream before, and you said it's such a close knit community, and even after having a year out, there were a couple of people who have been sort of messaging me and welcoming me back. So it's just a great community where you really do sort of feel at home, and I think it's all about just having that respect for each other at the end of the day.
Absolutely. We'll make it more community and drag in Andrew and Claus together. We'll all have a big mad conversation.
Oh, that'll be good.
Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Welcome, Claus, and welcome there to Andrew Richardson. So Reese says that you're owning £50 now, yeah?
Yeah, we had a bet on.
Claus and Andrew, you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
Andrew was getting afraid when he heard the £50.
Yeah, I know. I go quiet when you ask me for money.
How are you, Claus?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Sure, not too bad. I had a lovely sleep with all yous. We're sweating out on the track. So, guys, just want to, Claus and Andrew, just want to kind of give your experience of the race and how jealous are you of Reese after being a year out to come back in and to be up on a podium position?
You want to go first, Claus?
To be on a podium, that's something I can only imagine. Wow, that's really epic. We're not there yet.
But look, at the end of the day, it's all about getting that experience, and it's a great thing doing a 24-hour because you build up great teamwork with the communication and the understanding then of what you need to do, maybe moving forward. Any mistakes or any kind of bad decisions that was done, at least you've learned that now for the next one. If there was any bad decisions, whether you pitted too early or ran a stint too long or whatever, it's great lessons for you. So do you want to talk me through what's been happening with your team? And
who first, me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we started, I believe, 24th, so not very special or anything, but we got collected both first starting attempt and second as well. So that went great, but we worked our way up and we fell back down and worked our way back up. And in the night we got a drive-through for track limits, and that was sad. And in the rain I had a pretty decent stint, and then I overshot the pit entry line. So we got a stop and go 30 for that. So dropped back even further, but we worked through the night. Dan and Yannick worked their asses off to get back up there, and we were 11th, going up 10th, and I had a pretty decent stint in the rain this morning. I was in my bed until 6:30, and then I woke up, and 24 minutes later I was already in the car.
Wow!
So that went pretty okay, and but then. Tim was in the car and he had a disconnect. So we had to wake up Dan. He was asleep, having done a big part of the night, and he had to start up the game again, rejoin, and he also did a stint right after that. So and we dropped from 11th to 18th, and I think we're now 15th. So
wow. That's
quite
awesome.
eventful.
Yeah, but still, it's fun. You've obviously learned a lot then tonight with everything that's going on. But the main thing is, I was saying earlier on, it's keeping the heart, keeping the perseverance, and with the teamwork, you can't let anyone down and keep going to the end, which is very important.
Yeah, you keep going to the end, like you say. It's for charity, so regardless, we're gonna bring it home.
Yeah, which is brilliant to see. And who has been the toughest competitor out there when you're racing? Who have you found was the hardest person to race, or could you even pick one?
I couldn't say. I myself on the dry, I was not very competitive, to be honest. So I was just trying to get out of the way. But in the wet, it went splendidly, and I had huge fun with overtaking some guys like Mr. Harvat and some other guys. I was coming up on Tim Kroll, but my stint wasn't long enough, so I couldn't close that gap, unfortunately. Would have been fun. But yeah, had some nice battles in the West. And for the other guys, I can't really tell, but we had a lot of going on.
It's good though as well. And I think the main thing is once you keep enjoying this, and like Suzuka, it's a very technical track, so at the end of your stints, how tired were you? Because it's very, very technical in the first and second sector with those S's and the Degna 1 and Degna 2. You really need to be so precise every single lap with your braking and steering.
Well, in the dry, I wasn't competitive really, so that was more exhausting actually than in the rain. The car really came alive, and I really loved driving in the rain. So I was just fired up and could go on for well, I would like to say hours, but it's really fun.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
So I'm gonna bring it home now.
That's good. And did you get to see any of Reese or Andrew out on track?
No, not really. I was busy with my own stream, but just fiddling with Streamlabs to get everything decent on screen. So and keeping up with the guys, coordinating stuff.
Yeah.
So haven't really been following the race, to be honest.
And can you just answer me one thing honestly? Were you jumping into any other of your competitors' teams to get a bit of inside information if you could? So looking into their streams.
Can you repeat that?
Were you looking into any of your competitors' streams, like to get any inside information?
Oh no. I'm streaming myself. I just don't have the time to do that also. Maybe others do that, but no.
So you're just
doing our own race.
Yeah, well, that's very good. And how about you, Andrew?
Yeah, I had a little look at one or two streams, but you know we're just a 3-man team, so you know, really.
3-man team for 24 hours.
Yeah,
I thought 4 was bad.
Oh wow.
Me and,
have you got enough stint time left?
Yes. Well, I've got not enough to do another stint, but yeah, we got enough between the other drivers. Myself and Vincent did a lot of driving throughout the night, so Milan, who's driving now, hopefully to the end. Yeah, he's got a bit left, and he's had a nice sleep overnight, so should be fresher than me.
I do want to talk us through your team's race as well and how it started. Obviously, you know, class obviously had a tough one coming back through with stop goes and that. Like, how's it been for your team? Have you had kind of any of those kind of disconnects or stop go penalties or anything?
Yeah, we've had a couple of adventures. We started P19, and in the first stint, I think we picked up 5 or 6 places or so. But our Green Moose team, we sort of pick out the good results by just being consistent and not getting many penalties, and you know, trying to avoid track cuts at all costs. We're certainly not the quickest team, as you can see by the 4 in front of us that are laps ahead. But we pick up the positions by not having dramas. Unfortunately, we had 2 drive-throughs for track limits, and I have to hold my hands up for one of them.
Happens.
Yeah, and also during the night in the wet, I managed to put it in the wall. So yeah.
Oh no.
Not my best driving, but it wasn't. Luckily, it could have been a lot worse. So
were you the pink Porsche?
No, with the green BMW.
The pink Porsche. That was very brutal.
Oh yeah, I seen that accident. That was just about 11ish, wasn't it?
Oh, I haven't seen that. I'll have to have a look. But yeah, we're up in P5 now. No real chance of catching P4. However, I heard their engine is on its last leg, so we can but hope.
Oh.
And P6 we've got a decent lead on, so as long as we're clean to the end, I think we should be looking at a P5. But
when you were lapping the last lap, you were nearly a second faster than P6. So at the minute, you're doing enough to keep safe anyway.
Oh, right, well I'll go tell Milan he needs to slow down and be safer. Not risking it.
Sure, look, he's a racer at the end of the day. He's probably not going to listen.
Oh, I'm sure he won't.
But and how's the experience been for you? Like, has this been your first 24-hour event, or have you done other ones? Or
Yeah, it's my first 24-hour race, and I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I'm the member of the team who's got the short straw and hasn't been to sleep.
Oh wow!
But I'm actually feeling better than I thought I would, so I'm sure it'll hit me about 2 o'clock this afternoon. But
I'd say the minute the race is over, you'll just shut down and go to sleep.
yeah, well, I've not long been out of the car, so I think that's probably keeping me going a bit as well.
Yeah. But look, I think it's the excitement now, because like, in fairness, 5th is an amazing achievement for 24 hours, and especially with the trials and tribulations you've had out there as well throughout the night. Like, that's honestly, it's a phenomenal result. Like, and it does, as I say, for every single driver out there, it takes an awful lot of heart and concentration to keep going. And like, were you getting tired at all with how technical the track is?
I actually found kind of the opposite, where you have to concentrate all the time, so it kept me focused and didn't have time to feel tired, you know, on other tracks where it's a bit more...
Or like, were you physically tired?
Yeah, physically, I haven't felt too bad, but... Start to ache that you never realised could ache when you've driven this much. So. But all in all, I can't complain.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And then I suppose between the three is Reece, you've kind of already said it, but I asked you other guys as well. It's great to get everyone's kind of input on this. For anyone who's new watching this and would love to get involved, either with Simsport-Racing International or just involved with like endurance racing in general, what are the year tips for it as well?
My tips would be, join the Discord. There's always teams looking for drivers and drivers looking for teams. So there's a real friendly bunch here. My team, I didn't know any of them. I found them on the Discord, and this is our 4th endurance race together. So they're friendly enough to put up with me, so that'll be alright for everyone else.
Well, I think that's the great thing about any of these big communities here. Once you get in there, you do make very good friends. And I can't remember who it was that was on with me last night saying that they were driving with a G29, and then one of their teammates in America sent them over a CSL Elite and a steering wheel for free, so they gave them like the base and the steering wheel for free.
Oh, that was our Simon and Tim. Yeah, Tim sent Simon over the CSL Elites all the way from America.
That's unreal, though, isn't it? Like, in fairness, that's what I like about the communities, because people genuinely do look out for each other, and I like it. I really do. It's a nice touch.
Yeah, the communities are great. Everyone. If you go in with sort of any issue, be it technical or your machine or how to drive or anything, there's always more people than you can actually read the replies who are willing to answer and try and help you out. So it's just such a good place to be. And also,
that's what I'm looking at. You're looking at the drive-throughs, 25 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds. So as you see coming up on the screen with the announcements, there is the stewarding now are catching up from lap 256, 286 there for 15 seconds for car number 992. So this is now what's happened overnight is starting to come back. So this could be a game changer for some drivers and some teams, especially there the car in 19 spot now has a drive-through. And he's definitely going to lose out on that one position now. He's going to go down to 20th at least. So that's a game changer. And he's going to be probably about 50 odd seconds behind, because Ariel Cross is only like 3.3 seconds behind. So this is big news for us, guys. I don't think any of your teams are affected, luckily enough for yous.
I think there was one incident we very slightly just tapped a back marker in the night, but it wasn't like anything.
Okay.
It was just a misjudgment of pace on the exit of the corner. But yeah, hopefully we can go unscathed.
So it definitely wasn't that you bullied the car through, no?
I tried my best.
But so as well, guys, with doing the 24-hour here, like, what's your next event? What are you looking forward to next? Because obviously most racers are looking forward to the next race already now.
For me, I haven't got anything lined up for the time being, but I'm sure I'll find something that I can jump in with the team at some point.
For a bit of torture. And what about you, Klaus?
I'm participating in a few championships, so those are sprint races.
Oh, nice.
There's actually one tonight, but I'm not thinking if I'm gonna be there. So, I like the track. It's Laguna Seca, so.
Oh, nice.
There's somebody else here who probably needs some attention as well.
Yeah, that's the other point that no one really knows. What about you, Dimitri? What's your next adventure as well?
Oh, my next adventure is undecided yet. We're gonna see. You know, I'm the type of guy that just looks ahead one day and then we'll see what happens. Which is very annoying for my team, of course, because you know they're planning stuff and things like that. But I think what Klaas was referring to, we now have Tom from the actual charity in the broadcasting room as well. So good morning, Tom. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can, loud and clear. So that's really nice.
Okay.
So yeah, Tom, great to have you here, and we have all these drivers doing their laps for the Against Cancer charity, and you are actually from the charity. So maybe you can give us some info about what the charity is all about, what you are doing, and how everything is going on.
Well, thank you. Of course, I can tell you something about our beautiful foundation. The Foundation Against Cancer has been founded over 15 years ago, and we try to. Our mission is to get a smile on a child that is fighting against this terrible disease, and not only for the child itself, but also for its complete family, because they all have to suffer for this with this terrible disease.
Yeah, that's a great cause.
Yes, actually it is. When we do our events and our short vacations with these children, you can see that they all put their worries away. They can be a child again, and that's what's supposed to be. A child needs to be a child, and we try to do so with several great events that we organize for them. And for these events, of course, we need a lot of money, and thanks to these kinds of charity that you do, these kinds of events, those help us a lot, and we can make a lot of families have a great day or have a great short vacation with these initiatives. And thank you so much for that.
Yeah, no problem, Tom. We are very happy to help over here, and it might be interesting. As you have noticed, we are all sim racers over here. We all have a passion for cars and tracks and racing, and I know that a lot of some of the events that you do are car related as well. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about the events that you are organizing for the children.
Oh well, I'm happy to. Well, one of our biggest and main events every year is our racing day. Then we're on the track in Assen, the TT track in Assen. We are there the complete day, and the children and their family can drive rounds as a passenger, of course. With the most beautiful cars you can imagine. They're even can go rounds on a motorcycle on the back with experienced drivers. They can fly with helicopters during that day. They can go on a Dakar terrain with Dakar trucks and military vehicles. So much fun to do for these children on these days. And there are also some racing simulators over there, so they can do everything. They can go in the car, and after that they can do a simulation as well, and it's amazing.
Yeah, that's just wonderful. And secretly, are you hoping to find the next Max Verstappen as well?
Well, we've seen some talents during these sim events, of course, and yeah, we in Holland I think we have a lot of Max Verstappens coming up. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. Tom or Colin, I don't know if you have any questions from across the water from the UK.
Well, I'm actually from Ireland.
Or from Ireland, yeah. I said that and just realized, it's Ireland, but.
That's okay. In these kinds of events, we're one big happy family, of course. And of course, we mainly do our activities for Dutch patients. But to do that, these are children. It doesn't matter whether they're from Holland or from another country. They just need those kind of events and days. So we're really grateful that you do this, and it's amazing to see how you're all driving this. It's so it's great. I love it.
Can I ask you a question?
One question.
Have you got any TT circuit event planned for next year?
Yes, of course. Every Wednesday. You can see some ideas in the stream as well at the moment. Yeah, every year, a Wednesday in July or August. We haven't got the exact date yet. We'll have this event again, and I'll make sure that when we have this date, I will post something on your Discord or whatever, so we can stay in touch and you can see how we do this beautiful day, because we also have some live streams during that particular day as well. Yeah.
Do you have specific cars, guest drivers, or can anybody?
Well, in a way, anyone can participate, and yeah, we do have some kind of. We prefer the nice and fast cars, of course, but there's always room for about 80 till 100 different cars. So people can just who want to do this, whether they do have an experience as a car driver or not, they can be a part of this event indeed, to drive children around the TT circuit in Essen that day. Yeah.
Yeah, personally, I would love to do that one time.
You're invited. What kind of car are you driving?
A good question. Alfa Romeo. People who know me know I have the streaming channel Alfa Novanta, so I'm a real petrol head. I'm always driving Alfa Romeos.
All right, then maybe it's a good thing to stay in touch after this.
I like that. Yes.
Yeah, and we'll see what we can do, and I can assure you, if you can make it that day, we have an extra ambassador next year with your great events as well, because you'll see that it's a very grateful job to do, and it's awesome. Nice. I can get a bit emotional even, but that's what we have to deal with.
Yeah, I can totally agree on that.
Yeah, so Tom, I do have a latest update for you before I forget on the funds that have been raised so far by all the drivers and everybody who has been willing enough to donate a little bit. We are currently at a total of 6,850 euros. So that's already a nice sum, and if anybody is able. And I see there's €5.50, more than that even. If anyone is able and willing to donate, we do have the links in the description of the live stream. There will be a QR code popping up every now and then on the stream as well, for the people who want to use PayPal. And I noticed on one of the video that was shown, Tom, as well, that there was a really nice Ferrari in the video on the Assen TT circuit. Luckily, it still had its badge, because we also have auctions on the website. And one of the auctioned items was a Ferrari badge, so we were wondering where the Ferrari was without the badge.
I actually got that badge, so if anybody lost it, just give me a call.
Oh, it's class to spend the money on the badge. Very well done, class.
Brilliant.
We drive around with the prancing horse, in case you haven't noticed.
Sorry?
We drive around with the prancing horse.
Of course, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah,
the Ferrari, the Porsche Incognito.
That is the most confused Porsche ever.
Number 999.
Yeah.
Yeah. 29th at the moment.
Yeah.
Or not? Yeah.
So very well. Thank you for the explanation, Tom. If you have anything else that you want to share, please feel free to do so and hop in the stream when you want to. I'm having a look at Colm as well. I'm not. Do you have any questions, Colm, or is the charity event clear like this?
The charity event's very clear. What I was going to ask Tom though, really quick, guys, if you don't mind, is Tom. So like with the Against Cancer, obviously you're based in the Netherlands for now. Do you have any like aspirations down the road to make this more into a global thing? Because it's such a great thing that you do, and like for anyone in the world that has been touched in some way by people with cancer or have cancer, and so what you do with kids is amazing. And I'm sure this could be a big charity that could go global because you know, who doesn't want to help kids have one small little moment? You know?
Yeah,
exactly.
I totally agree with you. These kinds of, well, first of all, these kinds of foundation, they shouldn't exist. They shouldn't have to be existing at all, actually. But unfortunately, we do need them. And of course, we do this in Holland, and there are a lot of charities to do great things for children. Well, to tell you, the name of the foundation, when we began, it was a real Dutch name, and then we changed it to a more to an English name, just because of looking over the borders, indeed, and to make ourselves more known abroad. And of course these events help a lot. But to be honest, our first focus for the upcoming years will still be the Netherlands. But of course we can help out other foundations who do the same things that we do in other countries as well. It's such a good thing to do.
So have you ever collabed then with another foundation and done like a bigger event or anything, or would that be on the cards for the future?
Well, the plans for the future are, of course, to do more and more activities for our for the group that we do it for. But of course, all depends on the funds, and also our fundraising. Yeah, we want to do a lot, but we're always, of course, limited by the funds we get in a year.
Absolutely.
Sorry?
Absolutely. I was going to ask this one thing as well. So you touched on it a little bit. So this is going 15 years. How exactly did Against Cancer come about? What's the story behind? Who set it up? How did it get set up? And how did you go about it? Because I find it quite interesting as well, because it's a very selfless thing to set up.
Oh yes, indeed. Actually, the founder, a friend of his, died of this terrible disease, and they were both very into the motorcycling sport. So they started a foundation combined with a motor racing team that competed in the Netherlands in the early years. But after a few years, they saw that it was hard to combine a motor team with a foundation, and the foundation wanted to be broader than only the motorcycling sport. So then we made a change, and we stopped with the motorcycling team, and we just went on with doing the great things for the children. And the idea of the motorcycle team was also that sponsors for that team, of course, a little bit went for the motor, but 90% of the money they donated, they went to the good causes of the foundation. But after a few years, we separated them completely.
Okay.
So we started with friends who died of this disease from the founder, and then we evaluated until where we are right now, and where are we going to.
That's brilliant. What I find interesting, Tom, is I think Sam also mentioned it yesterday. I hardly know anyone who hasn't been touched by this disease, either themselves or everybody knows somebody. And what I really like about this charity and Racing Against Cancer is that it's sometimes a bit difficult when you have very big organizations to see what is actually happening with the funds, and with smaller charities like yours, you really get a clear view of what has been done and what is done with the funds, and that's really nice to see. Of course, I'm also putting all my trust in the bigger charities out there, and they're doing very important jobs as well. But it's very nice to see. You can see the pictures on your Facebook. What actually has been done with the money raised last year. And we will keep in touch to see see the smiles on the faces from the events that will be held the upcoming year.
Yeah, and the upcoming year, every year we go on a short vacation to Germany with twice a year. Actually, we try to do that with 40 families, and this year we have a special one because it's the 20th vacation that we're going to do. So we're really looking forward to do that in May, and actually without initiatives like yours, we cannot do these.
Yeah, that's great to hear, Tom, and we're looking forward to the pictures, and we'll keep in touch and make sure that all the drivers that have participated in this event will also be able to see what they have been driving for the past 23 hours. And 1 hour and 50 minutes they still have to go, and then we'll get to the grand final and hopefully raise some really nice money for that vacation.
I'll be watching as well for the upcoming big hour. If there are any questions, please send them to Discord, and I'll try to answer them. And if you need anything, just you know where to reach me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. For the viewers out there, indeed, if you have any questions, please feel free to leave a comment in either the YouTube chat or in the Discord. I can imagine Discord for somebody coming into our Discord can be a little bit overwhelming. So, but feel free to ask those questions either in the YouTube chat, and do have another look at the description, where you will find the link if you want to make a donation. Tom, 1 hour and 40 minutes left. I said Tom, I meant Colm, but it's also it's so close to each other, and it's been quite a few hours commentating. But yeah, Colm, 1 hour 14 minutes left. We have seen the penalties being applied, and there are some interesting penalties. They will of course be served with the next pit stop, so things might be shaken up a little bit.
There's no might shaking, they will be shaking up. On my rain dance, I'm begging it for it to get much more heavier again, but as I can see here, it's getting a little bit lighter in fairness. But look, there's still a lot to race for, and it's an hour and 15 minutes. You can still get a drive through, you can still get a stop go. Reese has experienced that as well. Reese is still here with Dimitri, so the guys have experienced exactly the pain of what can happen, and an hour and 15 minutes is quite a long time, especially after being racing for 22 and a bit hours as well, nearly 23 hours. Fatigue has to be hitting in now. As much as drivers will have people in the rear, it's mentally a tough game now. This is kind of, the last hour was normally the hardest hour, even though you can see the finish line now, it's kind of nearly there. It's getting to that finish line, that last hour, the push that you need to put into it's going to be immense.
and especially with a few guys maybe in their head thinking, oh, I now have a 25-second penalty. Like in 11th spot, Pierre Marino, it's a 25-second penalty, but at the end of the day, he's about 60-odd seconds ahead, so it's not going to affect him too much, but he will have it in his head then that there can't be too much of an error. He can't be going off every now and then. He really needs to keep it a bit cleaner because there's much less of a gap. Looking back then at Bileno, then I think it is in 16th, 15 second is going to be a massive thing for him because he is only 23.6 seconds ahead, so that's going to put a nice little battle in play then, because I'm sure then it's Bas van Melis and his mother that does be in the chats as well. He's going to be absolutely motivated now. He'll only have about 8 to 10 seconds to catch up then as well, so you know it's going to be a game changer for the last hour when these last pit stops come in, and that's where we're going to see some really good battles developing. And even looking back then for Zidek then in 24th place, I think that's a 10-second penalty you can see there. Not going to be too much of an effect, but you still have about 30 seconds, which isn't that much of a gap really when you make an error or you get a drive through. That kind of then throws you on the roof of things. So I think the last hour it's going to develop into quite a heated battle between a few of these guys out there, and I'm definitely looking forward to it now. Looking there as well, like there's no major gaps at the minute, but looking at the predictions, everyone's kind of coming up to near which will be I'm sure their last stop. I think the max stint is about 70 minutes, isn't it? So, you know, from about 16, 70 minutes onwards, guys, we're going to see the last stops of this race. But looking there now, it's been phenomenal. Looking at the laps, 605 laps done, guys. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
So I think you mentioned before that it might get about 700, but I don't think we've hit that with the rain. I think there's been a little bit too much.
Look, at the end of the day, we have to be optimistic, Reese.
Well, we could run 100 laps in an hour. What's to say we can't?
Well, if you do 100 laps of Suzuka in an hour, I'll give up commentating. I'm not going to be able
I think I'd have to give up driving if I did. If I did that.
You'd be signed up to Formula 1 within 2 seconds. But no, look, it's great to see, and I love the diversity of the cars as well. But my favourite thing about this, other than the racing, the liveries have been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, everyone's been fantastic, and it's really good to see when you dive in and out between lap traffic to see all the different liveries, especially of a night where they came out of nowhere and they were suddenly illuminated by the headlights. You had like a big pink Porsche in front of you, so it was quite interesting at some points.
That's crazy. And the biggest winner in terms of positions gained so far, car number 42, started 33rd, is up in 24th place. Oh, sorry, up in 12th place, up 21 positions, which is phenomenal as well.
Yeah, to keep that up for the period of time over the 24 hours is pretty incredible. I think we've gained one.
Yeah, but look, you had your tough times going, but you've gained the one that matters, really.
Yeah, we're super happy to be in P3. Really, I think it would have been interesting to see if we've had 2 drive-throughs for the track limits and of course that stop go 30. So if we wouldn't have had them, it would have been interesting to see where we would have been. And we've had the pace of the front runners, even to our surprise, actually outpacing them for quite a bit of this race. And as I said, we've managed to get the gap down, and we're now back on the lead lap on the lap of P2, and we were chasing them down. So yeah, it's definitely been interesting.
Well, they've got 99 problems, and you're definitely one, because you're 99 seconds off them, and I'm sure, the next hour, one small error, and you're back in it.
Yeah, I like that analogy as well.
I'm very inventive with what I say, but people don't take me to heart. That's all I'll say.
Well, I think we've got to give credit to you as well, because I wouldn't know many people who'd do commentate of a night, go to bed, and then get up the next morning and carry it on. So,
sure, why not?
That's some commitment.
But look, I enjoy doing commentary, and I've done it for years now, and I'm only moved over to a set of course in the last 2.5 months, as I say, when I joined Evolution Racing Academy, and I became one of their admins, so I'm stuck doing commentary an awful lot now between them and Amigos. But I started doing podcasts as well, so I want to get the likes of Dimitri and yourself and all in over time as well. And it's a podcast about you and about racing and your kind of stories as well. So like I've started doing that series, so I've been trying to get people from different communities in as well. Because when you watch back other ones, then you get to know other people from from different walks of life and that as well. So, and that's what I find very interesting about sim racers. We all have this crazy thing where we race online and take it so serious, and we take it because even though it's a virtual race, it is real racing. It's still competitive, and it's interesting to hear everyone's walk of life from globally. Where they've come from, how did they get into it, whether it was a COVID, was it before COVID, and we're all a bit mad in the head to be doing it, to be honest, and especially all you lads out there, the 24 hours of it.
Yeah, I'm thinking that now. I was quite pumped at the start, and now I'm thinking, why do we do this? But no, I mean, yeah, my door is always open if you ever need. So I'm not the most interesting person, but yeah, if you ever need someone for a podcast, I'll be more than happy to.
See, that's the misconception. Everyone is interesting because everyone's story is unique. Honestly,
I can tell you a couple of stories. I mean, I've not been doing this that long. I came from iRacing. I actually used to do the NASCAR stuff over there, so I come from more of an oval background, which is weird being from the UK. But
wow, okay,
yeah, that was always my thing before endurance. I did a little bit of endurance over on iRacing, and then came to ACC. And, I think it was 2020 now, so yeah, about 2 years.
Did you do the Papyrus NASCAR games as well, right? Or
yeah,
I had them. Age showing.
I had them when I was little. That was my first. That was my first proper game. Was I think it was NASCAR 4 or something. Yeah, I remember it was my grandparents bought me this little wheel, which you just sticky padded to the desk, and yeah, and that was it. Here we are, however many years later, still doing it.
Really nice. I would say it's a rally trophy that really got me into sim racing. But thinking back on it, it was the original Papyrus NASCAR racing game, but that was without a wheel, and Rally Trophy was my first one with a wheel. Yeah.
Do you know what? I'll tell you a funny story. I used to race with actually before I got the wheel, I used to race with those joysticks that you use for flight sim. That was what I used to do. Yeah, before I had my first wheel.
How did you do that?
I used to push forward for the throttle, back for the brake, and then side to side.
Oh,
no idea.
That's probably torture.
Probably was. I was too young to remember exactly, but yeah, there's pictures of me up in the upstairs attic playing with the joystick. So
that's great to show the adaptability of a kid, though. When you really want to do something with the imagination, it doesn't matter what you use to race, you'll enjoy and you'll do it regardless. So that's absolutely brilliant as well.
But now we're gonna challenge Reese or any of his friends or family members or whatever. We want to see that picture.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
I'm sure we can get it from somewhere.
Absolutely, that'd be great to see.
I'll have to send it in.
Your first kind of sim games are completely different to mine. Mine was like really one of the really old like Formula 1 games. Like it was Grand Prix before Gran Turismo and Formula 1 96. Like I'm going back quite a while. I think it was like on the Sega Mega Drive.
Actually, another game which was one of my first was Toka Touring Cars.
Oh, I love that game.
Codemasters one, yeah.
Guys, they were probably two of the best games ever made. I don't care what anybody says.
That's fine with the other.
And remember, it was in a Formula 1 97 with Murray Walker, and it was the most worst graphics for a Formula 1 game ever, but just the commentary alone with Murray Walker, and it was just epic.
It always makes it better, doesn't it, when you've got a good commentary
Murray
keeping
Walker,
you going.
He was the GOAT, man.
Absolutely.
And some say Dimitri's the Murray Walker of SSRI.
Some say so, but they would be lying.
You should have just said Jed agreed with it. But guys, I think we're nearly at the pit stop stages now, looking at it. Although they can run up to 70 minutes, can't they?
Yeah, we've been trying to push some of these stints to just as long as they will possibly go without us running out of stint times. We've been quite close on some of them, but yeah, I'm probably going to have to get back to the team and help them with the final pit stop.
I'm gonna have a look at Pitbull Live, but it has been a bit sketchy lately for me. I'm looking at the race leader, and he's in his 50 minutes currently his stint, so he has a bit left, but there will be another pit stop, of course.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at all the stint times there, and everyone's kind of in around the 48, 49th minute up to the minute. Although at the very back in 30th position, car number 73 is running an hour now. So they will be within the next 20 minutes at least, or 10 minutes, sorry, in. So that'll be interesting to see. And for them, look, I'll keep saying it, I admire anyone, especially who's at the very back, that could easily quit and say, look, it's not our night, but to stay going, to persevere. Honestly, as much as I respect the leaders for dominating tonight, I actually have an equal amount of respect for them guys to stay going and keep the head together and just, enjoy the last few laps. So honestly, it's a massive achievement to keep a car going, especially when they're 20 odd laps down as well. So well done to them, genuinely.
A small request for, I'm not sure if it's Dave or Tom at the moment, because they are switching, well, about now I think. We have a request in the YouTube chat from a bit back before we went into the interviews from Lulu, who wouldn't mind seeing the 990 car, and she adds bonus points for anyone who finds the hidden stickers on the car. So I'm gonna have a proper look now.
Oh, Joe, because I'm streaming on my own Twitch as well, I'm gonna cheat and go down and have a look at it now. I'll turn off the autopilot for a minute, so anyone who's watching on my stream, they'll see our stream that we're talking on as well. But now I'm just going to focus on that car and try to get into it.
I'll have to log on to find the stickers, because he's controlling his PC, but I'm controlling the cameras, so I'm sure if I can give us an image.
Now let me see.
I have to say, I have seen this car quite a lot, the Snacks and Sons, but I'm not sure what Lulu is referring to, so I'm gonna need to have a really proper look.
That's what I'm trying to do the same.
I'm gonna cheat as well and have a look in the spotter's guide. If I can.
There's so much pickup on the car as well, though, so it's probably half the stickers are covered in rubber.
We've definitely got a name tag there. The names. I don't know if that's is there a special name on the entry?
No clue. That's it as it goes by. That's going way too fast. Slow down. Get them to stop.
Yeah, they look like that's the team.
Yeah, that's the team. You asked for it, so now we're gonna have a real proper look.
Oh yes.
Is there a QR code on the backside, or that's just a yellow tab?
And she put them inside the headlight or something silly like that.
What's that down the bottom underneath there was the pickup is just covering everything.
Lulu does say indeed in the YouTube chat that you're probably not gonna be able to see two of them due to all the pickup. This is a whole new game all in by itself.
Never mind the racing for a few minutes, guys. This is way more important.
It's much more fun.
Yeah, so the pickup is definitely covering some.
I'm not seeing anything.
Go down to the arch there and see what's there, or down at the lower door, so on the side skirt, just to see can we read anything from it.
That must be one of them, but I can't really read it.
I can't read any of that.
I'm sure
it's maybe Japanese.
She says there's one on the other side.
Two on the front and two at the back as well. Oh,
okay,
here,
there's a panda. There's a panda back there or something. Yeah.
That looked like an anime character on my 24-hour.
Can we get an anime character of Dimitri known for the next event?
I'm not sure what my profile is on Discord, but usually my profile is a sketch of myself, and then in sort of anime.
That's cool, actually.
It's not really anime, but it is sort of.
Yes.
Right. So we're gonna have another look once all the pickup has cleared.
Get them to go in and get a pit stop and a car wash.
And otherwise, Lulu, feel free to post the pictures on the Discord after the race.
Absolutely. And looking here, there's still a few time penalties to be served. So, but Biello is still 3 seconds off car number 74. But Biello has a 15-second penalty, so they're going to drop back near to Baz Van Mel soon enough as well. Looking back further, we just need for everyone to pit. Once we pit, we're going to see those close gaps, because I was expecting about 3 or 4 gaps to emerge with all these penalties once they're served. And P11 there is 66 seconds off and 25 seconds, isn't it? Yeah, see, this is the thing we need for everyone to start pitting, to see the true gaps of what we're going to be facing near the end.
We just saw Patrick once there off in the gravel into the hairpin, so not sure what happened there. It doesn't look like he's picked up any damage, so clearly got it stopped before the barriers. But that's okay. They're not having the greatest race, but clearly you don't want to spin either.
No, well, to be honest with you now, if you were to crash out now and do terminal damage, that's the worst thing you could do. Because such a short amount of time left in perspective of doing 24 hours down to the last 57 minutes, and it's weird seeing a clock now with only 57 minutes on it.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Dave, maybe you have spotted it. I was having my breakfast and I was watching it on the television, and my girlfriend was watching along, and we saw one car just stopped on the track. So she asked me, what can you do, and what is happening over there. So I explained to her, I think it's a disconnection or something, because that was a very weird spot to be standing right on track, and I'm not sure which car it was, so I'm gonna ask a lot of you to just imagine which incident that was, and see if you might remember it.
That was Cox, was it?
It could have been, yeah.
I think it was, because he was stuck on the track for quite a while.
It was indeed, yeah.
Yeah, he was literally, I'd say, about 5 minutes stuck at the side of the track, then disappeared and then rejoined, thankfully.
Yeah, so it was a connection issue, probably.
It was definitely a connection issue with them, because they were gone for at least 15 minutes or more.
Alright. That's a shame.
Yeah, because we noticed at that stage we did have 35, it dropped to 34, but then eventually came back up to 35, and we seen them then leaving the pits. That was about 11ish.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
So many hours ago.
I don't know how I'm remembering this stuff. Oh! Just a little love tap. But fair enough, he lets the Porsche back through. That's the right thing to do, even though he was getting the move done. I love the 2 liveries there in the Porsche and the NSX.
Absolutely, yeah. It looked like the NSX was a bit late on brakes, and luckily they both escaped relatively well.
Looks like he was late for Mass, as it is a Sunday, As the Ferrari car goes through then as well. Oh, goes through and off the track.
It is really raining pretty hard, I think, at the moment, and some cars are missing the braking points because of that, probably.
Tire wear though as well. They have been racing for most of these for about an hour now as well on this set of tyres. So I'm sure maybe they mightn't be as optimal as they were, obviously, at the start.
Yeah, reaching the end of the stint time probably as well, and so they're really struggling and looking for some new fresh tyres in just a bit.
Yeah, hopefully in the next 10 minutes we'll start to see everyone dive in, and then we'll get a real sense of the battle that's on then for the last 40 minutes or so then, which is great.
I did notice a very small Chris Hill, I think. It was a very small sentence by, I think, Mr. Hill. Good morning.
I tell you what, I've never been described as a very small Chris Hill.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you get when you are having a discussion with a Dutch guy trying to speak English.
Good morning, everybody. It doesn't seem 11 hours ago when we said there's still half the race to go.
Definitely not, Chris. Definitely not.
Oh, I'm not sure if I've missed anything during the night, but what time does the qualifying start?
The qualifying, that was 11, I think.
All right, okay. So we've still got the full race yet to go, so that's good. Another 24 hours, we can do this. I'm just phoning sick tomorrow.
Absolutely. A lot's changed though since we were looking at it last though, Chris. Gaps and stuff like that. I was fairly... Took me a few minutes to kind of catch up when I came back onto the stream to see where everyone is. But Reece did get his team back up there and then was sitting in third as well. Do you remember last night he was saying that he wants to fight back up into third place. He was nearly a lap down. So he's got that position done.
Oh, that's good to get back up.
And we're down to 30 cars as well. There was 35. We're down to 30 connections.
Just going to ask that if that's the last car on the track. Is currently we spoke to Wouter last night.
We did.
Before we went up there.
We did, and nice guy, and he's doing a great job there. He had a long stint during the night as well. He was saying he was going to be doing a few of them. So I can't remember. Is he bringing the car home though?
I think he may have to, because you know those long stints he was talking about. I did read in Discord this morning that he missed his alarm going off, and when he woke up there was 30. He'd had 30 messages on his phone.
Oh wow! So that was him then that fell asleep for a little bit.
So you know, he said he doesn't take energy drinks or anything like that. He'll just rely on the fresh air.
Hit the good old-fashioned technique. I remember them exact words.
I'm having a look at Discord, and there has been some discussion of brake pads as well, with Mohammed asking if anybody has changed their brake pads. I know we did, because we get the red squares now signaling danger, and we say that's 7 hours left, I think, in the race. So we just decided let's change them, and we might have managed it by braking earlier and letting off a little bit and coasting a bit more, but you don't want to do that for 7 hours, so we decided to just change them. That's about other teams actually. And Imre Horvat, I think you're right, is saying, I remember hearing in the broadcast that one team started on brake pad 1. I think I heard it as well.
Oliver's team.
Oh, it's Oliver's, yeah. So they must have changed brake pads as well.
They would have had to. So with Metropolis in the pits as well as Zydak, and the Zydak was, I think he did 15-second penalty to serve as well. So we're starting to see now these pits coming in, so fingers crossed. So it looks like, Chris, that there should be about 3 or 4 close enough battles to the end because of all the penalties that were added in from the live shooting there from last night. It looks like we should have about 3 or 4 proper close battles within 10 seconds of each other, and that could be a game changer with fresh tyres and lighter fuel loads now for the end.
I wonder how many of those, you may have already covered this, but I wonder how many of those teams were aware they were going to get a penalty, or they were actually under investigation.
Who knows? I wouldn't know, because wasn't the live shooting, they were all racing as they were saying earlier on, so they would have jumped in then about an hour ago and reviewed whatever incidents were there.
Yeah, that was the incidents throughout the night though, so...
Yeah, I think most of the time you know when you've done something that is a bit sketchy, and and the other teams might have, or the other team members might have had a look. Is there an incident report? But if something happened, most of the times you realize yourself, and so I don't think it would be a big surprise to anybody.
No, you know if you've done wrong at the end of the day.
Well, no, it's car 992 there has got 25 seconds, so that must be multiple penalties added together.
Probably, yeah.
10 second and 15 possibly. So done something really bad, or a couple of things really bad, I should say.
I'm having a look now. Yeah, it's been two incidents that have been penalized separately, so that's unfortunate for them.
The first place guy's got a penalty as well, 5 seconds. Again, I assume that's from throughout the night as well. I didn't catch up on all the penalties.
Yeah, I think that one was for aggressive driving. Clear on a back marker.
Guys, there's a weird stat for you. There's been 54 drive-throughs in the last 24 hours, and I'm going to go through every single kind of penalty there was just to give you full stats on that.
I'm reading in a chat that music, I think that's Tim Kroll. He just mentioned when we were discussing the brake pads, like he just mentioned, oh, we're still on pad 2 and it looks to be okay. And he just jinxed it because they are now, the brakes now turn brown.
Oh, wow.
You don't want them turning brown.
Nope.
And we have Mike leaving the pits now, going to bring the car home as well. His brother, I think it was, in the stint beforehand, so good to see that. They've actually had quite a good race. I know Vickers was in their team as well, and they all done fairly well. So holding up in the 7th spot is quite well. I think when we were looking at them last night, Chris, I think they were down at about 9th as well, so they've obviously gained a little bit of time.
Yeah, they've certainly elevated themselves up there, up the standings. I noticed there's a few teams there. John Betton of Simracing Holland, down in 8th place. I think they were down in something like 12th.
Yeah.
Conceptor in 9th of CBSR, they've gone down because they were up in something like 4th or 5th place with Aaron, Danny Deswart, Anthony as well.
Yeah, no, it's been very, very good. I'm waiting now for Pete Morano to pit as well, but they're going to be still quite a bit ahead though of 12th place, so they're fairly safe. Now, looking on the track, so for 18th and 17th, there's only 2 seconds between them, so that's going to develop soon enough. So that's one of the close battles we were expecting to happen.
Sorry as well, I think your friend Skyler's now in the car 333.
Can I just say one thing? He's a legend. I'm good. No, that was it. He's a legend.
All right. Okay.
That was the one thing. But I know, honestly, look, I'm delighted to see him coming in to bring the car home as well. I'm looking forward to talking to him in about 5.5 hours. Anyway, we're doing a podcast together, so I'm looking forward to that. As the 3rd and 4th place have now pitted as well, guys. So let's see what happens now, because I know 3rd place were about 90 seconds off Simone Robetti there as well, so let's see, can they do that in the last hour or so and push on as Robetti's in the pits as well. They're about a lap ahead though, nearly, when you look at it there.
And remember, everybody, we have 45 minutes left, so if you want to make a donation, have a look at the link in the description. Alternatively, you can also have a look at car number, what was it? Lulu B, let's check it, 990, I think? 990. Yeah. Because Lulu has just posted a message that there are 7 stickers on their car, and every sticker people will find, they will throw in an extra £5 for the charity.
Brilliant.
So that's 7 stickers to be found.
So how many stickers did we find?
30.
I thought it was 552 of them. Get the money across.
We saw them all.
We definitely seen them all. We pretended we didn't see 1 or 2 because of pickup, just to make them feel happy. So that car should literally be on the stream to the end. See, they're very smart as well. They're getting loads of airtime now for this.
Yeah, exactly. And Imre is also replying that they might be trying to get people to connect and go over the two connections for each team limit. So teams might get a disqualification for that, and they end up on the podium.
You never know.
It's some very smart tactics going on there. What do they call it nowadays? IQ 1000?
That's the truth. And the race leaders in the pits for the last time, guys, as well. So fair play. That was a great stint as well. 1 hour and 10 minutes on the button. They timed it very well. So this is it. It's hard to believe it. Less than 44 minutes to go now, which is absolutely crazy. I think we should add on an extra 5 hours to them. What do you reckon?
Getting a message that P17 and P18 are fighting for position, Patrick van der Laan says.
Yeah, we were waiting for that one to come in. It was 2 seconds only a few laps ago. Now we're down to 1 second.
Yeah, I think it changed to P16 and 17 due to the pit stop of Mode 11.
Yeah. See but out there, yeah, 0.8 on the screens for the guys. It looks like the live timing is about 1.3 seconds off.
I thought I read somewhere that the Ferrari had disconnect issues during the night.
They're down at 29th now.
No.
Are they not?
The Ferrari, no, they're up in 16th.
Are they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The Ferrari, the Porsche Ferrari. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, I keep getting confused. Yeah. That's
You're getting confused. How do you think that car feels?
Ik begin nu 31-0 uit te tikken, maar ze hebben steeds
sorry.
P11. Stop
dus ik
go
denk op
first.
zich dat dat wel
Oh, no.
gaat komen.
Die wilt gewoon splash and dashen?
That's the pink Porsche.
Ja, ik denk niet dat we de tijd eruit halen. namelijk met
I'm
nieuwe
good for
banden.
them, because they were having a great race. But I can still hold the heads up point.
Maar dat is meerdere ronden nog, hè, denk ik.
Tom, if you are able, maybe you can focus on car
Volgens mij wel,
666.
ja.
Wat denk jij, Klaas? Ik heb nog
if we can
15
have a look
minuten.
at that,
Er staat over een half uur nog steeds regen, dus oftewel... Waarschijnlijk, zeg maar, de overweer kan sowieso niet. De overweerbanden. Dus of we kunnen voor nieuwe wets gaan, of splash and dash en door, en tijd besparen. En hopelijk dat de spanning... ja.
That is crazy. Well, I think Casper Hogarth.
Ja, zeg maar geen nieuwe regen.
And possibly even Metropolis is going to get by as well. So they might come out then.
Ja,
Yo.
gewoon alleen een beetje bijtanken. Yo.
Ik zat inderdaad ook, ik zat de stream te kijken.
Which is not ideal.
Nou,
Volgens
ja.
mij kan je best een splash and dash doen.
Ja, ik denk inderdaad dat de meeste tijd oplevert.
Ik zal even kijken in de...
Ja, valt op zich wel mee. Dan is het anderhalf uur dan uiteindelijk. Maar dat kunnen ze wel hebben, denk ik.
Wat is jouw fuel per lap nu?
Nu 2,97.
2,97 per ronde, dus dat wordt wel...
Kijk,
ja, oké,
ik
dat
kan nog
is een
14 laps, zegt hij nu.
Even kijken, laptime is...
Nu 2,10. Kun je vanuit
2,10,
gaan,
maar het gaat wel naar 2,7, dus dat is 127.
Hey guys, we're back for the last bit of the race.
Even kijken, hoeveel drive time heb je nu nog?
Nu nog, ik kan het op start-finish ook eens zeggen, maar nu is het 14 minuten.
I was in the
En er is
chat
nog hoeveel in de...
earlier on.
Nog 41 minuten op de race tellen.
In de chat, in de chat.
Dat is nog 30, 27 minuten plus 1 ronde, dus zeg een half uurtje.
Ja.
En dan zou je na de pitstop 46,5 liter moeten hebben.
Oké. En ik heb nu 43 liter.
Ja, dus dan... Kijk, je hebt nu nog 5 ronden, nee.
Ja, 5
ronden, ja, 20, dan moet er iets van 30 liter bij of zo.
Ja.
Dan is een splash and dash wel een stuk sneller.
Even denken, het is een keer 0,2 of zo plus offset. Wat was het? De tijd die het kost om te tanken?
We hebben 1 keer een splash and dash gedaan deze race, dat was 40. Dat was...
35 liter voor 20 minuten ongeveer.
Ja, en dat duurde toen 8 seconden geloof ik. Dus dan kom je ongeveer 8 seconden duurt dan de pitstop in plaats van 30.
Oh ja,
Dus je spaart 22 seconden uit, dus dan zou je seconden per ronde... Ja, dan zou je 2 seconden per ronde ongeveer moeten winnen. Om een bandenswap...
Ik weet niet of dat erin zit.
Nee, ik zou gewoon proberen splash and dash. We hebben niks te verliezen toch? Misschien dat we nog iets... Ik denk iedereen moet nog een pitstop. Ik zag van Melen zag ik de pits in net. We rijden nu 14 geloof ik of zo toch? 16. In ieder geval die moeten allemaal nog een keer een pitstop maken. Dus als zij wel een bandenswap doen...
Hey, dit hiervoor is positie.
Je zit 1,3 positie, ja. Een Honda.
Ah, nice, kom op.
Maar achter ons is ook positie.
Oh ja, inderdaad.
Dit is allemaal positie inderdaad. Nice.
Nou, dan gaan we zeker een splash and dash doen. Dit gaan we niet meer weggeven natuurlijk.
Split view with 39 minutes to
So
go.
we're gonna do a splash and dash probably. Oh, it's a Ferrari. Plan C. Oh no, wait, it's the whole night. It's 24 hours. Plan A, B, XN probably. I don't know. A lot. So yeah, we're gonna do splash and dash to pick up some fuel and lose as less time as possible. And we're gonna totally wreck those tires.
And this is it, no more pit stops.
Je bent op een stream.
Absolutely.
It's funny how both battles are involved in a Porsche, loosely speaking.
Yeah. I'd say the guys in that pink Porsche have been so fast, so they've been unlucky there.
Two on 130.
Whoa!
Don't crash, guys! Don't crash!
Holds on to it.
Oh!
That's brave.
No, it's going back up to Mercedes.
It's not for precision.
Porsche might be a bit stronger on the brakes.
Oh,
he
it is.
is, but he's nowhere to go.
Yes, it is! Oh my word!
That's phenomenal racing by the two of them.
See, that's what
Nummers 12 en 13 die gaan helemaal wild. Die zijn helemaal aan het batteren met z'n
that.
tweeën. Als die eraf gaan, hebben wij de bonus.
But now we have the drag race again, and Mercedes will probably have the advantage over the Porsche, and let's see.
Well, this is the Achilles heel of the Porsche. It's absolutely abysmal in a straight line compared to the other competitors.
Holding on to him though, coming into the
Yeah, exactly. They don't get the twisted part, which is really in the favor of the Porsche, but difficult to pass, of course, in the S's.
Absolutely. Well, look, the Porsche has been super strong
10 minutes
in
in
the low and mid-speed corners here, compared especially to the Mercedes there. It's definitely been a surprise for me looking at how well the Porsche has actually handled the first few sectors here. I've normally found the Porsche a little bit squirrely, but obviously the guys who are in this have a great setup and have it planted as well.
26
even in the
minuten
rain
plus,
there, it's actually quite
ja,
stable
dan kom je uit op
on both
30
cars.
ongeveer 30 minuten plus als je die extra ronde meeneemt.
Very, very stable there, which I'm very surprised at.
De pink Porsche.
Dus ik zou zeggen, zorg dat je 50 liter in de tank hebt na de pitstop. En dan bijvullen tot 50 liter.
Made into the 159s and they are P1 and P2 the fastest lap to P1 for 159.677 with P2 159.785.
Excellent. That is going.
Just to be sure, were you also on the stream, or is this now information that only we broadcasters know?
It's on the broadcast client, so it's only in the it's only in that information, unfortunately.
But there you go.
You can see it if you look at the car on a different, in terms of a different way. You see it on under their name tag on the right.
Oh yes.
You can do if you go in car, I think it is.
Oh yeah, 219.1.
Currently 10 seconds a lap slower because obviously the track is currently wet. Obviously, weather's looking like it is going to reduce in intensity again. 35 minutes to go. I'm not too sure if we're going to get a dry track by then.
I don't think that's going to happen at all, which is great because if it goes greasy, people will make mistakes.
I have to say, good job to Lulu. I've had a look in private at the sticks that they have hidden. Good luck to anybody trying to find them. And I don't feel ashamed anymore that we didn't find them.
Oh, so they have them hidden down under like vents and stuff like
Come
that.
on, Tim! You can do this. You've got it 34 minutes
Easter
to
eggs
go,
indeed. It's not as obvious as we might have thought.
Yeah. Maybe on the splitter and maybe on the side of one of the splitter endings or something
So
like
if
that
you
as well,
want
or
to
the
donate,
diffuser
it's still
endings.
possible, it's still open. I will show you the page.
I'm looking there now, it's looking quite juicy. These guys only literally not even 1.5 seconds covering these three cars.
I have to say that the Aston Villaro is looking very strong.
Yeah.
So, very short, this is our
I think
page.
since the
You can
update,
donate
the
here,
Aston Martin has
enter your
become
name,
quite popular again with
enter
drivers.
your email and leave us a message.
To be honest, I have never
Here you
really liked the
can,
Aston Martin.
leave
I have
some,
driven two
money,
stints now because our team chose the Aston Martin.
and
I'm
press
starting
donate.
to like it, but for me it lacks something.
There are
The
people who
engine,
would do this
it
in a
doesn't. It's not the most pleasant sound in my ears. There's nothing that really stands out for me. Which is probably a strong point with an endurance race, but it's not one I pick myself when I want to have fun.
Yeah.
You've got this.
That's why I find it with the BMW M4. It's a very, very good car, but it's just so boring. Like the straight six engine, it's not exciting either, really, is under the car acceleration or anything.
Is this guess
Tom's
which
managed to
car
find
it
one.
is? Is it the Lambo?
Oh, nice.
That's £5 per viewer.
Oh, my word.
Per viewer, and I seen there 1,000 views, wasn't it?
They were looking for that image or something.
Amazing.
I don't know.
Like you said before, it's, you know, the attention to detail on some of those liveries. It's great to see. It's amazing.
It is so cool. It is absolutely amazing. We're still with this really tight battle with the 3 of these guys, but other than that, it is quite spread.
But okay.
Yeah, and I've missed it a little bit because I was focusing on stickers. How did it end up with between the Porsche and what was it, the Mercedes?
The Mercedes got by and is pulled now 4.5 seconds clear of Moreno.
Yeah, so they've run away with it.
Yeah, but you know, Belello, Wargers, and Nejbor are still added as well. Or sorry, Bijor.
Whoa!
Is it Bijor?
Staat een auto stil op de baan.
That's quite right.
Oh, daar wordt iemand geraakt.
Ja, third place car.
Whoa! Holy crap.
Oh, that went smoothly.
Voor de start-finish.
Het zal weg.
Yeah, if that got any of the cars some major damage, they both continue.
BMW sandwich and BMW.
Wow.
And that's Andrew Richardson's car, isn't it? So that could have cost them big in terms of is that Milan Duma who's ahead of him.
What the fuck?
Oh wow!
Indeed, there was an incident between the P3 and the P5 cars. They're both top runners.
Does it look like there's much damage? Although that other...
Yes.
Ik heb nog 4 minuten namelijk.
True anyway, but...
Yeah,
you know, bandenspanning, hè?
They're not best in full position like that, but you know, you have to be confident that you won't, you know, something like that happens again.
Stijgt soms naar 31, 3, 31, 4.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that too often, especially with 31 minutes to go. That's definitely not what you want to be doing now.
And they're very great drivers.
But guys, there still only is really the one close battle on track with Belello, Nejbor and Wilkes. Other than that, it's been quite spread out. But that's the joys of a
prima dan, ga je prima uitrijden.
Either very fast,
Ja, denk ik
consistent
wel.
and have adapted to the
Ik denk dat het gaat er wel minder aan het regenen, dus het zal nog wel hard omhoog gaan. Spanningen, maar
once or twice, so
is oké.
It's mad to see the different spread in gaps. And quite interesting, really. So it shows who's had a really strong
nu, na deze...
But still 30 cars going to the end,
Ik
which
kom
is
einde van deze ronde erin.
Einde van deze ronde er binnen, oké. Dus dan heb je
Absolutely.
nog 15,
we have one more look.
misschien 16
we'll have a
ronden.
couple of more looks at the race later.
Ja, 50 liter. Als je pit exit 50 liter hebt.
That's always something that you have to be wary of.
Dan heb je 1 of 2 ronden marge volgens mij zelfs. Misschien zelfs 3 ronden marge, maar dat...
too much risk. It is wet out there, so you know any of those cars can have a slight wobble, and before you know it, you're right on top of them. So it's always a bit scary.
Absolutely. Fair play. Like, to be honest with you, out of the whole race and over the whole 24 hours, there's not really been anything that's been, you know, deliberate. There's been a few accidents, but like nothing deliberate. There hasn't been any foul play or people losing their tempers on track. For the most part, it's been tough, hard, fair racing.
It's been pretty cool out there. So
volgens mij hoeft de rest trouwens niet meer te stoppen.
True.
Bedenk ik me nu.
Mel is saying in de YouTube chat.
Nee, dit is
wel met 40, 50 minuten te gaan.
Nou, die achtergrond weet ik niet eigenlijk.
For this race, all the wet and dry running made it brilliant fun.
Absolutely, you had to be on your toes all the time and thinking. It wasn't one of these things we could sit back for 4 or 5 hours knowing that it's going to be dry and you can just chill out. You just do not know. And we didn't know, we could never tell, because when we started thinking, oh, it's going to be dry, next of all, a few seconds later, there's a cloud coming in 30 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been crazy.
And I know I have had a little discussion with my team members. You know, it might not. Is that Porsche coming in for a pit stop? It is.
Yeah.
That's going to shake up that fight a little bit.
Nice.
Well, a little bit, a lot.
Wow. I'm wondering why that's the case. There was no penalties. They weren't out majorly. Oh, there was an hour and 8 out. So they're actually out for nearly 70 minutes. That's why.
They had to. It's
That was an
Dat is
amazing
wel
stint
extra, denk
though.
ik.
Probably gonna cost them a little bit, but look, it is what it is. They weren't expecting to be really fighting them for 16th.
No, they were aware, of course, that they were not really in that fight. Unless, any of the other cars have to do a small stint as well.
Gaat u weer? Some people might have to splash and dash. That was definitely not for tires. That was a splash and dash.
Knipperlicht niet uit te zetten. Op een stream.
Nice. Pitstop ook? Nou ja, bedrock. Dat was niet echt, maar...
Ja, allebei.
Oké.
Ze zeiden van, that was definitely splash and dash, no tires.
I was wondering if
ging veel te snel.
If the Porsche would be right in front of the Aston, we could have another fight as well. But looks like they're still, yeah, exactly.
Hoeveel fuel heb je nu in de tank zitten?
I was discussing with my team members, like, it might not be.
Hoeveel fuel heb je nu in de tank zitten?
The way that the showers float from dry
to wet. Dat gaan de rondetijden in één keer gigantisch omlaag en dan moeten we wel...
Nee, ik heb een beetje gekeken. Het is nog 30 minuten, dus als je het zo 2 minuten, ronde van 2 minuten rijdt, dan heb je 15 ronden te gaan. Dus dan haal je tot 50 liter makkelijk. Ik denk dat we 5 tot 10 liter veel hebben nu.
But Japan definitely is so predictable in real life for racing, so that's why.
Zijn we net op een paar tien op een positie komen, maar
by whoever set up the server, but it is kind of realistic for Japan.
Tot nu toe hebben we in ieder geval wel, ik weet niet waar P18 rijdt, maar we hebben in ieder geval 1 plek weer terug gewonnen sinds de hele debacle.
Set up the server done an absolutely fantastic job because no one.
En dat moet wel de strategie zijn geweest, want op de baan hebben we niet echt ingehaald.
You have to be adaptable.
Oeh, Bok. 18 staat er 30 seconden achter.
So I've been quiet for a little while. I've been following the Discord chat, and there is a team that has found all 7 stickers.
Wow!
But Lulu and their team said it's not really within the spirit of the game. They've actually loaded the livery file into the showroom and zoomed in. On every aspect of the car.
Wie is P18 trouwens?
It looks like they are going to make a donation.
Vargas, niet Vargas, auto nummer 11.
Oké.
For it, although it's not exactly.
Is dat het team van Dennis of is het een andere?
Geen idee.
Yeah, but if you tell somebody that you find the 7 stickers and they don't speculate.
We hebben ook letterlijk 1 plekje verloren met die pitstop. Alleen aan degene die achter ons reed.
They never said whilst on stream, did they?
Die rijden nog steeds met elkaar bij elkaar, denk ik, de Wilks.
You know, given the race team there, like even Toyota back in the day, no one told them at the time that they couldn't have the spring in the turbo until they noticed it and said it was cheating back in 94, 95 in the WRC. When they had that sleeker that was like by far the fastest car, but because they had the restriction of the, I think the diameter of the turbo could be like 20 mil, but they had a little spring in the boost hit a certain thing that pulled back and opened up to about 25
misschien nog een drive voor
about an extra 50
horsepower of zo, maar het lijkt me op.
Nee, rijderstijd is instant disqualification.
Nee, maar om de stinttijd te kunnen...
Oh, zo. Nee, want ze zijn volgens mij allemaal met 50 minuten te gaan gepit. Dus in principe kunnen zij gewoon doorrijden, volgens mij.
Lots of innovations, haven't there, that have been outlawed. There was the F-duct. Is it F-duct?
So very nice you guys are watching. Thank you for that. It's been a very eventful race. We started yesterday, 1 o'clock.
I don't know how no one copped it until nearly 2 years after. Was with Renault. They
got collected in a turn 1 incident. Yannick was in the car. He was driving like 30 minutes, 35 minutes. We had a server crash, so the whole game, the whole race went down. So we had to wait for a bit for them to restart the server. They got it restarted at 1400 hours. We had a restart with the original starting order. So there were teams very disappointed, of course, because they benefited from all the mayhem in turn 1 and whatnot, and other teams were very happy because they were collected. And, yeah, so original starting positions, 23-hour race.
Heb je een foto van Aaron in de endurance chat gezien? Nou ja, Tim natuurlijk niet, maar... Ze hebben een foto met als titel The Damage After 24 Hours. 4 kratjes Hertog Jan, leeg opgestapeld.
Oh, jezus. Met hoeveel? Met z'n tweeën? Oh nee, toch?
Ik geloof, volgens mij zijn ze met z'n 4 of met z'n 5.
Oké, maar toch. Hoe rijden die lui in de top 10?
Ja.
Ze hebben gewoon...
Once had a recorder in his car. And he was going, not sure, he was coming off the motorway and up to a roundabout. And while I was going around the roundabout, Sterling Moss was leaning over into the glove box to get something out of the glove box while still going around the roundabout. Just shows.
Do I have a glove box even? I think we are now zooming in on one of the.
Oh, we can definitely see that though.
Yeah. Still not sure what it is though. I have to say a really good game to Snacks and Sons for throwing out that challenge for everybody and donating some extra for the charity. Yeah,
absolutely.
You know, next year it'll be spot what isn't a sticker on the car from here.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's brilliant. And there's still only kind of one close battle at the minute, guys, because to be honest with you,
so there was a competition to find stickers on the car. I have it here.
So I think
this is one of those stickers probably, apparently.
Again, there's 1.7
this is another sticker you should find.
Not much going to happen.
I haven't really been following it. It's a game.
Lulu in chat is saying that image that we saw on the event was a sausage dog.
This one is very small.
I'm not going to lie, I thought it was a pixel dog myself. It was very, very hard to see that. That's cool though. Would you reckon the likes of Fanjo and Moss would love these kind of GT cars?
Nice.
Because they drove everything, so they would have been very adaptable drivers.
So if you want, you can join our Discord. As you can see, it's a very lovely bunch. Very funny guys.
Still doing a few classic races.
You can always join Discord and see if it's something for you. If you want to join a race or anything, you can just ask for teams. Not sure
it was actually. He had wasn't it the big accident he had that nearly killed him? That he tried racing afterwards with us that wasn't the same for him.
Yeah, something like that.
Then he went into doing commentary actually for a while with Murray Walker back in the day. So if you look back kind of in any broadcast from the 70s and 80s, you would have seen Sterling Moss in with the cars.
Een half uur is het droog. Heb je daar naar gekeken? Of over 10 minuten al?
Nee.
Oké, gelukkig.
Dat tot de finish dat het nog wel blijft druppelen of dat het dan nog gestopt.
Nice.
Bovendien hadden we hier toch niet met slicks in kunnen rijden nu.
Nee.
Oh, probably faster than I would say.
Yeah.
Like when you look back at the cars, like if you look at
wacht even een andere pitten.
Like literally the steering wheel is the size of like a car wheel now, and like there was no safety, and like when they were fueling the car, he was having a fag. Like where else would you get that?
I did notice earlier on on the stream, Colm, that you mentioned documentaries about a racing documentary, and I couldn't quite catch which one you were talking about. So maybe you can put it out on Discord or after the race, because I'm very interested in that one.
There's so many, I can't remember which one it was.
Road to Le Mans.
Or maybe it was Dave actually this morning with Yvonne.
But Road to Le Mans is very good, yeah.
I'll put a link in the
God,
chat.
dat was een beetje laat.
It's very good.
Jesus.
I have to say, it's also getting very creative
nice.
with the donation.
Yeah, it's too bad we cannot see Tim on track.
Anthony and
zit jullie beiden in de game?
Of the damage after 24 hours.
Ik niet. Volgens mij zit Brian zit in de server.
And the good thing is,
ja, want Brian streamt, dus die moet wel in de server zitten.
Yeah, but you've not said how many big. I'm just looking at that. I was going to bring the.
Ik denk anders stream ik de finish
4 beer crates with 24 bottles in each.
Wow.
Je kunt hem restreamen van Brian.
Je kan die van Brian inderdaad restreamen.
It's in the endurance
ik weet niet waar hij streamt.
Op YouTube, in de IDC dingen staat de link.
Ja, je kunt anders ook gewoon Brian's Rekkerman zoeken op YouTube. Vind je hem ook wel.
In de IDC community en dan de... welke is het?
Ik heb hem al.
Oh, je hebt hem al. Nice. welke is het?
I have to say that I absolutely adore that CBSR livery. It's just such a colorful and such a nice livery.
This is our car, guys. This is Brian streaming
on the field. If you ask me, the Mercedes, I really like that. Yeah, so there we have to be of the CBSR team, and I do have to admit.
So we can actually see the car finish.
In one room, so
we can see Tim bring it over the line.
Nice.
So there's that.
But you know what? You're dead right though.
Top.
That livery is stunning.
Very nice.
Yeah, Aaron and Patrick racing the
So it is drying up actually. We did the splash and dash, so these tires are pretty old, but we think they will hold till the end. We didn't want to lose extra time doing a tire swap
CBSR is
for only 20
the
minutes.
top 3 are doing currently for lap times.
Let's hope it will bring anything. Maybe other teams will bring it home, and other teams might just do a splash and dash.
Of course, Clyde has to make up for that incident he just had a couple of laps earlier.
Yeah.
We are 17th.
We're far away from Greece now either, so it's not going to be long before they.
Yeah, I do know.
They're starting to get their tyres warm up a little bit.
29 degrees out there for track
say
temperature as well.
Lello, the 666 Aston Martin.
It looks like the dry weather that you
666
predict
Aston Martin is in front of us.
It's just coming in a little bit too late.
Read this.
Oh,
there it is. There it is. It's just in the corner. It's half a lap up. So that's
in
quite,
there, it is. It's a gorgeous looking livery. The blue, the purple, and the black. Whoever put the thought into that done such a phenomenal job.
Zo ver?
Guys, it looks like we're not going to have any kind of last battles coming towards the end now. Feels like everyone's kind of spread out from 2 seconds onwards now.
Ja, oké. Ja, dat is wel echt meer dan een halve ronde. Ja, oké.
I think that should be a bit of an update on the fundraise so far. It looks like it's going to be currently just under the €7,000 mark.
Brilliant.
We've got the new promises of donations for the sticker gate. We're going to call it now.
Let's do split screen. Let's see if I can make something out of this.
We charge them 100 million then if they don't pay it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'd like to hear.
I heard your interviews with with Tom from the charity earlier on. Very nice. Always gets me emotionally when I hear how the money's being spent and what it's for.
Absolutely. To be honest with you, you know, I think everyone in life takes things for granted when they're not physically or facing challenges like that. So, you know, in your normal day-to-day, you wouldn't be thinking about a child struggling with cancer and, you know, their families and the struggle they're all going through. Because could you imagine from a parent's perspective looking at their child with such a devastating illness and being powerless to doing anything about it? So for these guys then, to make the child forget about what's going on, to make them happy just for that moment of time. Could you imagine the joy that will bring down to the parents and the families of people as well? It's a beautiful thing, look.
A split screen.
Absolutely beautiful.
15 minutes away from the end of this race. We'll see.
What's this then? Triple screen.
Spin there by the McLaren of.
Big spin.
What's that down in 27?
Ik ben nog best wel snel voorbij is gegaan qua tijd. Normaal zit je altijd zo van. Dat het, ja, op het eind gaat het opeens wel super snel, maar in het begin ging het ook wel super snel. Ik had niet het idee dat het nou.
Klopt, het helpt ook wel dat we Seminal rijden meer hadden. Denk ik. Tenminste, ik vergelijk het alleen met die Kialami 24 uur toen.
Ja, misschien wel inderdaad. Dat zou ook je hebt iets meer pauze, je zit iets meer. Ik had denk ik iets minder. Dat ik zeker in het begin had ik eigenlijk niet heel veel bij. De eerste 2-3 uur. Maar...
Ja, nee, dan dat je gewoon even tijd hebt om andere dingen te doen. Dus dan lijkt het ook snel te gaan, denk ik. Maar ik vond het wel best wel snel gaan. Ik heb ook vrij lang geslapen, moet ik zeggen.
Ik ging om 8 uur naar bed en ik werd om 10:30 wakker gebeld. 2 uur geslapen. Het voelde wel echt als veel meer.
Ja, oké, goede slaap.
No, that's it. Look,
Yeah.
anytime anyone gets a
Hopelijk.
penalty, whether they deserve it or
Go.
not, they're going to argue.
Nou ja.
It's being
Hopelijk met
competitive.
de bal met schoonfamilie.
And that's
leeft
the
hij
one
dan
thing I will
deze.
say. There's been no
Ja,
malicious
dat is wel
driving
goed.
here tonight. It's
There's
been
just
very
information
respectful.
everywhere.
And
Now it's the big Porsche.
Lachen en
yeah,
zwaaien.
I think they all understand. Like most people that race in these now are experienced or have been part of a community, and they're getting the great guidance from maybe more experienced team members. So,
So
if there
guys,
is
we're
a team
almost
out
there.
there
Almost
that
there,
mightn't have
30
experience of a 24 hour
30
before
minutes.
this, they will obviously have the support of people there that would have.
Oh, little delay.
There was a bit of an accident there.
Dat zie je.
I think he's missed it with 10th and 11th guys. But
Er stond een auto stil in de
back on
130.
anyway, which is the main thing.
676 struggling.
Nu niet meer, denk ik.
Nee, niet. Nee, ja, aan de andere kant van de 130.
He got a little nudge though.
Heenweg.
Did he? Yeah, off Hogan
Oh,
was.
zo.
Bij de
Do you think
dekneus.
they might have gone in
Ik ging er bijna
for
letterlijk
slicks?
overheen.
No, that was the push, that was definitely. But that was just an unfortunate thing. But yeah, honestly, guys, you know, Simsport-Racing International could hold their heads up high after holding a great event that's raised nearly €7,000 for a very meaningful thing as well. So all the guys in there can hold their head up high, and all the drivers can hold their head up high, because without them, it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, now that everybody is approaching the finish, there's a lot of people joining in on the Discord and the chat. How awesome the event was, and
Nearing
how
the
they
end,
have enjoyed
guys,
it. You know,
nearing the end
just
of
spending
this
some time
event.
with your friends in your team, with the other teams. There's a lot of interaction going on, so that's just great to see.
You can still donate if you want to.
I
Link
think
is in the
the
description
best thing
below,
about something like
please.
this is it's chilling with your mates. You can have all the
you
money in the
can,
world,
spare a
but
dime,
you know,
please do.
money is never an issue when it comes to this. You're chilling with your mates, having a race. You're focused just on one goal, which is being the most competitive you can be doing.
Gigantisch aan het
And
liften elke
nothing
keer
else
als hij nu
really
optrekt.
matters while the race is on as well, which is great.
Kijk wat het gat is.
And obviously, Dimitri, you've carried your team tonight in fairness with your stint. So
50 seconden
you've carried them
achter
to a
degene
decent
voor
position.
ons.
Okay.
Yeah, I was very lucky, you know, when that I got an opportunity. For me, I enjoyed driving. Of course, it's
Moest
it's a
even
shame for
ontbijt
Dimitri
maken.
that he couldn't drive. But I was happy to stand in. You know, I did 2 stints. I kept it safe, kept it out of trouble. So that was my main thing. And I
En nog
was
steeds
actually
30 seconden voor degene voor
quite happy with my
achter
pace
ons.
as well. So yeah,
Dus,
enjoyed it. And together with the
je kan een
commentating,
drive-through pakken, maar dan wordt het wel krap.
you know,
Yeah,
it's
well, laat
lovely
maar niet
when you
doen.
have a couple of people who can do the commentating. It was a bit rocky at the start. Unfortunately, Bas.
Restjes zijn nog steeds nog prima, zeg maar 31-6 en het begint af en toe heel lichtjes geel te worden.
Being non-English, it was a bit difficult, but I really enjoyed it.
Dus de nieuwe regelband hadden we echt niks
You know,
uitgehaald.
once you get a group of people going, it's really easy, really fun, and it just flows like it's natural. So yeah, really enjoy it.
Yeah, it's definitely good fun. And it's good getting to talk to so many different kinds of people, the likes of Chris as well coming in. I would have never got to talk to any of us before this. So it's quite interesting to see it, and it's great seeing all the new faces of all the drivers that I've never seen before, but I definitely won't be forgetting them after this.
Just something I've noticed on the timing screens, Metropolis in P12 is lapping the same speed as the leader. So there's only 9 seconds behind P11, so we could have an interesting last 10 minutes.
And he's absolutely flying out there.
It would be fun if we can have a last lap battle for what is it, P11. And I have to say, you know, Metropolis, they were really dominating the first 2 hours until they had a slight mishap. So it's no surprise that they are on pace with the leaders actually. But the same goes for Hugard with the Danish team. They were with the 3 of them, so they did the 24 hours with 3 drivers, which is
Ik heb
amazing.
nog 8 ronden aan fuel, zegt hij.
Crazy.
So Hugard just did a 209.7.
24 hours with 3 people,
this lap
guys.
coming
That's
round
amazing.
for them is
Zo meteen, ja, het zijn nog 4 à 5 rondjes. Dus we hebben inderdaad 3-4 ronden te veel aan brandstof, maar dat is prima.
Maybe there's a bit of traffic or had an incident in the previous lap, but yeah, still there's
afhankelijk wanneer
Weet je veel dan te weinig.
It's a nice track.
Absolutely.
The rain makes it
10 minutes left
very,
of the rest as well.
much fun if you like rain, of course, like me.
And the race leader though, at 208.697, they're still right on it as well. They're not giving up at all. They're definitely
Wat rijd jij
not
voor
the
tijd?
fastest out there.
2:10:2.
Ja, daarnet wel, maar dit wordt een slechte.
Leiden, ik hoor net in de grote stream zeg maar dat de leider 9:6 rijdt. Dus je rijdt niet eens zo heel gekke tijden.
Money for a coaching session, not to drive over the speed limit.
Ik weet niet wat voor een banden zij er natuurlijk op zitten.
Ja.
Oh, stop and go dead nog van iemand.
It's all good fun.
Absolutely.
27e.
Casper Højgaard up 22 positions for their team, so that's a phenomenal achievement for them.
27, PR en Huizinga zit nu in de pits.
Oh, het is 08 van Clyde, dat lijkt er al meer op.
Look, no.
Oh ja.
Yeah, it's the Greek freaks. Harris Mitropoulos, car number 34. Yeah, once again, I really love that stretch nose of Mercedes.
Beautiful looking car. And no one really liked that car first when it came out, but it is such a aggressive looking machine.
I did some races with Aaron and Anthony a couple of years ago when I joined the community, and they are Mercedes Weeks fans as well, so you know they forced me to drive Mercedes. I actually quite like it. I like a car with a bit of, you know, when it's a bit different.
Almost there, guys.
Compared
Almost
to
there.
the others, and it drives.
Ik vond het wel een leuke race dit.
I quite enjoy the Mercedes.
Ik vond het wel leuk dat het er weer nog een beetje zo veranderde. Niet heel, maar veranderde wel veel.
Extreem.
Ja,
maar het was wel goed te managen. Niet dat je elke 10 minuten weer moest pitstop moest maken of zo.
Nee, elke 20 of zo, ja. When it gets released.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've been doing some GT endurance lately with the R-Factor 2 and really enjoy that as well.
Ja, die buitjes en zo, dat maakt het wel wat afwisselend.
Ja, dan blijf je nog een beetje, dan is het niet alleen maar ronden rijden. Dan heb je ook nog, stel je staat 20, 30 seconden achter. Maar er is altijd nog die kans van, oh, misschien dat wij met de pitstops net even iets beter. En dan win je in één keer 10 seconden of zo.
Ik kan me niet helemaal voorstellen hoe het zou zijn om 24 uur bijvoorbeeld op Laguna Seca te rijden.
Ja, man, dat zou ik wel leuk vinden hoor, 24 uur Laguna Seca.
Als je 24 uur in de zon rijdt, dan doe je iets heel geks. Dan rij je heel hard.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which Chris never mentioned once last night.
Never mentioned what?
The restart.
What restart?
Ik gaf even de verkeerde kant richting aan. Dus dat was ook een beetje in de war.
12 o'clock today.
Je hebt nu de alarmlicht aan.
This is just a practice session.
Ja.
Could you imagine telling the drivers that now?
Ah,
Oh no, that's a restart full race now.
They might take it.
Well, I'm not sure, you know, at what time exactly the 6-hour endurance is. That which team was it? There was a team doing 2 endurance races at the same time. It was Revolution Simracing Blue.
Brian, jij gaat vanavond nog de IDC-race ook doen?
Ja.
I'm not sure when that
Nice.
started.
Maar als we zo direct zijn gefinished, dan taai ik af. Dan ga ik even wat shit fixen. Daarna ga ik een dikke vette palmboom roken. En daarna duik ik mijn bed in.
Met een palmboom bedoelen we niet gewoon tabak, neem ik aan.
Een palmboom is groen, dus...
Ja, nee. Ik had gewoon die term nog niet gehoord. Ik was even benieuwd, maar ik weet het
wel.
ook.
Of kokosnoten aan, of een beetje kokospoeder?
Nee, ik ga niet voor een witte kerst.
Oh, oké.
It's been epic, and I'm sure a lot of the guys might be relieved once the checker flank comes out as well.
Absolutely. And I'm not sure if Bas is
maar ook standaard als ik dus gewoon ga racen, hè?
If we can have a final count.
Ik weet niet of het de meest gezonde gewoonte is, maar...
Wacht, als je gaat racen, dan heb je ook een palmboom op.
Ja. Ik meen het echt. Ik rijd ook nog een stuk beter door ook.
Heb je dat nu ook gedaan? Of,
Ja,
De man wordt ooit een keer gescout door een race team en zegt, jongens, ik moet even achter elkaar eerst even een palmboom hier roken.
En gewoon infuus met THC, jongen.
Oh my word.
The funds raised.
Laat jou dus het maar niet horen.
Absolutely brilliant. And looking,
I'm gonna move back.
Metropolis was still catching in. He's now only 6.8 seconds off, but unfortunately,
Wat een man duurt de hobby van.
enough time to pull himself in.
Wow, valt mee.
Palmboom is, denk ik.
Ja, nee,
ik rook halve palmboom. Dan voordat ik ga rijden.
Missing his braking point.
En een halve tijdens de pitstop of zo.
Yeah, exactly.
En dan vallen de kosten nog wel mee.
Ja, dat is waar. Dan kun je toch 2 stints rijden per palmboom.
Ja.
Maar gaan je reflexen niet echt heel erg naar beneden?
Nee.
Dat zou ik ook hebben, denk ik, ja.
Or it could have been just like the
Heel erg naar beneden.
Ik word er juist rustig genoeg van om me ook gewoon wel cool te kunnen bewaren. Laat ik het daarop houden. Anders word ik gewoon echt, bijvoorbeeld ook als ik achter iemand vast zit.
Als ik de voice chat soms hoor, dan is die cool soms nog ver te zoeken.
Moet je nagaan hoe Brian is zonder palmboom.
Ja, precies. En dan weet je dus nu ook hoe ik een beetje op de snelweg rij. In ieder geval...
heb je dan ook een palmboom op? Of is het
nee. Dan is het wel gewoon schreeuwen tegen weggebruik. Zo van flikker op naar rechts of zo, weet je wel.
Microfoon op de auto.
Nee, maar waar ik het grootste hekel heb, zijn mensen die links blijven rijden.
Ja.
Ja, dat klopt.
Het scheelt dus ja, als je nou Anthony voor je hebt, dan hoef je niet te klagen, want die rijdt toch veel hard.
Dan kun je mooi de touw pakken.
Dan kun je ook gewoon bijna net zo hard rijden als je zelf wil, want de politie gaat toch wachten hem aan.
Ik weet niet hoe hard hij dan rijdt, maar...
Ja, hij ging, wat zei hij nou, 250 of zo?
Ja, oké, maar dat redt mijn Corsatje, redt dat niet.
Volgens mij is hij ten toe geflitst met 180 of zo.
Oh, 100, oké, dat was een 50 te hard in ieder geval.
Ja, hij was wel zijn rijbewijs kwijt.
Mijn auto... Die kan, als ik in Duitsland ook ga tanken met die 102 benzine, 102 octaan benzine, dan kan ik de 187 op de GPS kan halen.
Nice.
Met een beetje wind mee.
Ik had een keer, toen ik ook naar Duitsland was met de Corsa van mijn moeder toen, die ging ook heuveltje af, wind mee, 180, 190 of zo, maar dan begint hij wel helemaal te schudden.
Ja, dat voelt niet lekker.
Daar had ik dan weer geen last van. Maar alleen...
Dat werd gefilterd door de palmboom.
Ja, ik wil...
Dat is ook een customer position.
Ik heb laatst wel een verkeersboete binnen gehad, die was al erg duur. Ik reed 172 op de A27.
Ja?
Oef.
Ja, ik mocht 120.
Maar door de correctie ben je net eronder.
Nou ja, agent houdt me aan, stapt uit, loopt naar me toe, zegt zo, weet je hoe hard dat je reed? Dus ja, 172. Hij heeft nog voor 10 km/h gematst, hè. In plaats van maximumsnelheid 120 heeft hij maximumsnelheid 130 heeft hij opgeschreven. Dus ik ben voor 10 km/h gematst. Dat is gewoon 150 euro.
That's gonna be a victory lap, a show lap, what do you call it?
Absolutely.
Maar hij was alsnog 455 euro, maar...
Dan kan je een mooie grafische kaart verkopen.
Ja.
Cooler.
He's doing a virtual wave out the window, I think.
Ik moet er nog eentje betalen, die is 40 euro.
Wat gaat die doen? Zag je dat?
Hey, die gaat door.
Compleet rechtdoor.
Ja, die dacht, tijd is om, klaar, ik ga rechtdoor, ik ga naar huis.
Ik steek hem binnendoor naar het viaductje.
I think I would never take that chance.
Had genoeg rijdt, ga je vast door de muur.
We zijn op 0.
De leider is nu in de...
Sector 2.
Almost there guys, almost there.
Dat hoorde je net al.
Time's up.
Leader on the final lap. Give it all you
got. Ik hoor alleen leaders on the final lap, maar...
Hoeveel brandstof heb je nou nog over?
Ik heb nu nog 12 liter.
Come on.
Min 3, ja, dan hebben we dus inderdaad 10 liter te veel gepakt.
Valt mee.
Come on.
Weet iets te veel. Ik zat inderdaad, ik zat op 46 en toen dacht ik, ja, misschien voor de zekerheid 1 ronde extra, maar dat had dus niet gehoeven.
Better safe than sorry, dus...
Ja, precies. Ik had er eigenlijk echt helemaal niks uitgemaakt, maar...
There we go guys.
Nee, daarom. Als we hem vol hadden getankt, hadden we waarschijnlijk nog hetzelfde gehad.
Ja, ik denk het was met 20 seconden of zo.
First at
Ja, dus dan hadden we 15 seconden meer
second at
verloren.
Misano, and didn't take part at Donington.
Iets meer.
Ja, en dan zijn je rondetijden natuurlijk iets
This will
langzamer.
seal the
Ja, dat
race
is
to
waar.
championship.
Dat is waar.
We're obviously racing at the moment.
Zijn er bijna. Nu nog steeds maar 32 PSI.
Leider gaat nu door de laatste chicane heen.
We are coming on the final few corners now.
Jij moet nog 4, nee, wat was het? 12 rondes.
Ja. Leider
Dan moet hij
38 laps in total.
Moet hij later
28, 628, nee.
Push to the finish
638 wel gedaan.
There we go, absolutely amazing
Maar
stuff.
zeg maar die P30, die zou dan echt nog 27 rondjes erbij moeten rijden. Dat is gewoon meer dan een
Very
sprint.
well done, indeed. And Lorenzo is finished as
Simone,
well.
let's see. Well done, mate.
Nick, can you please
Gewoon een uur
stop the
vertraging
donuts?
opgebouwd, dus dat was significant.
Could you please not do
Bij
that?
ons ook wel een half uur, maar
Nick Schumacher. Oh my word.
zou ik niet gewoon recht doorsteken en die drive-thru
Dan gaan
pakken?
we.
Nee. We zitten net rond de 30 seconden voor de P18.
You know,
If we're unlucky, we still have to do one lap.
you never let me forget it, do you?
I don't think so.
No, 'cause it was very funny.
Yeah,
Yes.
thanks. Yeah, might have been for
Ah,
you.
was dat er nog niet? Dat is wel de finishlijn.
Finish.
Second place.
Yes,
It's gonna be
yes.
Yes, boys.
GTWR
Nice.
Esports.
Nice.
Nice, boys.
Yep.
P17.
Nou,
Oh,
Long by applause for the crack.
congrats.
Hoppa, doink. Ja, penalty, protest, wie was dat?
Dan ga je safety rating.
Where's Clap Bunny as well?
Ja, Tim krijgt vertering op per safety rating bij, omdat hij hem uit heeft gereden.
Ah, okay.
hij sprong niet echt omhoog, want hij zit al op
Great stuff.
Oh ja, tot 99.
99. Ja.
Maar iedereen krijgt gewoon wel een safety rating, hè?
Ja, maar Tim krijgt nog een bonus, omdat hij uit heeft gereden.
Tim doing donuts.
Ah, exactly.
Maar niet bij deze mooie drift, denk ik.
Dit was wel een beetje een Schumacher donut. Zo'n
Ja.
bonk de muur in. Mick Schumacher dan.
Incident, yeah.
Can you please stop doing donuts?
Yellow flag is out.
We need the engine next
Oh,
season.
this is. Yeah, this is brilliant.
Oké. Ja.
They're running out of space, so
We
they're
need the
not
body
doing
work.
donuts on the cross and on
Ik heb iets
Holy
geleerd.
shit, het is echt chaos in bocht 2.
Carnage.
Iedereen is
Mooi, hè?
donuts aan het draaien.
Even kijken.
Stel dat je kleine kinderen.
absolutely brilliant.
Ja,
Fair play to them.
Oh, jij zit ook, ik zie jou ook, nice.
Oh, it's mayhem.
I have to say.
Boys.
A bit of after.
Oh my god.
Dat was hem.
Oh.
Dat was hem.
And that's it.
We made it.
John Doe Germany.
Wow.
I think.
Kijk, nog een keer 24 uur. Ja.
Nog eentje doen.
That was the.
Zo. Nou jongens,
En
lekker
de race.
gedaan.
En
Had
het
beter
was-
gekund, maar dat is
I'm
altijd
not
zo
sure what
natuurlijk.
you call it in English.
I think we have a disconnect.
Oh, fuck me.
Jammer van die game.
Dan moet ik nog vanavond nog een uur Laguna doen.
Wonderful.
Niks moet, hè.
See if we can get some of the top three into the.
Ik ga wel gewoon.
Ik denk er even over na. Ik denk dat ik ga socializen.
Ik ben er sowieso niet bij.
Het is wel heel mooi, dat kun je zeker. Ik vind het wel een leuke track.
While we're waiting
Hey,
for them.
een paar maanden geleden heb ik er nog in het echt heb ik er nog gestaan. Aan het beleden aan de corkscrew.
Oh, dat is wel heel cool.
Everybody that's taken part of it.
That's us.
We reden langs
without,
California State Route
the admin team here at
langs de
SSRI.
kust omhoog. En op een gegeven moment kom je langs Monterey.
All the organisation over the last.
Als je onderweg bent van Los Angeles naar San Francisco.
We have to thank
Ja.
the stewards.
Ik zal een foto zoeken.
Live stewarding.
Fijn, ze liet in de stream nog even
I will
ons
say the fashion
T1.
Ja, de highlights zien we in bocht 1 inderdaad. Ik zeg het ook al. Oh ja, dat was ook nog gebeurd.
Incidents as best they can.
Ripperoni.
And also
En dit is alleen maar de tweede herstart, hè? Ik bedoel, de eerste staat
operating
er
the
ook al
cameras.
bij.
So
Yeah.
thank you very much to you guys. I can't name all the commentators that have been on. I do apologise for that, but you all know who you are, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for coming on and making this streaming event as successful as it has been. This is the culmination of the Endurance Championship as well. For this season.
Wel mooi.
So,
Je ziet ons in
watch
turn
out
1
for
eraf
next
gaan.
season's being
En bij
announced.
130R zijn er al 7, 8
due
auto's
course.
achter ons, zeg maar. Zitten we alweer in het treintje.
Nice.
Ja, nice.
Absolutely. It was absolutely amazing to participate in it, Chris.
In the
So
chat.
thank you to everyone
We made it, guys.
for organizing this wonderful event. we do have quite a few people now in the waiting room.
Zo even ik ben
Perhaps 10th.
So
get them all in at once.
Let's
Pull them
bring it
all
all in.
At least 11th. But then we got the disconnect. So we had the drive
That should be everyone in at the moment.
We had a disconnect.
So welcome, Denise. I think you were one of the first in the waiting room.
The bonus.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts now that the 24 hours is done?
Well, I'm very tired. But I'm just really proud of like everyone in the team.
Ja, ik denk dat je pas één persoon ziet hoe ontzettend sterk dat is.
P1 in our class.
Hetzelfde met Rouge, dat is ook echt insane.
Ja, klopt, dat inderdaad.
Maar alleen die kleine corkscrew, hè, dat is gewoon 18 meter waar je naar beneden dobbelt, hè.
Got the result, it's amazing.
Dat is echt absurd.
Yeah, great thing, and then I really enjoyed the livery with the Japanese characters on it. How did you deal with the ever-changing weather conditions?
It was a bit of a nightmare, but our setup seemed to work really well in sort of the mixed conditions and the wet conditions. It felt a little bit slower in the dry conditions. So in a way, it worked out really nicely for us, but it was a bit of a nightmare in terms of trying to plan anything. And you'd be halfway through a stint and have to stop. So it wasn't ideal, but we just sort of tried to look at the forecasts and plan ahead that way. So, yeah.
Yeah, great to hear. It was a proper challenge, and good to hear that you were able to catch up on some drivers in the final stints. So well done to you and the Wild Things Racing team.
Thank you.
Let's have a look. We have a lot of other drivers. I think Laibani, you were the final driver for your team and ended up on P3.
Yeah.
Can you have a look back at how it went?
Yeah, I mean, quite messy. I mean, the race started on a wet track, and I think it was just safe for the start to go on wet tires. I think it was a good decision. Yeah, there was basically no dry running. I would have wished for maybe some dry running at the night, because I knew there was so much more pace in it, but unluckily we never got it. On the other hand, yeah, it was fun planning strategies, being on wets when others were on dries on the wet track and gaining like so many seconds per lap. It has been amazing. Also a bit of a challenge, of course, with like the whole wet track, especially at night when it started to get proper flooded, because there was like, I think I had to do 2 laps with wet tires on the dry track, and that was quite tricky, but luckily I managed to survive that, so... No, I want to thank also like the entire team, Simon, Tim,
als de Simracing weather conditions aan hebben gezet in de server, dan kan er maximaal 2/3 regen kan vallen.
Of course, with all those changes in weather conditions, you
2/3 van het maximum, ja, dan is het nog steeds wel flooded, maar alleen niet of zo 100% regen of zo.
Nee, oké.
Dat kan niet.
Ja, zo. Ja, oké. Het is natuurlijk ook als je auto's hebt, dan krijg je een soort van droogleiding automatisch.
Was it difficult to deal with that?
Als je in de plek zit, zit je alleen.
Met flooded kan ik je vast vertellen dat er geen droogleiding bestaat.
Should we be on wets or should we be on dries? But once, let's say, the night hit, it was quite straightforward. Be on wets.
Dat is letterlijk gewoon 30 meter eerder remmen. En gewoon pray to fucking God dat je dan nog steeds de bocht haalt.
Ja, oké.
En ik moet hem zelfs gewoon letterlijk met ABS op 8 of 9 moet ik rijden, omdat ik anders gewoon niet eens rondkom.
Ja, one fast stoplight. En dan congratulations on the P3.
De track op het Nürburgring. Net na de Schumacher dus dan heb je die haak
over the next one to you, so I could have
niet aangeremd, gewoon nooit.
Yeah, no bother at all.
Welke bocht?
Let me see.
Linken naar de Schumacher.
I'm gonna pull in the other two.
Oh, die.
Waiting for the set force.
Niet aangeremd.
So
ga ik naar beneden natuurlijk. Dat geldt
minimaal 5 keer doorgeschoten of zo.
Cross. That was a very.
Ik heb wel eens een keer op flooded Barcelona wel eens gereden.
Only 24 hours, not too long of a race.
Ja, in de regen bedoel je, Klaas?
Ja,
want daar ligt net in de remzone ligt daar net een plas. En als je die verkeerd raakt, dan schiet je door inderdaad.
Ja, ik had hem steeds mee. Ik weet niet wat ik allemaal heb moeten doen om er wel doorheen te komen. Maar het duurde wel even voordat ik erachter was.
I have endured like 3 hard hits
ik ga afsluiten.
from other cars. had to
Jongens, bedankt, was leuk.
compromises with
Ja, wat leuk, jongens.
repairing.
Volgend weekend
geleden alweer.
And
24 uur, maar het lijkt me wel leuk om sowieso nog wel eens
pressures
een
at some
keer.
point as
Ja.
well when it
Wel tof.
transitions.
Ja.
It transitions back to dry track.
Yes.
So
Maar,
it
goed weekend.
was a bit of
Yo.
a messy morning, and I was pretty upset at that point.
Precies.
The last 2 stints were absolutely great, though. I was feeling very comfortable. I'm happy with the pace I had. So the win kind of puts the cherry on top. I'm really happy about the race overall. I know it's not about it's more about the charity than anything. So I'm really thrilled to have been a part of it.
How did you and your team go? Because you were quite dominant, but how did you and your team kind of keep a level head and say, look lads, it's not over until it's over? How did you just keep motivated through the night, even though you had quite an advantage?
It's like a team bonding moment, it's someone has it like a down moment and someone else like full of energy and just like, come on guys, we can do this, and it's just like mutual cheering, and it kind of keeps us going throughout the whole thing. And we made it so we always had like 2 people together, so we always had someone available to chat or gather some info on other cars or stuff like that. So it was kind of a team effort the whole way through, and that was really nice.
And for you then, okay, I'd like everyone in here to let us know as well. Who did you find was the hardest person to race against? Who did you find was just you really had to go above and beyond to try and find a artistic way around them as such, because you had to kind of set it up and that. Who did you find was like your hardest rival on the track?
Well, the hardest rival
Dit bericht
obviously
is
was
ingehouden voor
P2.
beoordeling. Wat was je aan het rand op een stream,
18,
Gijs?
sorry. They've been leading probably most of the race now. So this was
zoveel zou regenen.
It was really again a
Ja,
team
met die
effort
Porsche
to
hadden we toch al
catch
Max Wing, dus kom maar op. Nee, die Porsche ging fantastisch in de
they've
regen.
given us,
Ja,
they've
dat
given
verklaart
us, of course, the most
op de straight waren we echt eens fucking
trouble
sitting duck.
trying to like climb
Echt
back to
sitting
them.
Man.
I would say we might have been
Maar in de S's was je
helped
best
a
weinig.
little by luck, given
En de
they apparently
130R,
had
dat was
brake
gewoon een
issues.
kleine lift insturen en floor.
So
Dus,
their
dat
pace
wel
was quite dropping at the end, and apparently we were faster in the wet. So we've been helped by the weather as well.
Let's refresh this page to see.
Yeah, but you make your own luck as well as you get some as well.
We're still at
that's what I love about these kind of things. You have the good luck stories and the hard luck stories. Like the
We
guys
haven't
who finished down
overtaken
in
these two
P30 with like
teams.
20 odd laps
Too
off.
bad.
I love the guts
It's
and
still possible,
determination
guys.
they
It's still
put in.
possible. You can
And I
still
said
do
it in the
nice.
stream, as much as respect I have for you guys who've won the race fairly dominant, and even the other guys then in second and third, you got to give the hats off to those people who are able to keep going, knowing that they're not going to even get up to 29th, but they're going to finish the race and persevere through it. Like it takes
Two
an awful
cars,
lot
Green
of
Moose
determination, in my
Racing.
opinion, for that as well, which is great.
Absolutely,
I think at
yeah,
least.
absolutely. It's something we are quite
Richardson,
adamant
Milan
on
Dauma,
in the
they were
team.
very,
is just carry on
they
to
were
the end,
fifth,
no
I
matter what
believe.
happens.
Yeah.
So
This one.
we're on the top of the AM podium
Yeah,
today,
two
but
cars, same livery.
it's more about the
Andreas
experience of
Westphal.
racing 24 hours. Even if we're not like
know these guys.
competitive enough to get a win or so, in
The
the
anime
in the
car.
overall, we're like 20. We're further than 20
Hello.
cars down the leaders.
I'm
so
clicking.
It's
there
yeah,
it is.
it's about what you can make it and not the actual
Only 3 drivers.
like, result.
I'm
in
not
itself.
even going to try
me.
to pronounce this.
Absolutely. And Chris, do you want to jump in now and
Yardi.
get another interview in as well? We'll give all the commentators who are in as well a
Yardi
chance to do a
and,
quick
somebody
interview.
else. So,
I'd love to, but
Those were the cars.
I'm just in the middle of doing the results file, so
Fair.
trying to multitask. Do apologise.
You can easily do it. We'll jump in. Dimitri, do you want to go for another one? We'll keep swapping between us.
Yeah, sure. It's Simone Letzi, I think, winner of the 24 hours here at Suzuka. What are your thoughts? How do you look back on this race?
Hello, thanks. And yeah, it was a clean race, let's say. Not too bad things happened. And yeah, we got some drive-throughs and everything, but it was generally fine, and yeah, we didn't have big crashes or. Yeah, I got one, but I mean, didn't damage too much the car, and yeah, it was all as we expected, as we hoped to be.
Great to hear. Great to hear. I did have a nice moment with your car. I'm not sure if you were in the car at that moment or not, but there was a stint last evening where the ACC said there would be rain for about 10 minutes, and we were discussing with my team. We were just about to hand over the steering wheel to me. Are we gonna do dry tires, or gonna stick it on dry tires, or are we gonna go for wet? And right at the last moment, we went for wet. You guys were still on the dry tires. There was a massive pace difference in the end.
So I'm gonna finish the stream up, guys. So I'm gonna show you the car once again. This is our car. What's up, YouTube? So last year we organized a 24-hour charity race on Spa in honor of the Dutch Against Cancer charity. It was a kickstart of the SSRI community, merging Simsport-Racing and Simracing Hub International. The teams managed to raise over 12,500 euros, which was used by the Against Cancer charity to organize an amazing family holiday, where the children and their families temporarily forgot their fight against cancer. It was amazing to see what we as a community managed to contribute to this trip. This upcoming weekend we will be doing the same. A 24-hour race on the Suzuka track in Japan to raise donations for the Against Cancer charity. We even have our own donation page where you can support our team, our effort and of course this charity. We even have a custom livery on our car with the Against Cancer logos. And to spice things up, it's a Ferrari livery on a Porsche 911. It's a little joke from the boys, which started a while ago when everyone was driving the newly released BMW and they were driving a McLaren. They dressed it up in a BMW M3 livery as a teaser. So this Scuderia livery will surely turn some heads or raise some eyebrows. We think it looks stunning. So hop on over to our donation page and support us supporting Against Cancer and give these kids a holiday they will never forget. The link to our donation page is in the description below. And be sure to tune in to the live race feed this Saturday at 1 o'clock Central European Time. See you there! Guys, thanks for watching, thanks for the support, thanks for the donations, and I'm gonna wrap this one up. Thanks for watching, like, hit subscribe, hit the bell icon, and I'll see you next one. Take care, have a splendid day. Bye now.